In the hot July heat, whether you live in the city or the countryside, stepping outside of an air-conditioned space means you'll be drenched in sweat. Ruge's family decided to go on a road trip during this time for a reason. The college entrance exam had just ended, and while others were regretting their scores and debating whether to try again next year, Ruge was confidently set on her school choice. She believed that unless something unexpected happened with her essay, she would score well. Yes, the top student Ruge and her family were very confident. So 3 days after the exams, they hit the road as planned. However, no one expected that they would never return, and it was as if they had vanished without a trace. Even the Mercedes SUV driven by Lee's dad disappeared along with them. Later, based on the family's travel route and a recent mudslide, people reluctantly accepted that the family was likely buried beneath it. At the same time in Lijiazwang, a significant event was unfolding. Li Laoshir's third son, Li Fubin, and his wife took their second daughter into the mountains to gather wild vegetables, but several days had passed without their return. 75-year-old Li Laoshir had a decent number of children, having fathered over 10, including 3 sons and 2 daughters, and he was considered fortunate with many grandchildren. However, his third son's family had no grandchildren. In this era, where boys are often favored over girls, Li Fubin and son Fengqin had 3 daughters, which affected their status in the family. As long as the parents were alive, it was rare for children to live separately. In a large family like theirs, surviving during difficult times often required sacrifices. 2 years ago, to find a wife for a nephew, Li Fubin's family had already made a sacrifice, giving up their eldest daughter, Li Rulan. Now, it seemed they were choosing to sacrifice their second daughter again, but was she not a bit too young? Only 13 years old? It was pitiful to think she might be sent off as a bride at such a young age, which explained why the couple had not returned from the mountains. People wondered if Fubin and his wife were deliberately staying away. But that couldn't be true. They were obedient and had reportedly agreed to stay away as long as they could find food for 10 days, so they wouldn't have to trade their daughter Ruge for supplies. TSK, they really don't want to come back. At this point, the tree bark has already been stripped and eaten. Where can they find food for dozens of people for 10 days? Li Laoshir and Wang Dimiai were feeling frustrated, knowing they were being bullied by the wealthy couple, Fu Bin and his wife, who had no sons. Exactly. Why should a family with dozens of people let Fu Bin and his wife go into the mountains to find food? They could even sell their daughter, but it would be to Fu Bin's daughter. In the village, which girl isn't better than Fu Bin's daughter, Ruge? This is just bullying, because they have no sons. Under the organization of the team leader, Su Xuanli, everyone, with their empty stomachs, walked into the mountains while discussing the troubles of Li Laoshir's family. Meanwhile, in a remote area of the mountains, near a recently collapsed dirt pile, 3 people were squatting, Li Fubin and his wife, along with their second daughter, Li Ruge. Of course, these 3 had been missing from another time and space, and they were the family of the top student, Li Ruge. Li Ba, also known as Li Fubin, was scratching his head, unable to understand how their family suddenly became 3 different people. Son Fengqin couldn't figure it out either. They were about to cross a mudslide area, and then suddenly they fell. Then her husband changed, and she changed too. Looking at her precious daughter, Son Fengqin couldn't help but laugh. Once, their daughter was not only good at studying but also recognized as a beautiful girl in school. But now, she was less than 5 feet tall, with 2 thin, yellow braids, and her face and hair looked pale. If it weren't for her daughter's bright eyes, she would really doubt if this was still her precious girl. Ruge, how are you? Have you thought of a way out? Li Ba shot a glare at his wife, wondering how she could still laugh at a time like this, then turned to ask his daughter. After the family calmed down from their shock, they'd spent the last few hours sorting through their memories. When they learned that this body was only 13 years old and had only completed 3 years of elementary school before dropping out, Li Ruge felt like crying. How could her mother be so cheerful? Dad, I don't have any good ideas right now. How about you get us something to eat? Once we're full, we can think of a plan. All right, I'll go get you something to eat. In this era, People call their father dad and their mother mom or mother. Since the family has remembered these things, they must play their roles from now on, otherwise, it could lead to serious trouble. Borrowing a body to return to life? Not only are people today quite superstitious, but even in their time, this idea was frightening. If someone found out, they might end up in a lab for research. So, the family quickly agreed that they must not reveal their identities as time travelers. The term time travel was thought of by Sun Fengqin, who loves reading online novels. She knows much more about time travel and rebirth than her academically gifted daughter or her knowledgeable husband. In this time, if it's as they understand, it could really lead to starvation. However, Sun Fengqin also had her own theory. There are novels about parallel worlds, so maybe we've arrived in a parallel world, not during a time of famine. The family searched for more than half an hour, and each found only a small handful of wild vegetables. Before the incident, it was July where they were, but now it is May here. Regardless of whether it is July or May, it is a season when wild vegetables and grasses grow abundantly, so there should be some to dig up. But looking around, the expected lush greenery was replaced by a sight of withered yellow. This is all caused by the drought. It hasn't rained at all, so there are no wild vegetables or grasses. If there are any, the nearby villagers have already taken them home to cook, said Li's dad. His words were disheartening, and both mother and daughter realized this fact. Even if this place isn't the 1950s or 60s of their world, life seems to be extremely difficult here. What should we do, Dad? I'm not afraid of anything, but I'm scared of starving, said Ruge, collapsing to the ground and reminiscing about the delicious food she once had. I miss the braised pork, steamed pork with rice flour, and braised pork with preserved vegetables that my mom made, especially when eaten with rice. Who isn't afraid of hunger? But in front of his daughter, a father must show some strength. Wait, I see a small river over there that hasn't dried up. I'll go check if there are any fish or shrimp. I'll go with you, Ruge said, quickly getting up from the ground and running after her father toward the riverbank. Watching the two of them leave, Sun Fengqin suddenly thought of something. Why did their family of 3 time travel? Could it be because she always talked about losing weight and wasted a lot of food, leading to some kind of retribution? Just now, when her daughter mentioned wanting to eat braised pork, she remembered that she had thrown away not just braised pork, but all kinds of meat and vegetables. Especially during the new year. Ever since she learned that eating leftovers could cause cancer, she had thrown away all kinds of leftovers. That braised fish was almost half eaten and half thrown away. Sun Fengqin felt that she must be facing some kind of retribution. Now, she couldn't even bear to leave a fish bone. She had to chew and swallow it. Looking at the few small loaches that the father and daughter had brought back after much effort, Sun Fengqin was even more convinced that her family was facing consequences. These loaches are so hard to catch. My dad and I worked really hard to catch just 5, she said. At least let's eat one for now. Once we gather enough strength, I'll go catch a few more. Seeing her sweaty father and daughter, Sun Fengqin felt a bit sorry and reminded them, but we don't have a pot. Otherwise, I could make you a pot of loach and wild vegetable soup. What should we do now? Old Li, do you have a lighter? Otherwise, should we just grill these loaches? A lighter? Li Fubin touched his pockets and remembered that he was wearing his patched-up old clothes, not his previous Armani outfit. Our car? The father and daughter thought of this at the same time and excitedly shouted, "There's a lighter in the car, and there's also a solar cooker." Not just a pot, Sun Fengqin recalled. There's also half a bag of rice, half a bag of flour, some noodles, instant noodles, a bucket of cooking oil, eggs, and more. The family grew more excited as they talked. Do you think our car traveled with us? Let's look. We all woke up in this place and didn't move. If the car came with us, it must be nearby. Ruge, who had just been starving, suddenly felt full of energy. After saying this, she rushed to the other side of the Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin quickly followed her. The family carefully walked along the collapsed for about 200 or 300 meters and spotted their black SUV hidden among the thorns. Seeing his beloved car, Li Fubin was especially excited and rushed over to check it thoroughly. How strange! It fell from such a height, and not a single paint chip is missing. The mother and daughter, focused on finding food, hadn't noticed this detail. After hearing Li Fubin's words, they also began to circle around their car. Dad, do you think we didn't fall from a high place? Maybe we just passed through a so-called time portal? Otherwise, how do you explain this car? He used to be a businessman, a bit clever, and he did well at the negotiation table. What time portal or crossing over? He didn't understand any of that. If it weren't for his own experience, Li Fubin felt that even if someone shouted at him all day with a loudspeaker, he wouldn't believe it. But now he had no choice but to believe it. The three of them were still the same at their core, but everything else had changed. In his past life, he and his wife were late to marry and have children. Their daughter was 18 and had just taken the college entrance exam, while they were both already over 50. Now he and his wife were only 42, and their daughter had also become 5 years younger. Surprisingly, they even had 2 more daughters. Coincidentally, in this life, he was still called Li Fubin, his wife was still Sun Fengqin, and their daughters' names hadn't changed either. So now Li Fubin couldn't figure out whether they had taken over someone else's bodies, or if this was truly their family from a past life. Li Fubin listened blankly as his daughter talked about what a time portal was, feeling completely lost. However, Sun Fengqin, who was quite into online novels, occasionally chimed in with a comment. In reality, Li Ruge didn't understand much either, but she had read a variety of books and had seen something similar in a book about the wonders of the world. At that time, she thought of it as just a story, and when she read the expert's explanation, she didn't take it seriously. Now, their family had experienced something like this firsthand, and this car had come along with them. Li Ruge began to recall those so-called unsolvable mysteries of the world, realizing that some things were indeed similar to their family's experience. The urgent matter was to fill their stomachs. Putting those thoughts aside, the family cooked the food they had brought, stir-fried some meat, and made a soup with a few loaches. Sun Fengqin even washed some wild vegetables by the river and enjoyed them with the soy sauce they had brought. They couldn't waste the hard-earned wild vegetables, so from now on, she wouldn't throw anything away. They also couldn't waste the bottled water on the car. They needed to be careful with it since water was scarce here. Thinking about all the water they had wasted in the past. Dad, what should we do with this car? It's not easy to drive it back to the village, and we can't just leave it here, right? Besides, they were deep in the mountains, and it didn't seem like there was a road to drive the car out. If this car becomes useless, what's the point? If it just sits here unused, in a few years it will be a pile of scrap metal. Li Fubin scratched his head. Driving it back to the village is impossible, and leaving it here isn't a good idea either. If someone finds it, even in a remote place like ours, it's hard to believe such a nice car would be here. So what do we do? If it's a problem like you say, then this car is just a hassle, Sun Fengqin said, patting her beloved car, feeling distressed. If only it could shrink. We could make it small when not in use and enlarge it when we need it, making it easier to hide. Her mother really had a wild imagination. Li Ruge was about to laugh when she noticed that the car that had just been parked there suddenly disappeared. Ah, did I just see a ghost? Where's the car? Where's our car? Sun Fengqin's hand was still in the air, frozen in shock. I didn't know my hand was this strong. Before the mother and daughter could figure out what was happening, the car that had just vanished reappeared. Li Ruge quickly turned around and looked at her cheerful father. Dad, can you control this car?
Haha, Li Fubin lauga un controllable.
My daughter is clever. Look, your mother hasn't figured it out yet and thinks she made the car disappear. Thanks to his wife's reminder, he had just entertained the thought of shrinking the car to carry it around and enlarging it when needed. But then he realized the car had vanished. Not shrunk, but completely gone. In a panic, he focused on making the car appear again, and it reappeared. God is good to us. Dad, I didn't know you had this ability, Li Ruge said, giving her father a thumbs up. Suddenly, Sun Fengqin had an idea and pulled her daughter over. Ruge, check if you have any special abilities. Since the three of us came here, you should be the main character, not your dad. What do you mean by main character? Li Ruge, who never read novels, didn't understand. I can't explain it well, but your dad has a special ability, so we should have something too. However, I feel like I don't have anything. Wait, she wasn't completely empty-handed. When she took something from the car earlier, she felt stronger than before. However, compared to being able to make the car disappear and reappear, having great strength doesn't mean much. She was already skilled in martial arts and naturally strong, so Sun Fengqin didn't think much of the changes happening to her. She looked at her daughter with eager anticipation, hoping to see if her daughter also had a special ability. Li Ruge followed her mother's instructions and made several attempts, but they were all in vain. She had tried everything she could think of, so why wouldn't it work? Oh, there was still one thing missing. Sun Fengqin slapped her thigh and dove back into the car to grab her daughter's backpack. After rummaging through it for a while, she suddenly shouted joyfully, "I found it!" The father and daughter, still excited that their car could be taken out, turned around to see Sun Fengqin holding the pendant that Li Ruge usually wore around her neck. They were both surprised and gathered around her. "This thing was always around my neck. How did it end up in my backpack?" Li Ruge said as she reached for it to put it back on, but Sun Fengqin stopped her. "Ruge, quickly drop a drop of blood on it." Li Ruge replied, "Mom, you just pricked my finger twice." Never mind, if her mother didn't see the results herself, she wouldn't give up. She pricked her finger again, letting the blood touch the pendant, and then followed her mother's instructions, only to receive another pointless.
How can this be?
Is it possible that our family can live again, truly benefiting from your father's luck? Sun Fengqin said, feeling very unwilling, and pricked her own finger again, applying the blood to her daughter's pendant. As expected, it didn't work. It wasn't hers, so her blood wouldn't help. Forget it. With this car, heaven has already been generous to us. We shouldn't be too greedy, Li Fubin advised, seeing his wife's frustrated expression. After dinner, they were still busy, and the sun was almost setting. Sun Fengqin finally gave up. "It seems we have to spend another night in the mountains, but we must go down tomorrow." Although their family had just arrived, the three of them had already been wandering in the mountains for 2 or 3 days. Once Li Fubin finished speaking, he thought of the Li family courtyard down the mountain, and the whole family felt worried. The few people had already received the memories of this life and naturally knew what this family had gone through. "If possible, I would rather stay in the mountains. At least there's a tent. Sleeping in the car is much better than going back to that damp and dark pigsty." Recalling the room where the family used to sleep, Sun Fengqin said angrily. The Li family courtyard had many houses, which is why it was called a courtyard. However, as the sons of the Li family grew up and married one by one, Li Fubin's family, which had no sons, ended up being squeezed into a small shed next to the pigpen. Li Fubin certainly did not want to go back to live by the pigpen. The smell, especially in summer, along with the flies and mosquitoes, made it unbearable. Old Man Li and Old Lady Li were biased. Since they never treated him, their third son, and his family with respect, he couldn't be blamed for being unfilial. "We definitely have to go back. Otherwise, they might think our family has died in the mountains and cancel our household registration. Without a household registration, we can't do anything. We need the village to issue us a letter for anything. But I've already thought it through. When we go back this time, we will split the family." "Split the family?" Sun Fengqin thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, let's split. Otherwise, with my temper, I might end up harming the old couple." "Take it easy," Li Fubin advised his wife. In this life, Sun Fengqin is a soft-hearted person. If you show too much anger, people might get suspicious. "My daughter is about to be sold off as a child bride. How can I hold back? Even a clay figure has some temper," Sun Fengqin huffed. "Then why didn't you react much when your eldest daughter was taken away?" Recalling that time, Li Fubin wished he could slap himself. At that moment, he could only watch as his daughter was taken away, his fists clenched with sweat, but he didn't dare to go and bring her back. Thinking of his eldest daughter, who had cried so much, he felt a pang of guilt in his heart. And the little girl left in the Li family courtyard was sensible. If their family hadn't come here, her future would have been bleak. While the parents argued, Ruge did not participate. Now, hearing her father mention her elder sister, she immediately pictured a pretty girl with 2 long braids, speaking gently. Her sister, Reborn, was well known for her looks, height, and her mother's good temper. But such a good girl was given away by old honest Li and Wang Daimiai to her cousin in an arranged marriage, sent off to the mountains. My sister has been married for 2 years now, and she hasn't returned home even once. I wonder how she's doing over there? This was said by Ruge on behalf of the original owner. The young girl seemed to be thinking about her older sister even as she was dying. The late Famine was no different. As a father, he couldn't even protect his own daughter. The tall man had secretly cried many times. Since his family took the place of another, he, as the father, should take on the responsibilities of a head of the family. When we go back this time, I'll find a chance to go into the mountains and see your sister, Famine said. I'll go too. If that family treats her badly, we'll bring her back, Ruge eagerly replied. Seeing the two of them talking like this, Confrontation added, I'll go too. You two can't handle fighting and rescuing people without me. Because there were mosquitoes outside, the family set up a tent, lit some mosquito repellent, and sat or lay inside chatting. Hearing calls from a distance, they all perked up their ears and quickly realized, it seems they are calling for us. Hurry, let's put away everything that shouldn't be here. They swiftly packed the tent into the car, and also gathered up the trash that didn't belong in this time. Then Famine simply muttered a word, and the car disappeared again. This car has great space. As long as we can fit things inside, they can all be stored away. It's almost like a storage space, but it's a pity our car is still too small, Confrontation said, tidying up while complaining about the size of their vehicle. If she had known they would travel through time and the car could come along, they should have driven a big truck to carry a load of food. Compared to the novels where people could farm and have magical water spaces, her husband's ability was quite ordinary. With just this one car, if they tried to fit a large item inside, the door wouldn't close and the car couldn't disappear. This meant that Famine's car space was only as big as this off-road vehicle. However, having this was still better than nothing for the two of them, and as long as there was gasoline, their car could still run. Looking at the empty spot where they had just parked, Confrontation suddenly thought of something. Old Li, do you think this car can make people disappear? Like if all 3 of us sit inside. Ruge stared at her mother, who clearly read too many novels, and said, My mom really dares to dream, but it is possible. Maybe we can't hide anymore. Someone from the village is already looking for us, and our family should show up. Okay, now it's time to act. Dad, Mom, are you both ready? Suddenly feeling excited, Confrontation quickly raised her hand. I am ready. Famine looked at his eager wife and daughter and felt reassured, raising his hand as well. I am ready too. As the sun was about to set, everyone knew how dangerous the mountains could be at night. The villagers searching for them were starting to lose hope, with some saying that the family had already spent 2 nights in the mountains and might have been eaten by wild animals. In a year of disaster, the animals in the mountains were definitely decreasing, especially during this dry season, as they needed water to survive. But no matter how few there were still tigers, leopards, bears, and wolves, so even though they were acting separately, everyone knew they had to come down before sunset. Just as this group was discussing how to hurry down, they spotted 3 people who had fainted from hunger. Over here, village chief. We found them. The young man who first spotted Famine's family shouted excitedly. In the Li family village of about 100 households, nearly half of the families shared the surname Li. However, the village chief did not have the surname Li and had no family ties to the Li families in the village. At that time, there were no democratic elections. The leaders were appointed from above. Otherwise, an outsider would never become the village chief of Li family village. It is said that the authorities chose an outsider to manage the village because they considered the complicated family ties among the Li families. So even though Su Xuanli was an outsider, it wasn't just because his brother-in-law was the deputy township chief. He truly had the capability. For instance, If Su Xunli hadn't insisted on searching further, no one would have reached this point and would have gone back down the mountain. Moreover, it was mostly the Li family members who were complaining the loudest about wanting to go back down. Li Laosen usually kept quiet and never said anything nice. He had no standing at home, so he couldn't have a good reputation outside. Sun Fengqin was even more suppressed by her mother-in-law and 2 sisters-in-law, afraid to speak to outsiders. When this couple went missing, whether they were alive or dead, to be honest, not many people cared. When a family is struggling to get by, people don't have the energy to care about others. Instead of worrying about others, it's better to go out and find something to eat to feed the family. This situation was greatly helped by Su Xunli, the village leader. When he heard someone shout that they had found people alive, he rushed over and saw a few who were still conscious, even though they were faint from hunger. He was very excited. Su Xunli crouched down and patted Li Fubin, asking, "How are you? Can you get up and walk?" Many villagers in other areas had already starved to death, but this hadn't happened in Li family village yet, which earned Su Xunli praise from the higher-ups. However, his happiness wasn't just because of those compliments. These are all neighbors, and just a few days ago, they had seen each other. No one wants to hear that villagers from their own community have died of hunger. Of course, they needed to get up and walk themselves. Seeing everyone so weak and shaky, they felt embarrassed to be carried down the mountain. The few people pretended to be very weak and opened their eyes to look at the villagers around them. Honestly, they were a bit moved. Everyone knows that hungry people fear physical labor the most because the more they move, the hungrier they become. So, since they could only eat 2 bowls of thin porridge a day, villagers rarely left their homes. If they could lie down, they wouldn't sit, and if they could sit, they wouldn't stand. But to search for the 3 missing family members, the whole village came together. "Village leader, give me a sip of water, and I can walk," Li Fubin said weakly when he recognized who was speaking. At this point, Sun Fengqin and Li Ruge also managed to sit up, looking very weak. This family didn't even need to pretend. Their bony appearance and pale faces made them look like they were on the verge of death. Okay, who has water? Hurry, and give a sip to Li Fubin." Su Xunli was also searching for these people, unsure if they were alive or dead, and when he saw that a few were alive, he was truly excited. He raised his hand, and someone quickly handed him a horn water jug. After Li Fubin took a sip, he passed it to his wife, signaling her to drink, even if she had to pinch her nose. Otherwise, it was hard to explain how they suddenly had strength. Sun Fengqin did pinch her nose, not even daring to touch the spout, and after taking a small sip, she quickly passed it to her daughter. Li Ruge really didn't want to drink water from this thing, especially since it was used by someone else. But with so many people watching them, she couldn't complain. She took it and, imitating her mother, covered it with her sleeve and took a small sip. The sun was about to set, and the few of them didn't dare to take too long. At that moment, Su Xunli took out 2 hard, dark cornbread pieces, probably from home, and shared them among the group to save some energy. They didn't hesitate to take the cornbread, quickly eating without savoring the taste, and stood up to prepare to head down the mountain with everyone. However, as they got up, Li Ruge suddenly noticed something shiny where their family had been lying. Looking around, everyone was either sitting or lying down, completely exhausted. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Li Ruge quickly grabbed the shiny object and stuffed it into her pocket. Her father was an antique enthusiast, and they had done a lot of treasure hunting on the way. Li Ruge worried that the object might have fallen from their car. They had packed things in a hurry, so it was possible something was left behind. If others discovered this item that shouldn't be there, it would be hard to explain. Fortunately, no one noticed her action. She felt the object in her pocket. It was smooth and seemed to be a stone. She guessed it might be jade. She remembered her father had indeed bought some jade on their journey. On the way back, surrounded by people, Li Ruge didn't dare to take it out to see what she had. But from time to time, she would touch it to make sure it was still there. Unbeknownst to her, the stone had picked up traces of blood from her fingers when she touched it, and it was slowly changing color. Perhaps because the blood on her fingers had dried, there was only a little, so the stone only changed slightly without any major transformation. However, because she was wearing light clothing in the summer, Ruge felt a brief warmth in her pocket, but she didn't think much of it. Everyone was focused on the journey, and the three of them dared not slack off. The villagers had entered the mountains to search for them, and if anything happened during this time, their lives would become even harder. So even though it was their first time marching quickly on mountain paths, none of them dared to fall behind. Fortunately, they had eaten a hearty meal earlier and had some meat, so they felt stronger than the villagers searching for them. Their car was mostly stocked with ham sausages and noodles. Seeing everyone so hungry made them want to share some food, but they hesitated to do so. After all, how could they explain that their family of three hadn't starved because they had eaten the steamed buns given by village head Sue, which gave them the strength to stand up? Thankfully, they found the missing people, and their descent was much quicker. They finally made it out of the mountains before dark, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Once they were out of the mountains and away from the territory of wild animals, they felt safe. People fear wild animals, and wild animals fear people too. At night, people avoid the mountains, and animals also stay away. So, they dared to take a break at this point. There were still less than 4 miles to go, and they had to pass by the nearby Kaoshan village before returning to their own village. If there were any edible resources in the mountains, they had likely been consumed by the 30 or so families in Kaoshan village. Kaoshan village had little land, mostly mountainous, and their past living conditions were not as good as those in Li family village. However, after last year's flooding disaster and with no rain this year, living at the foot of the mountain had become an advantage. At this time, it was dinner time for every household. Seeing the smoke rising from the chimneys of Kaoshan village made everyone envious as they swallowed their saliva, smelling the delicious food. Su Shunli also swallowed hard, then looked at Li Fubin and his family, realizing they were driven to this side by the Li family's pressure. After catching their breath, they hurriedly continued on their way. 4 miles is not much for farmers who work hard all year, as they often come this way to gather firewood or hunt. But with darkness falling and their hunger overwhelming them, they could hardly see anything as they entered the village. From a distance, they spotted the light of torches at the village entrance, which gave them a burst of energy. The women and children from each household were waiting there with torches. The men had gone into the mountains to search for the missing, and their families were surely worried since they hadn't returned yet. When the main support of the family returned, the women and children cheered with joy. However, upon seeing Li Fubin's family of 3, they all scoffed. If it weren't for them, the main support wouldn't have taken such risks to go into the mountains for a whole day. Although Su Shunli said that those who went into the mountains to search would receive full work points if given a choice, no one would want to take that risk for just a few cents. Besides, this year's work points might not even be worth 2 dimes. Since they took the place of those 3 people, they naturally had to bear the burden. A few scoffs were just that. Even if someone insulted them, they had to listen quietly. With so many torches lighting the area, Li Ruge searched through the crowd for a long time, but didn't see a single member of the Li family. Along the way, she heard from the village chief that her uncle Li Fugue, her second uncle Li Fuyo, and several of her cousins had also come out to search for them, but they weren't with this group. Hadn't the groups that didn't find anyone returned to the village already? This was what those women had just said. If Li Laosher's family truly cared about them, wouldn't they be waiting at the village entrance? That's why she didn't believe the village chief's words that Li Laosher's family was still concerned about them. That selfish family probably wished for the 3 of them to perish in the mountains so that fewer mouths would need to be fed at home. Su Shunli also searched among the people at the village entrance for a long time, but didn't see anyone from Li Laosher's family. He secretly cursed the old couple from the Li family for being heartless. No matter how useless their son was, he was still their own flesh and blood, yet they could be so cruel. In reality, the younger members of the Li family were quite decent. It was Li Fubin's older nephews who were eager to search for them. However, the head of the Li family was Li Laosher, and without his word, no one dared to come to the village entrance to welcome anyone. A few years ago, when the Li family decided to let Li Rulon marry someone else, there were rumors in the village that Li Fubin was not actually Li Laosher's biological son. The Li family had plenty of daughters, but the most outstanding was definitely Li Rulon. At that time, not only were many young men in the village interested in that girl, but even the local officials and those who received government rations in town wanted to marry her. But in the end, thinking of this, Su Shunli felt sorry for Li Fubin's family. However, as the village chief, he couldn't interfere in their family matters, and besides, Li Laosen was truly disappointing. If Li Laosen had made a big fuss at that time to fight for his daughter, he could have stepped in to stop it. It is clearly stated that buying and selling marriages and exchanging brides are not allowed. However, in private, many villages still often engage in buying brides and exchanging marriages. Therefore, local village officials tend to turn a blind eye. As long as the parties involved do not cause a scene and both families are willing, they will not intervene. How could they intervene? They would say it was a match made by 3 mediators and 6 invitations, and both sides agreed. If they stepped in, they would only end up in a difficult position. Su Shunli looked at the disappointing Li Fubin and sighed quietly, saying, "Let's go. I'll go with you to see Uncle Li." Li Ruge guessed that this village leader might be worried about the 3 of them facing scolding when they returned home. After all, it was hard to bring them back, and he didn't want them to run away again. He probably wanted to personally them back. Li Fubin also understood Su village leader's intention and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This family was not so much starved to death as they were humiliated to death. In this era, women had no status at all, especially those living in the countryside. If a woman married a man who couldn't stand up for her and couldn't bear a son. So, the family felt sympathy for Sun Fengqin in this life, but they certainly looked down on Li Fubin. Li Fubin even thought that a person who couldn't protect his wife and children might as well be dead. The family followed Su Shunli into the village and headed straight for the Li family courtyard, which saved them the trouble of searching for it. Finally, they saw the familiar Li family courtyard. Even though it was nighttime and the courtyard was dark, Li Ruge could still feel that it was quite large. To support such a big family and build such a large courtyard with so many rooms at this time, Li Laosher was indeed capable. Li Ruge tried to recall, but she couldn't remember what Li Laosher looked like. Perhaps the original owner was very afraid of Grandpa Li, so every time she heard his voice, she quickly lowered her head. This means that this poor girl lived for 13 years without ever seeing her grandfather's face clearly. In her memory, Grandpa was always stern and never looked at their family. Occasionally, when he did glance over, it was with a frightening expression. The Li family courtyard was located at the east end of the village. If they entered from the east, it would be the first house. However, they entered the village from the north, so they had to turn a few corners to reach the Li family courtyard. The Li family's main entrance is in the center. Once you enter the yard, there is a row of large flat houses, with more than 6 rooms. This doesn't include 2 additional side rooms, making a total of 10 rooms. However, none of these rooms belong to the original family. The older generation has a belief that the east side is for the important people, so it is certain that Li Laosher and Wang Damei live in the east room. Right next to the east room is the kitchen and dining area for the whole family. In the west room lives the eldest son of the Li family, Li Fugue, and his wife. These 3 rooms share a common entrance, so when they enter, they first go through the kitchen and dining area to reach the east room where Grandpa Li and Grandma Li live. The 3 rooms on the other side are different. Each has its own entrance. Previously, Li Fubin's family lived in the far west room, but after Li Fugue's family got a daughter-in-law, they were moved to a side room and later to a shed next to the pig pen. Now, the second son, Li Fuyo, has managed to keep 1 room, while the other 2 rooms naturally went to Li Fugue's 2 eldest sons. It seems unfair for the uncle to live in a shed while his nephews have proper rooms, but Li Laosher doesn't seem to worry about it. Su Shunli led a few people straight to the east room, and at that moment, Li Ruge noticed that the east room was lit. It was already the 1960s and glass windows were common, but in the countryside, families still used thick paper for their windows. So, unless you got close, you couldn't see the light coming through the heavy paper. Before entering, they thought everyone in the yard was asleep, as it was quiet with no sounds at all. But when Su Shunli shouted at the door, several big men quickly came out from inside. It seemed the family was not unaware of their return. They must have received news that a family meeting was happening. "Village chief, you're here? Please come in," said Li Fugue, the eldest son, with a big smile, respectfully inviting Su Shunli inside. However, when he saw his three brothers' families, his expression immediately turned sharp, and he even huffed at Li Fubin. In the dark, it was hard to see the expressions of the others, but since they didn't even greet him, Li Ruge guessed they felt the same way as Li Fugue, thinking that their family was causing trouble for everyone. A group of selfish people, they don't think about why this family of three went into the mountains. It's all because of them. Arguing with a group of hard-hearted individuals will only lead to their own frustration. Li Ruge thought this way and felt less angry. The sudden anger that had risen in her heart, wanting to explode upon seeing the Li family, wasn't truly hers. To protect herself, the original owner of this body had even caused her parents to lose their lives, and she died still hating this family. Contrary to her imagination, stepping inside felt like entering a spacious cellar. No wonder it was so dark inside. Such a large room only had a small oil lamp flickering like a ghostly flame. As soon as Li Ruge entered, she noticed the elderly couple, Old Man Li and Old Lady Li, sitting on the kong, holding their large tobacco pipes. Both of them had gloomy faces, and with their pipes in hand, they looked like typical heads of a household from the old society. Without some courage, one wouldn't dare to look them in the eye. Even though Old Man Li was already 75, he was still sharp and strong. It's true that good people don't live long, while troublemakers seem to last forever. To reach this age in these times is quite a feat, but looking at this elderly couple, they seemed well-nourished compared to the villagers seen during the day, as if they lived in two different worlds. "It's good that you returned alive." With the village chief present, Li Laosher spoke politely, then added, "Your family's mischief is not a big deal, but it startled the whole village. Old San, don't forget everyone's kindness, especially the village chief." Li Laosher went on and on, just trying to please the village chief and explain that their family's trip into the mountains had nothing to do with him as the head of the family. While Old Man Li flattered the village chief, Li Ruge took a good look around the room and recognized most of the people there. Her uncle, Li Fugue, and his wife were definitely present. What family matter could they miss? And their three older sons always stood by their parents like bodyguards during any family event. However, she didn't see any of the daughters-in-law from the younger generation, nor were Li Fugue's two younger sons around. In the countryside, people go to bed early. They probably had already turned in for the night. Standing next to Li Fugue, the old woman rolling her eyes at their family was her aunt, Song Ho Hot. This woman has all the bad traits, lazy, greedy, and sly. Even though she has no good qualities, she can still give birth to sons. So in this family, Song Ho Hot, the eldest daughter-in-law, ranks just below Old Lady Li and Wang Dama. Li Fuyo and his wife are also present. Although they haven't had many children, their firstborn was a son, which allowed them to maintain their place in the family, even after having 3 daughters afterward. In my memory, Li Fuyo was quite nice to the original family, and her second uncle's eldest cousin, Li Ping'an, treated them better than the older brothers from the main branch. However, both of them have little influence in the family, so even if they were kind, they never really helped much. Moreover, her second aunt, Zhang Xiaoying, is not a kind person. She relies on her many brothers from her family for support, making her someone no one dares to provoke in this household. Zhang Xiaoying is also very clever and knows how to navigate situations. When Old Man Li stopped talking, she immediately spoke up. "I say, third brother and third sister-in-law, you two are in your 40s. Why are you still so disorganized? Look at how worried your parents are. They haven't been able to eat for days." Li Ruge noticed that after Zhang Xiaoying said this, she even made a face at the 2 elderly people on the bed. Remembering something, Li Ruge held back her laughter and quickly lowered her head. If she guessed correctly, Those two old folks were probably using their family's disappearance as an excuse to get special treatment. Indeed, Old Man Lee and Old Lady Lee would always claim they were too stressed to eat regular meals whenever they craved something. As a result, their daughter-in-law had to prepare special dishes for them. With only a limited supply of flour in the house, a couple of bowls of dumpling soup would use up most of it, and each of the elderly would eat a large bowl, truly stressing their health. Zhang Xiaoying naturally wouldn't say this out loud, but just thinking about how no one got to enjoy that flour made her frustration rise. After Zhang Xiaoying started, it was Song Ho-Hat's turn to perform. She acted dramatically, criticizing their family for being inconsiderate while shedding tears, lamenting how the two elderly people, at their age, still had to worry about their younger relatives. If you don't know what this family is like, just looking at the scene in front of you, you might think that the first and second families are all dutiful, while the third family is not good at all. Fortunately, Su Xuanli is a sensible person. Besides, living in the same village, who doesn't know each other's situation after a while? Su Xuanli glanced at Li Laoshi and then looked at Li Fugue, who was standing aside acting timid. He cleared his throat and said, "It's a blessing that the Fubin family can survive. From now on, you brothers should discuss matters together. It can't be like this anymore." When Li Laoshi heard Su Xuanli say this, he turned to everyone and shouted, "All right, it's a good thing that the third family is back, so everyone should say less." Then he turned to Su Xuanli and said, "It's unfortunate for the family. It's my failure as a parent, and I apologize for making the village chief tired today." While a few people were criticizing their family, Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin remained silent, giving the impression that they were still the same old victims. Li Fugue's family even seemed a bit pleased, thinking that this time Li Fubin and his wife Shirley had nothing to say. Now that they could sell Li Ruge, in 2 or 3 years, they could find a new wife for their fourth son. The more Li Fugue and Song Ho-Hat thought about it, the better it seemed. But at that moment, Li Fubin spoke up. "Since our family causes so much worry for our parents, let's separate and live on our own." Separate? Live on their own? Everyone was shocked by Li Fubin's words and momentarily forgot how to respond. What are you saying, third brother? As long as our parents are alive, you want to separate? Are you wishing for something bad to happen to them? While Li Laoshi was stunned, Li Fugue reacted first and shouted excitedly. The third couple earned the most work points in the family, and the other two were not as productive. Moreover, if they could sell Ruge this time, everyone would benefit. So when Li Fubin suggested separation, it was no wonder Li Fugue was so agitated, even forgetting that the village chief was present and acting as if he wanted to fight. Li Fubin didn't care how excited Li Fugue was and continued, "Since the village chief is here, he can be a witness for us. I am determined to separate from this family." Cough, cough. Li Laoshi didn't know if he was doing it on purpose or if he was really choked by the smoke. After coughing several times, he said, "Old three, your family doesn't even have a son. You expect your nephews to take care of you in your old age? Let's pretend you never said that. I have daughters, 3 of them. Why would I rely on my nephews for support?" Before Li Laoshi could finish, Li Fubin interrupted him and continued, "In the future, I might even find a son-in-law for Ruge, so we firmly oppose selling her off. Since the village chief is here, I heard that selling marriages is also illegal, right?" Of course, selling marriages is illegal. Although Su Xuanli was surprised by Li Fubin's attitude today, he understood. Li Laoshi's family was going too far, pushing honest people to their limits, even talking about splitting the family. Su Xuanli added, "Not only is selling marriages illegal, but Ruge is still so young. Uncle Li, no matter how tough times get, we can't sell our children. If the authorities find out, it would be hard for me as the village chief to explain." Li Laoshi glared fiercely at Li Fubin, as if he were staring at an enemy. He quickly explained to Su Xuanli, "It's not like old three said. It's not about selling. It's just that our family is struggling, and the child's aunt suggested a good match for Ruge. Our Ruge is still young. Why talk about matches at her age?" At that moment, Sun Fengqin, who usually didn't have much to say, spoke up. "You unworthy woman who can't bear sons, I'll have old three send you back home tomorrow." As soon as Sun Fengqin spoke, Li Laotai immediately showed her authority as a mother-in-law, waving her pipe as if ready to hit someone. Seeing this, Li Ruge pretended to be scared and quickly hid behind Li Fubin, asking loudly, "Dad, I'm only 13. This is a new society, and isn't there a law about the marriage age?" In reality, Li Ruge wasn't sure if there was a marriage law, but she vaguely remembered that a new marriage law was passed in 1980. However, the Li family members surely didn't know this either. Sure enough, after hearing Li Ruge's words, everyone turned to look at Su Xunli. In fact, Su Xunli hadn't heard of any marriage law, but since he was on Li Fubin's side, he naturally went along with their words. Everyone saw Su Xunli nod, and their hearts sank. Then they heard him say, 13 is still a child. The village won't register this, which is illegal. The family, who had been calculating their plans, looked unhappy when they realized this deal wouldn't go through. Especially Grandma Li, who had eaten fine food for 2 days and could no longer stomach coarse grain. She had planned to find this girl and sell her to the mountain village tomorrow, then use that money to buy some good flour. Why do I have to deal with such ungrateful ones? I raised them, and now they bring me trouble. Asking for a bride price is illegal. As for the law, if the people don't report it, the officials won't investigate. As long as Su Xunli, the village chief, keeps quiet, Grandma Li didn't take Li Fubin and his family seriously. The idea of using the girl to scare them was only temporary. In the face of hunger, people can do anything. Who cares about the law then? So the urgent matter was to escape from this family, and it had to be a complete break. Li Fubin inherited the memories of the original owner from the past decades in this home, and they were mostly bad memories. On the way back, he pondered and felt something was off. The way Grandpa Li and Grandma Li treated the original owner and his brothers had always been different. When he was very young, Li Fubin had heard the two elders say that it was a miracle he was still alive and that he shouldn't expect the same treatment as their sons. This was after he had bravely asked Grandpa Li if he could go to school, like his two brothers. After hearing that, Li Fubin never mentioned wanting to go to school again and became even more hardworking. A child of 10 or so can't fully understand what their parents mean, but Li Fubin realized one thing: he was different from his two brothers. With this suspicion in mind, Li Fubin had been silent for a while after entering the house, but he wasn't idle. Li Fubin carefully observed Grandpa Li, Grandma Li, and a few others who were related to the original owner. Li Fugui looked very much like Grandma Li, with a round face, small eyes, and a similar skin tone. As for Li Er, he was a mix of both parents. In the memories of the original owner, he resembled neither his father nor his mother. Li Fubin remembered that the older women in the village often said that he looked nothing like his parents, especially those who had watched him grow up. They claimed that he and his parents did not resemble each other at all. Even without a mirror, he knew he likely wasn't their biological child. The original owner of his body had thought the same, but his timid nature made him dismiss such thoughts quickly. Considering the lack of resemblance between him and the Li family, along with the different treatment he received from the elderly couple compared to his two brothers, Li Fubin was now almost certain that he was not the biological child of this family. He didn't want to think about anything else. It didn't matter what anyone said. He only had one thought: his family must separate from this household. Village chief, I hope you can help us. We must separate from this family. Otherwise, my family, Ruge, will be in danger of being sold again, he said. At that moment, Li Ruge added, my Aunt Li Rufong is 17 and my second Aunt Li Ruxia is 18. Why are they talking about me first? It's because they think our family is easy to bully. Song Ho Hot became anxious when Li Ruge mentioned her daughter. My Rufong is going to marry into the city. You can't compare yourself to her. Zhang Xiaoying spat and said, exactly. My Ruxia is also marrying into the city. Hearing their comments and recalling the looks of Li Rufong and Li Ruxia, Sun Fengqin couldn't help but laugh. With looks like theirs, they think they can marry into the city? Do you think city folks are fools? What's wrong with my daughter's looks? That strong build means she can have children, Song Ho Hot retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Sun Fengqin and her daughter, almost saying, Look at you too. It's clear where your daughter got her looks from. Sun Fengqin's daughter was dark-skinned and not very big, and Zhang Xiuying opened her mouth, wanting to retort but found herself speechless against the third daughter-in-law's comments. Li Ruge was usually quite tough. Otherwise, why would the Li family be so eager to sell her? Selling her would bring in some money, but mainly it was because the third family found it difficult to manage Ruge, which led them to consider such a drastic decision. Since Sun Fengqin married into the family, she had never spoken so loudly or openly mocked Li Rufang and Li Ruxia for their looks. Everyone thought Sun Fengqin must have gone crazy, probably because she hadn't found food in 3 days and was both hungry and anxious. Zhang Xiuying, who had nothing to say, simply spat at Sun Fengqin and said, "Crazy person. I won't argue with a lunatic." Li Laoshi glanced over ominously, noticing the significant changes in the family, and felt uneasy. The third son had been weak for decades, but after just one trip to the mountains, he suddenly found some backbone. Did he really want to split from the family? Splitting the family was possible, but he hadn't thought about it before and was unsure how to go about it. "Third son, if you want to split, let's talk about it tomorrow. It's late, and the village chief needs to rest, don't you think?" "Fine. We'll discuss it tomorrow." He hadn't planned to split the family today anyway, so Li Fubin agreed readily. Su Xuanli was indeed tired. At 50 years old, after a day of searching in the mountains, he was about to collapse. However, before leaving, Su Xuanli responsibly said he would come back tomorrow. If they were splitting the family tomorrow, the whole family would have to sleep in that stinky shed tonight. After seeing Su Xuanli off, they returned home. Otherwise, Li Laotu, Li Laotai, and Li Fugue were all angry, and visiting them would only lead to scolding or worse. Besides, if they insisted on splitting, Li Laotu would definitely need to discuss it with his 2 sons. Seeing that the 3 didn't follow them, although the family wanted to beat up Li Fubin right away, they had to hold back. Song Hohat and Zhang Xiuying were also sent back inside, leaving only the men in the room, who were now discussing the division of the family with heightened emotions. Li Fugue was still thinking about using Rui to find a wife for his 4th son, so he firmly opposed the division. As for Li Fuyo, he was secretly calculating whether he could also split off to live independently if the 3rd son managed to do so. It was clear to everyone that his parents favored the eldest branch. Moreover, the eldest branch had more sons, and it seemed the 2 younger ones were about to marry, leading to more mouths to feed. Li Fuyo thought that if the 3rd son's family split off, the remaining family would have to work harder for the eldest branch, making life even tougher. Then the 2 brothers started arguing. Li Fugue insisted that they must not split the family. If they had to, he would beat the 3rd brother half to death to see if he dared to mention splitting the family again. Li Fuyo calmly reminded him, "Village Chief Su knows about this matter. Do you really think this will work?" Li Liangzhu, the eldest grandson of the Li family, also pointed out, "I see that my uncle and aunt have changed, and Ru Yi is quick to speak up. Indeed, selling their own granddaughter is against the law, let alone beating someone half to death." Li Laoshi feared nothing more in his life than the officials coming to investigate their family. "You're useless. If you can't come up with a good plan, just keep quiet." Li Laoshi glared at his eldest son and scolded, "Everyone go back to sleep. We will discuss this tomorrow." At that moment, the family in the straw hut was listening to Li Rui talk about the situation. They were surprised that their 10-year-old daughter was so clever and even went to eavesdrop in the east room. As soon as her father and older sister entered the yard, Li Rui had already been listening outside. When she heard her father mention splitting the family, she was overjoyed. Then, when the 3 of them returned, they saw her quickly run outside again. With limited memories and the family constantly engaged in a battle of wits with Li Laoshi's family, they had forgotten about the little girl. Li Ruge pointed at the little girl who had just run out, her eyes wide with surprise. "Isn't Rui 10 years old? Why does she look like a 6 or 7-year-old? Sun Fengqin glanced at her daughter, feeling a bit sorry, and replied, "You're 13, and you look just like a 10-year-old. Years later, Li Ruge was indeed taller at 10 than she was now. She then remembered how her sisters were treated in this family and said angrily, No need to say more. They must be starving. How could they possibly grow tall? Fortunately, there's still time. Once we split from this family, your mother will cook delicious meals for you every day, and I guarantee you too will grow tall. In those days, having delicious meals every day was a luxury. Just being able to eat enough was a blessing. Ruge didn't want to discourage her mother, so she held back her words. Putting aside the food situation, how could they live in such a hut? Famine looked at his daughter's frowning face and felt sorry for her. Just for tonight. Tomorrow our family would rather move to a cave than stay in this animal shed. When they built this straw hut back then, it was indeed meant for animals. Later, the land was returned to the government, and each household was limited in how many chickens, ducks, and geese they could raise, let alone cows and horses. The grass shed then became a storage room for junk, filled with broken wood and old straw mats. The only space left for their family was a small heated area, with just enough room to stand. Famine looked around and grew angrier. He was frustrated with the original owner of this body. How could someone be so weak, living in a shed meant for animals and still working hard for this family? At that moment, Ruge ran back, animatedly describing a conversation among several people in the big house. When she mentioned that Fugue wanted to beat her father badly, the little girl suddenly clenched her fists. "Don't be afraid, Dad. If my uncle really tries to hit you, I'll break Li Jialuan's legs." Li Jialuan was the eldest son of Li Liangzhu and the grandson of Li Fugue. Haha, her little sister had a good plan. If her uncle dared to hit her dad, she couldn't fight the adults, but she could find someone who could. However, Li Jialuan was already 9 years old and had always had enough to eat, so he was much bigger than Ruge. Famine and Sun Fengqin had never thought about how to treat their daughter until this moment. Seeing her tiny fists raised, even Ruge felt a bit excited. Sun Fengqin rushed forward and hugged her little girl, giving her a kiss. "Ruge, my good girl, have you been worried about us these days?" Ruge nodded, tears streaming down her face. "My second aunt said you both died in the mountains, and when they find your bodies, they'll sell me too. That awful woman." Sun Fengqin mimicked her daughter, shaking her fist. "When she's alone one day, I'll make sure to teach her a lesson. I'll make her regret cursing our family." How did her mother suddenly become so fierce? Ruge looked up at her mom, holding her growling stomach, her eyes sparkling with hope. That poor child. If their family of 3 hadn't traveled back in time, her future would have been grim. Ruge quietly tugged at her father's sleeve and whispered, "Dad, can I have that pack of cookies?" Little Rui's stomach growled loudly, and everyone heard it. It seemed she hadn't eaten in days. Famine tried and surprisingly found the cookies hidden in the car, then secretly handed a few to his daughter. The snacks for the little girl are all high quality. Just looking at the packaging, it's definitely something she shouldn't see. Ruge is clever, which is good but could also be a problem. Everyone needs to be careful around her, or she might start to suspect something. Ruge, lost in her mother's embrace, didn't suspect anything. It was the first time she felt her mother liked her. She thought her mother must have missed her after being away for a few days. In reality, Sun Fengqin didn't like Ruge very much. She had hoped for a son but ended up with another daughter, her third. This was a big to her. Her sisters-in-law and mother-in-law looked down on her, and she believed it was because she couldn't have a son. She was busy from morning till night, with no time to rest, leaving her no energy to care for her children. So, not only did Ruge never feel her mother's warmth, but Ruge also never experienced her mother's love. However, compared to Ruge, Sun Fengqin was kinder to Ruge this time. At least she didn't always glare at her. Thinking about this made Sun Fengqin uneasy and angry, wishing she could shake her former self. Before Ruge handed the cookies to Ruge, she had already thought about what to say. "Here, eat these. A few days ago, we met someone important in the mountains, and they gave us these treats. They also provided us with a lot of food, but we've hidden it for now. We'll take it when we move out of this house." Ruge had never seen cookies before, especially not such delicious-looking ones. At first, She hesitated to take them, but after hearing her sister and with their parents encouraging her to eat, she happily started munching on them. "They're so sweet, sister. Really sweet."
Yeah, if they're sweet, eat more.
"I'll give you these pieces." "No, I'll just have one. The rest can go to you and our parents." "Oh my, this child is so sweet." Her words brought tears to Sun Fengqin's eyes. "Li, we can't live our lives in vain. We must take good care of these 3 daughters," Sun Fengqin said, and Li Fubin understood her meaning. A few people who died and came back to life took over this family's bodies, so they had to take care of this family's daughter. That was something the couple had to do. Besides, the daughters in this family were all very understanding. Li Fubin secretly squeezed his wife's hand and said quietly, "Yes, once we split the family, we'll go find the eldest daughter." This family had already decided to separate, while the elderly couple in the big house was discussing what happened today. That useless man only dared to speak boldly in front of the village chief. "Just wait until tomorrow morning. I bet he won't have the courage to say a word." Perhaps they were tired, but no one in the family expected to sleep in such an environment, smelling bad odors. Li Rui, the young girl, had a rare good sleep. Her sister shared cookies with her, so she didn't have to go to bed hungry. While the family was still asleep, they were suddenly awakened by loud knocking at the door, followed by Grandma Li shouting, "You worthless woman who can't bear a son. What are you doing? Get up and make breakfast." The 3 people were confused. Then they saw Li Rui sitting up quickly, and everyone realized that they were no longer just a family of 3. Li Rui quickly got dressed, and when she noticed her mother and sister still dawdling, she remembered that her father said they would separate today. But was that true? Was it just something he said in anger? Did her parents really dare to talk about splitting the family with Grandma and Grandpa? The knocking came again, and just as Grandma Li was about to shout again, the wooden door was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang. The door was pushed from the inside, and Li Ruge did it with great force, which was intentional. Grandma Li was caught off guard and stumbled back several steps. Although she managed to stay on her feet, the bump on her forehead looked quite painful. "Ouch, that hurts." Grandma Li held her forehead and pointed at Li Ruge. "You little girl, are you trying to knock me out? Why are you lying at my door, Grandma?" Li Ruge pretended not to know Grandma was outside, nervously rubbing her hands. "I was in a hurry to go to the bathroom and really needed to." After saying that, Li Ruge ran away, and Grandma Li, furious and wanting to chase her, felt dizzy and nearly fell to the ground. As it was just getting light, no one in the Li family courtyard was awake to witness this scene. The straw shed was in the backyard, and the old lady chose to call her mother to get up and cook instead of asking any of the many daughters-in-law and granddaughters in the courtyard. If it were the old Sun Fengqin, she wouldn't need the old lady to wake her. She would have already gotten up to clean the yard, cook, and feed the pigs. Those were all her tasks. But the current Sun Fengqin? They wanted to eat her cooking? Not a chance. "We're not cooking today. Let's see if they can eat raw rice," she said. When her daughter tried to go out, Sun Fengqin pulled her back and pushed her back onto the bed. "What time is it? You should lie down and sleep a bit more." Li Rui didn't dare to lie down. In the past, it was always her mother who cooked, and she and her sister helped with the fire and other tasks. "What's wrong with Mom? If we don't cook, they won't have anything to eat." "But Mom, you used to always cook." "These past few days, Aunt and Second Aunt have been fighting over who cooks. They are waiting for you to come back." "That was then. Your father said we are all going to separate now, so we won't cook for them." "Oh, right, we are all going to separate. How did I forget that?" The little girl laughed, scratching her head, revealing 2 small tiger teeth and a pair of dimples. She was so adorable. In the past, when the couple was busy, they never felt that having just one daughter was a bit lacking. But in recent years, as their lives improved and they both passed 50, they often sighed about having too few children back then. If they could start over, they would not only be 10 years younger, but also have 2 more daughters. The family lay back down in the room, and Li Fubin started snoring. After scolding for a while, the old lady Li, who was locked outside, saw no one paying attention to her and felt a sharp pain in her forehead, so she had to leave. "Li Ruge, hiding behind the wall, waited until the old lady left before quickly darting out. Wow, after a trip to the bathroom, she didn't expect such a big surprise. When Ruge returned to the room, she saw her family of 3 asleep again. Her little sister was nestled in their mother's arms, still smiling in her sleep. "Dad, wake up, wake up." Not wanting to disturb the mother and daughter, Ruge gently nudged her father while whispering in his ear. Fubin, who was sleeping soundly, groggily lifted his head. Seeing his daughter pointing outside, he thought something was happening and quickly sat up. There were no blankets at home, and the bedding was uncomfortable, so the whole family, including Ruge, got used to sleeping without clothes. Fubin looked down at his clothes and, just as he put on the straw sandals his daughter handed him, he was pulled away by Ruge, who was eager to share her excitement. "What's wrong, daughter? Did you see a mouse?" "At this time, those things can be eaten, so why are you scared?" Fubin rubbed his eyes, still looking half asleep, but he was seriously looking around. The small outer room was basically a narrow hallway, not big but filled with many items. So it was easy to imagine that there were indeed quite a few mice. "It's not a mouse, Dad. Look at this." Ruge kicked aside a large bamboo basket to make space, then pulled her father behind a straw curtain. With a mysterious wave of her little hand, she suddenly revealed a handful of dirt. He had been watching her closely and was sure she hadn't been holding anything before. "Where did this dirt come from? Why is it still damp?" Fubin took the dirt from his daughter, noticing it was black and a bit moist. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and asked eagerly. Ruge leaned in and whispered, "Dad, I have a space too. This dirt is from my space." Neither of them had read any space novels before, but they quickly understood, thanks to some knowledge from Sun Fengqin. Since it was happening to them, they couldn't help but believe it. Fubin held the black dirt and sniffed it, suddenly wanting to laugh out loud. "Daughter, heaven is treating us well. It's like someone is sending us pillows when we're sleepy."
No, Dad.
"It's like when we're hungry, someone sends us food, and when we're thirsty, someone brings us water." "Ah, do you have food and water there?" "I don't have food, but there is a very big river, a well, and about 2 acres of black land." "Only 2 acres?" Having grown up in the countryside, Fubin knew how much food 2 acres could produce. "It's a bit small, but it's better than nothing, especially with water. We won't lack for water now. But we lack seeds." Ruge was eager to plant seeds right away and make use of the 2 acres. They had to move out of the old house today, and since the old Mr. Li and Mrs. Li didn't welcome them, they surely wouldn't give them much food. The sooner they planted, the sooner they could harvest, and maybe they could get 2 crops, which would be enough to feed their family of 4. The food in this house is all controlled by Grandma Li, locked away in the East Room. In the car there is a bit of rice, some flour, and the rest is noodles and eggs, none of which can be planted. Fubin searched through the car with his mind for a long time and finally pulled out a few apples and a large watermelon. "Daughter, do you think these can be planted?" Ruge was amazed by her father's actions. "Wow, Dad, you can actually check with your mind?" They had to be careful talking because of Ruge, so they spoke quietly and not too clearly.
"Ah?
Really?" He had just heard his daughter say there were no seeds, so he wanted to see if there was anything in the car that could be planted, and he really found something. "Dad, don't forget, Mom said this is called mind power, and my space can also be checked with my mind." Right, mind power. Fubin remembered Sun Fengqin's words and then thought about his daughter's space. "How did your space appear?" He understood his own car since it had been with him for 4 or 5 years. Even though he could afford a better car later, he didn't want to part with this one because of nostalgia. Just as Ruge was about to explain how her space appeared, they suddenly heard shouting from outside. This time, the shouting was from both men and women, and it seemed there were quite a few people. Of course, the loudest voice was that of the hypocritical Fugui. The mother and daughter, who had been taking a nap, were also awakened by the shouting. At first, Ruge was scared, but when she saw her dad and sister acting nonchalant, she felt calm. The people shouting outside were clearly trying to be heard by the neighbors. When the four of them came out of the shed, they saw not only people from the Li family but also neighbors watching, which made them feel more at ease. The hypocritical Li Fugui didn't inherit his father's cleverness, but learned how to act like a good person in front of outsiders. So, as long as there were outsiders around, these people wouldn't be too harsh on them. Otherwise, the villagers would have two different opinions about the Li family. Some said that Li Laoshi and Wang Dimiai were too much, while others defended Li Laotai and Li Laotai, saying that Sun Fengqing couldn't have children and was lucky not to have been sent back. As soon as Li Ruge came out, she started to cry and cover her face without her parents needing to say anything. Li Ruge's story was simple. These people were not criticizing their family for being unfilial. They had hurt Grandma Li. She cried while quickly explaining how it happened. Due to the drought, the seedlings couldn't sprout, and there was no grass either. Besides, where could you find grass? As soon as it barely sprouted, hungry villagers dug it up to eat. There was no need to or work the fields, so everyone was idle. When they heard the commotion at the Li family's courtyard, many people gathered around. Li Ruge made her point clear, and someone said, "So Ruge wanted to go to the bathroom. That makes sense. Who doesn't rush to the bathroom first thing in the morning? There's no shame in that." But Grandma Li lying at her third son's door at dawn was hard to understand. Every family was struggling to get by, who had enough to eat 3 meals a day. 2 meals were enough, and breakfast at 8 or 9 was already early. To think she got up at 4 to lie at her daughter-in-law's door. Hearing the neighbors' chatter, Li Fugui and Song Hohot felt uneasy. How could they explain this? Zhang Xiaoying reacted quickly and said, "It's because the third couple has been suffering in the mountains these days. My mother-in-law was worried about her son and hardly slept all night. So, as soon as it got light, she hurried over to check on them." Ruge is really reckless. Even if it wasn't on purpose, didn't you bump into Grandma? This was asked by Li Ruxia from the second household. She, like her mother, didn't let things go easily and knew how to focus on the main point.
Woo.
Several girls standing nearby started to cry, covering their faces in response to Li Ruxia's words. Song Hohot and Zhang Xiaoying cried loudly, as if Grandma Li was on the verge of death. Li Ruge said, "I just got up early to go to the bathroom. I didn't know Grandma was lying at the door. When I pushed the door open, I bumped into her forehead. Why are you all acting like Grandma is about to?" She didn't dare to say no way, but everyone who heard her understood. In the past, the Li family had been bullied without resisting. They didn't speak up, so no one else would either. But today was different. Today, not just Li Fubin and his wife, but even Ruge, who usually stayed quiet, was speaking up. At this moment, someone couldn't stand it anymore and said, "It was just a bump, and it was an accident caused by Ruge. You shouldn't be so relentless. This family of 3 has just managed to survive. It's not easy for them. Yes, Fugui, since your mother is fine, just let it go. If it were serious, why haven't we seen your family call for a doctor?" Once someone spoke up, more people joined in, not giving Li Fugui a chance to respond. Someone laughed and added, "Didn't you hear Ruge say? It was just a bump. There's no need for a doctor. She's not made of paper." What kind of talk is that, Annie? What do you mean by not made of paper? My mother-in-law is over 70. She was hurt by this girl. Song Hohot wanted to say that this girl hurt her badly, but then she thought that Li Ruge had already explained everything, and no one would believe her if she said she was hurt. She continued, "You silly girl, you should have been more careful when opening the door. Look at what you did to your grandma. She's still fainting. Then go call a doctor. If you're really worried about our mother, why are you just standing here causing trouble?"
Li Fubin asked Li Fugui.
Li Fubin had never dared to speak to his older brother like this before. His tone was no longer submissive, which surprised Li Fugui. "Then what are you waiting for?
How can you say such things?
Hurry up and go call a doctor for our mother."
Li Fugui quickly reacted, scolding Li Fubin.
Li Fubin turned and pointed at a few younger relatives who were just watching, chuckling. "Is there no one in the Li family? With all these grandsons and great-grandsons standing here, can anyone go call a doctor? Do I really have to, as the elder?" No matter how these people viewed him, Li Fubin's status was clear. Now, let's see what Li Fugue has to say. After Li Fubin spoke, to support her husband, Sun Fengqin immediately started crying. They are used to bullying us. We do all the work at home. Heaven, please open your eyes and see. Li Fugue and Song Ho Hot are trying to drive our family to despair. Watching her mother make a scene without any real reason, Li Ruge raised her hands, feeling like she wanted to give her mother a few light slaps. Her mother's knowledge from her time travel novels was finally coming in handy. Li Ruge was watching intently when her little sister, Ruge, who had been following their mother, suddenly started crying and complaining. Mom, Dad, my grandma and my uncle's family just want us to suffer. While you've been away, they didn't even let me have a sip of rice soup. Wow, it turns out the best actor in their family is here. But looking at Ruyi's tear-streaked face, Li Ruge realized that the child was genuinely upset. How could those people treat a little girl like this? No wonder Ruyi's big eyes looked like they might pop out from being so thin. Although Ruyi was really sad at that moment, it wasn't just because of the bullying. Since she could remember, she had been mistreated by these people, so being hit, scolded, and going hungry was nothing new to her. The little girl had learned to numb herself to it. She was crying now because she saw her mother crying. This time, their mother had been nice to her. She didn't glare at her, but instead hugged her to sleep and gave her cookies. The little girl, who vowed to be good to her mother, only wished she could help her in other ways, so she decided to cry for her. Sun Fengqin's crying had already made many people uncomfortable. Even though everyone was struggling, no one was as biased as the old couple from the Li family. When Ruyi joined in with her pitiful cries and complaints, the onlookers became more emotionally charged. The voices calling for justice grew louder. Earlier, people were hesitant to upset Li Fugue, but now they didn't care and shouted that the Li family was in the wrong. Seeing everyone speaking up for them, Sun Fengqin quietly tugged at her daughter, signaling her not to cry too loudly to avoid straining her voice. But Ruyi was truly crying. She couldn't just stop on command. Moreover, with her mother caring for her, the little girl didn't even know why she was crying. In any case, her wailing, along with her tear-streaked face, truly softened everyone's hearts and alarmed the Li family. Li Fugue saw the situation was getting worse and quickly instructed his eldest son, Liangzhu, go get a doctor for your grandma. There's no need for your third uncle to run around for this. Li Fuyo, who had been brought to confront the third brother, also spoke up, but he directed his anger at Zhang Xiaoying, scolding, "You lazy woman, why are you just standing there? Your sister-in-law just came back last night. Can't you do a bit more work?" Li Fugue, who had always cared about his reputation and felt proud after studying for a few years, was now even more embarrassed. Li Ruge called out to Song Ho Hot and a few daughters-in-law, urging them to get to work quickly. Meanwhile, Li Ruge secretly pulled Li Rui aside, wiped her tears, and quietly reminded her to go get the village chief and a few elders from the Li family. Since there was already a commotion that morning, their family wouldn't be having breakfast anyway, as there wasn't much to eat. Li Ruge wanted to split off now, and Li Fubin felt the same way. The two of them secretly agreed that their little actress should go call for help. The girl's eyes were puffy from crying, and she could express her grievances well, so she would surely bring everyone over. There was no doctor in Li village, but luckily there was an old doctor at the Wang family shop next door. So, while Li Rui ran around gathering people, she and the doctor arrived almost at the same time. Li Fubin took the lead, and, before Li Laotu could start his performance, he clearly explained why their family had gone into the mountains and nearly died there, as well as what had happened that morning. Li Fubin spoke, with Sun Fengqin adding details. Normally, children shouldn't be involved in such matters, but since Li Ruge was a key person in this situation, the elders of the Li family decided to let her stay, turning a blind eye, and allowed her to recount the incident with Grandma Li. The three of them suddenly became quite articulate, and their reasoning caught Li Laotu off guard. Just last night, he thought Li Fubin had merely survived a close call and had spoken back out of desperation. He didn't expect that after a night's sleep, the three of them would not only remain the same but actually become more eloquent. While Li Laoshi was momentarily stunned, Li Fubin's family gained the upper hand. Li Laoshi had nothing to say, and Li Fugue glanced at him several times, nearly bursting with frustration, but he dared not speak first. Although all the elders shared the Li surname, they had no connection to Li Laoshi. Years ago, Li Laoshi had come to Li village with his family, claiming he had nowhere else to go. Upon hearing about Li village, he had sought them out. The elders were aware of this, but the younger ones did not know. Among the elders, only Li Maoxuan was a year older than Li Laoshi. The others were younger. At that time, Li Laoshi had been very humble, calling everyone uncle, which made him seem younger than his peers. Li Maoxuan, as the previous village chief, had always held great respect in the village. 30 years ago, it was the father respecting the son. 30 years later, it is the son respecting the father. In fact, another reason why Li Maoxuan is respected by the whole village is that his children all work in the city, and some even hold official positions. So, his status in Li Jiazhuang is even higher than Su Xunli's. After listening to the cries of the family of four and recalling what he had heard from the villagers over the years, he was well aware of how things were with Fu Bin and his wife. He wasn't confused, so he understood everything clearly. Seeing that village chief Su and others were looking at him, waiting for him to speak, Li Maoxuan took a puff of his cigarette and said, "All right, let's allow the third family to split off." At this point, Li Laoshi knew that even if he disagreed, he couldn't keep this family together today. Li Laoshi took a deep look at Li Fubin. The meaning in his gaze was unclear to everyone, but Li Fubin understood a bit. Although this old man had allowed them to leave, he probably didn't intend for them to have an easy life. After a few minutes of silence, Li Laoshi finally spoke. "If Fu Bin's family wants to split off, then let them. But I must remind you, as your father, in these times, sticking together is essential for survival. Splitting up now is like courting disaster. Father, you're wrong. It's precisely because times are tough that we should live our own lives," Li Fubin replied respectfully. "What do you mean?" "Third, share your thoughts," Li Maoxuan asked. Through the memories of his previous self, Li Fubin knew that this was Li Maoxuan and that he was not an ordinary person. Since Li Maoxuan was also the third in his family, Li Fubin called him Third Grandpa before speaking. "Third Grandpa, have you heard this saying? 1 monk fetches water, 2 monks carry water, but 3 monks have no water." No one knows how long this saying has been around, but it was likely known by some just a few decades ago. Sure enough, when Li Maoxuan heard Li Fubin's words, he suddenly burst into laughter, pointing at Li Fubin with his pipe, looking pleased as he said, "Good boy, I didn't expect you to have such insight. Well then, Third Grandpa will wait for you to split off and have water to drink." With Li Maoxuan's support, there was no need for Su Xunli to say anything. The Li family compound was divided. The smoothness of the division was also due to Li Fubin and his wife being willing to give up everything. After everyone heard that Li Fubin's family left with nothing, not even a grain of rice, just taking their worn blankets and the clothes on their backs, they were all a bit shocked. What kind of division is this? I've never heard of a family splitting up like this. Even if old man Li is gone, why would they let Fubin's family leave with nothing? I heard that at first, they didn't divide things this way. They gave some food and belongings to old man Li's family, but then old lady Li suddenly came out, causing a scene and rolling around. After that, Fubin offered to take nothing. Oh my, I now believe that Li Fubin is not old lady Li's biological child. I believe it too. In this day and age, not giving even a grain of rice? What will they eat? Isn't that like a death sentence? As the villagers discussed, Li Fubin held the division document, which had the handprints of Old Man Li, Old Lady Li, and Li Fugue. He led his wife and 2 daughters out of the Li family courtyard. Turning back, they looked at the earthen courtyard behind them, and all 3 felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as if they had seen this large courtyard in a movie before. During the day, the dozen or so brickless houses and the courtyard walls made of packed earth looked quite impressive. Outside the Li family courtyard, many villagers were waiting to see the commotion. When they saw the family looking back at the courtyard, they understood it as the family being reluctant to leave. "Fubin, life won't be easy after this. Why not go and plead with your father? Bow down, apologize, say some nice words. Maybe your parents will soften and not kick you out. In the villagers' eyes, Li Fubin's family was driven out of the Li family courtyard. Look, they didn't even get a single straw. How pitiful. How will this family live in the future? It's good that they think this way. It might make life a bit easier for the family in the future. Li Fubin gave a wry smile to everyone, offered no explanation, and then, amid the villagers' sympathy, his family headed west toward the village. The Li family courtyard was at the east end of the village, and since they couldn't move to another village and wanted to stay away from that family, they requested a plot of land at the west end of the village. The way they used to dress made them look like beggars, and now they looked even more so. Especially her father, carrying a tattered bundle. If she had a camera, she would definitely take a picture. Haha, her father used to be quite particular, especially about his clothing. He wouldn't wear anything that wasn't a brand name. Daughter, it's not appropriate to laugh right now. Seeing the mother and daughter walking a bit further away, Li Fubin reminded his daughter. I know, I'm just secretly smiling. Don't worry, Dad, if someone sees me, I can pretend to be poorer than you. Hee, pretending to be poor? Daughter, our family is really poor now. Yes, the issue of basic needs hasn't even been solved. This isn't just about wealth, it's a matter of survival. Fortunately, the situation with the Li family has been resolved, although not completely. They couldn't fully cut ties. The separation document clearly states that Li Fubin only needs to provide 60 pounds of tribute grain to his elderly parents each year, and he doesn't have to worry about anything else. Moreover, that 60 pounds of tribute grain will only be given when the village distributes grain. Grandpa Li and Grandma Li can't just come and ask for it any time. To others, this division seems unfair, almost like pushing Li Fubin's family to their limits. But for Li Fubin's family of 3, it feels like a new beginning. At this moment, Sun Fengqin didn't know that her daughter had already discovered the hidden space, and she was still worried about how they would get by in the future. Old Li's car only has a little grain. If they save it, it might last them half a month. Then there's the issue of water. There are only 2 wells in the village, and they have to fetch water themselves. But their family doesn't even have a bucket to carry water. How will they manage? And they need pots for cooking, bowls for eating, and basins. Oh dear, thinking about it just gives me a headache. Once they had left the village, Ruge looked around and saw it was just their family, so she quickly took out some biscuits and gave them to the little girl. This child, like her mother, had a worried expression, probably thinking about future meals. Eat up, eat secretly, don't get too anxious. Remember what your second sister said? We still have grain hidden in the mountains. The little girl had actually forgotten about that, or maybe she just couldn't believe such good luck would happen. In these times, food is more precious than anything. Who would give away their grain? But the sweet biscuits in her mouth were real, so her second sister's words must be true. Li Rui felt like the happiest person in the world at that moment because she had sweet biscuits to eat and loving parents and a second sister. Her dad still had some boxed milk. She really wanted to give the little girl some milk. This child was lacking nutrition so badly. If they hadn't come, a few more days of hunger might have put her life at risk. Milk is definitely not an option, but we can take out a bottle of the branded mineral water. The excuse is still the same, given by that kind benefactor. Sun Fengqin is even more emotional, saying that none of the 3 of them dared to drink the water, saving it just to share with her. Oh my! This moved the young girl Li Rui, and when she looked at the 3 of them, if there were special effects, there would surely be little hearts sparkling around. Ahem. She said this to make the girl feel happier, because a good mood can help with health issues. The few of them sat on the ground, drinking mineral water and eating a few pieces of biscuits. Later, Li Fubin noticed that there weren't enough biscuits, so he took out a few country eggs. Now, they didn't need to find excuses for anything. Li Rui automatically thought these were also gifts from that kind benefactor. This place is not like the novels describe, where there are empty houses in the village for them to live in. Su Xunli has already told them this, so the family needed to work quickly to avoid sleeping outside at night. It would be best to set up a shelter from the wind and rain first. Once, Li Yug didn't watch novels or dramas, but loved survival shows on deserted islands. Building a shelter seemed easy. Before they came, neither the father nor daughter thought it would be difficult. But when they arrived and saw the rocky land Su Xuanli mentioned, they were a bit stunned. They thought it would just be some wild grass that they could pull up or cut down for firewood. Although they all had memories from this life, they still occasionally felt confused. After all, they were not only short on food but also on firewood. It seemed that the weeds and tree roots on the wasteland had already been taken by villagers for firewood. Now, all that was left here was dirt and stones. What they needed to do is pick up the stones and level the ground a bit. This would be their future home, and they couldn't fool themselves. Fortunately, it was already summer, so even if they slept outside before the house was built, it wouldn't be cold. Looking at it now, the drought was actually a good thing for them.
Why?
Because they didn't have to worry about being soaked by rain. After the family had enough to eat and drink, they began picking up and moving stones. Li Fubin even borrowed 2 shovels from 2 families in the west of the village. Li Rui noticed that her parents and second sister looked like they hadn't done any work, appearing even more clueless than her. She quickly realized that they had almost died in the mountains these past few days and surely hadn't recovered yet, so they had no strength to work. Dad, Mom, and second sister, you all rest for a while. I'll be back soon. After saying this, the little girl ran off without explaining where she was going, but since she was heading towards the village, her family didn't worry too much. With Li Rui gone, Li Ruge wanted to take the chance to talk to her parents about her special space. Their home was not far from 2 families at the west end of the village, and Li Ruge was concerned that someone might overhear, so she led her parents further away. When she told them about her space, Sun Fengqin was so happy she almost jumped up. I knew it! Since our family traveled here, you must be the main character, so of course, you would have a special space. Quickly tell me, how did you get that space? I tried for half a day yesterday and couldn't figure it out. Also, what treasures do you have in there? Li Fubin was curious too and leaned in to listen to his daughter. Yesterday, I found a big piece of jade. Li Ruge had just started when Sun Fengqin interrupted. Wait, when did you find jade? How come I didn't know about this? I forgot to mention that. To explain the space, I need to start with the stone I found. Then Li Ruge told her parents where she found the stone. I forgot about it until this morning when I went to the bathroom. You know there's no toilet paper there, and when I grabbed that stick, I accidentally hurt my hand. As she spoke, she showed her parents her injured finger. Both of them were focused on the space and glanced at her finger before quickly asking, what happened next? If she didn't know her place in her parents' hearts, she might really doubt that with Rui around, they would forget about her. Little Rui could be off playing, and she might return at any moment. Li Ruge didn't want to waste too much time letting her parents guess, so she quickly continued. Later, I reached into my pocket. You know, it's a habit I've had for years, and I thought I had tissues in there. Maybe my finger touched that piece of jade, and then it disappeared, and I found out I had a special space. She said it, and sure enough, the jade must be blooded to recognize its master. Sun Fengqin was so excited that she stopped complaining. Oh my, this is amazing. Lao Li, daughter, don't you think our family of 3 is extraordinary? Li Fubin replied, well, dear, it seems you are still quite ordinary, right? Li Ruge, who had been nodding, caught her mother's glare and quickly corrected herself. No, Mom. My dad, and I mean different things. I think you could also become extraordinary. Who knows? Maybe one day you'll have a space of your own too. Oh please, who says I haven't changed? As Sun Fengqin spoke, she proudly picked up a small stone from the ground. She squeezed it gently, and without much effort, the stone turned to dust. Feeling a chill, both father and daughter were stunned. They quickly surrounded Sun Fengqin, trying to please her. Li Fubin kept criticizing himself, saying his car space was useless since he couldn't drive the car out, and it was too small to hold much. It seemed completely pointless. Li Ruge also said her space was the least useful, containing only a small piece of black land, along with river and well water. Sun Fengqin, feeling a bit dizzy from their praise, laughed when she heard her daughter had water in her space. Indeed, my daughter is the true main character. What main character? With a mother like me, how can my daughter be the main character? You are the strongest, Mom. Oh my, if her mother wanted to crush someone, it would be like squashing an ant. All right, daughter. You don't need to flatter me. Quickly, get some of that well water from your space for me to taste. Taste? What flavor can water have? Even as she said this, Li Fubin moved closer. Their family had plenty of water bottles, so Li Ruge just focused her thoughts, and the well water flowed into a bottle. The couple acted as if they had never seen bottled water before. Each took a bottle, sipped a little, and then gulped it down. What was going on? She hadn't tasted the well water yet. It couldn't really be that good, could it? Li Ruge quickly filled another bottle for herself, mimicking her parents. After taking a small sip, she was stunned by the sweet taste. Li Ruge drank half a bottle of water in one go, savoring it. It wasn't a sweet taste from added sugar. Instead, it had a pure, natural sweetness, like drinking morning dew from fresh flowers. As soon as she drank it, she felt incredibly refreshed, as if her thirst had been quenched after a long time. Li Fubin and his wife also felt this way. They were holding the empty water bottle, looking dazed. Did they really drink a whole bottle of water in one go? Both of them held the empty bottle, looking astonished. Is there something wrong with this water? We might have acted too hastily by drinking it all. What if it's toxic? As soon as Li Fubin said this, Sun Fengqin quickly snatched the empty bottle away. If you're worried about toxins, you shouldn't drink it. Just leave it for me and our daughter. Drinking this water felt incredibly refreshing, and Li Fubin surely noticed that. He wasn't really doubting it. He just had another question, daughter. Your space is indeed a treasure, but I wonder if the well water will ever run out? Li Ruge thought about this too. She didn't know how deep the well was, but the opening looked about the size of a bucket, so it didn't seem like it could hold much water. She filled 3 empty bottles again, along with a few more from her space, and asked her dad to bring out the large water bucket from the car. As the couple watched the empty bottles and bucket fill with water, they turned to see their daughter smiling widely. This water can't be endless, can it? Even though he had a feeling about the answer, Li Fubin couldn't help but ask. The well looked small, and although it filled a bucket and a few bottles, he noticed the water level in the well dropping as they filled the containers. But once she stopped drawing water, it quickly returned to its original level. Li Ruge looked up happily and replied, Dad, you guessed right. The well water refills itself, as much as we take. It's always full. Great, 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 Li Fubin said several times, feeling relieved. As long as there's water, our family won't have to worry about food. But we can't use this water for irrigation. It might even have healing properties. Sun Fengqin thought her husband might want to use their daughter's well water for the fields and immediately gave him a stern look. Am I that foolish? Li Fubin glared at his wife, but then thought about the small stone and quickly changed to a smile. What I mean is, isn't there still 2 acres of land in our daughter's space? We can also secretly clear a piece of land in the mountains. Didn't our daughter say there's river water? Right? We can use well water for drinking and river water for irrigation. I think the well will refill itself, and the river water will too, Li Ruge said. None of the 3 were foolish. They were just shocked earlier, but now they understood and each had plans for the future. While the family was chatting happily, they noticed 2 groups of people approaching from a distance. Leading the way, or rather running ahead, were some children, with Li Rui at the front. Behind them were adults carrying shovels and pushing soil, following the village chief, Su Xuanli. As soon as Li Rui arrived, she waved her hand and shouted, Dad, Mom, second sister, Dogdan, and the others are coming to help us. The children were small and couldn't dig or chop wood, but picking up stones didn't require much strength. Seeing that her parents and sister were struggling to lift the stones, Li Rui thought of her little friends. It seems our little girl is quite clever. She's already thinking of how to get help at such a young age, Li Fubin said with a smile as he went to greet village chief Su, not forgetting to praise his daughter. The villagers who came were all gathered by Su Xuanli. Li Fubin's family was forced out of the Li family courtyard without any food or belongings, and while everyone felt a bit of sympathy, some were reluctant to help when they heard there would be no work points for the day. However, some villagers felt sorry for Li Fubin and his wife, as they were from the same village, so they went home to grab their shovels and followed Su Xunli. Dividing the family was a village matter, and Su Xunli was frustrated that Li Fubin and his wife didn't even try to negotiate. As the village chief, he felt he had to step in, even if he was angry. After all, how could a division happen like this? In his time as village chief, he had overseen several divisions, and no family had ever disrespected him. Li Laoshi pushed his wife out to confront them while he pretended to be asleep with his eyes closed. Did he think everyone was foolish? Su Xunli was holding back his anger, thinking, if you don't respect me as village chief, I'll show you that my words carry weight in this village. A family never expected such good fortune. Without them saying a word, someone came to help them work, bringing their own tools and materials. Li Fubin held back his thanks, knowing he couldn't break his character. Sun Fengqin and Li Ruge kept their heads down, bowing to everyone to express their gratitude. The mother and daughter truly wanted to thank everyone. Otherwise, they would have had to sleep outside tonight. Li Rui, on the other hand, sweetly called out to all the uncles and aunts. Su Xunli, already prepared, didn't have high hopes for this family and couldn't blame them for being quiet. It's true that more hands make work easier, while fewer people make meals easier. With everyone's efforts, the ground was quickly leveled. They used the mud bricks and wood gathered from various households, with Su Xunli's family contributing the most bricks and beams. At least they managed to build a shelter for Li Fubin's family. Of course, these bricks and wood were considered borrowed, and Li Fubin's family would have to return them later. It's worth mentioning that many people came to help, but no one from the Li family showed up. Li Ruge quietly noted the names of those who helped, asking Li Rui about a few she couldn't remember. The little girl thought her sister had been scared silly in the mountains and didn't suspect that her sister had changed. There were indeed quite a few bricks, enough to build a house. Li Fubin and his wife were well-liked, known for being honest and hardworking, never harming anyone. Plus, there was village chief Su vouching for them. With contributions from different families, Su Xunli even brought over more than 600 bricks, despite his wife's objections. One shouldn't underestimate the position of a village chief in a small, close-knit village where most villagers hadn't received much education or seen much of the world. In fact, more than half of the villagers had never left the village, let alone gone to the city. So when Su Xunli announced he was backing Li Fubin's family, the villagers absolutely believed they wouldn't default on their debts. In times of crisis, having someone lend a hand makes a family grateful to Su Xunli. As for Li Laoshi's family, they would settle that debt later. In my memory, Li Laoshi was quite a figure in Li family village, and even Su Xunli didn't dare to confront him too harshly. This must be something that frustrates Su Xunli. Compared to these villagers who have not seen much of the world, Li Laoshi, as an outsider who has traveled far and wide, naturally became someone with experience. Perhaps because of this, over the years, he has been held in high regard, and Li Laoshi has long forgotten how he once begged the villagers of Li family village to take him and his family in. Back then, Li Laoshi and Wang Damiai were very humble, smiling at everyone, and they would never have dared to treat the village head with such disrespect as they do now. Su Xunli's willingness to help Li Fubin's family stems from sympathy, but mainly it's also a way to get back at Li Laoshi. In front of several elders from the Li family, he suggested giving Li Fubin's family some food, even just a few pounds of grain, to give the village head a bit of face. But when Wang Damiai caused a scene, Li Laoshi immediately sided with her and didn't give Li Fubin's family a single grain of rice or a pound of husk. Not only Li Fubin but even Sun Fengqin understood that Su village head's help was also a way to show Li Laoshi. Regardless, Su Xunli's assistance is something they will remember. Without it, they would never be able to build a house like this in just 3 days. Seeing that the house was already half-built, even though it was just a small earthen room without separate areas for sleeping and cooking, the family was still very happy and grateful to everyone. They even helped set up the Kong and built a small stove for cooking. They really wanted to prepare a big meal for those who helped them. Looking at these people, they were all pale and thin, with arms like sticks and veins popping out. The children were especially skinny. Despite this, everyone worked hard, without slacking off. With just a dozen adults and some children, their little bit of food wouldn't be enough to feed everyone a full meal. Many in the family had this thought, but no one dared to act on it. At a time when every household was running low on coarse grains, how could they suddenly produce so much fine food? The words meant to fool Li Rui wouldn't work on these adults, especially Su Xunli. If their family had truly encountered a benefactor and saved that benefactor's life, why would they still be fainting from hunger? This lie is hard to maintain, and if the people at the old house find out, Li Laoshi and Wang Damiai will definitely rush over to take their food. They would argue that the food was obtained before the family split and should belong to them. The problem is that most people in this era are very traditional and might actually believe that Li Laoshi and Wang Damiai are right. So, cooking for everyone is a risk we cannot take. Li Ruge quietly tugged at her mother, as they were not needed here. The mother and daughter borrowed a wooden bucket and a carrying pole from a neighbor. We don't have rice to treat everyone, but we can boil some water, right? What do you think, Mom? The daughter had good intentions, but Sun Fengqin smiled wryly. But we don't even have a pot to boil water in. Yes, her father has a stove, and it's even solar-powered.
Can they use it?
The answer is definitely no. The family living in the west side also has the surname Li, but they are not related to this Li family. However, if it comes to it, Li Ruge would still call this person Aunt. The mother and daughter had just borrowed the wooden bucket from Aunt Li, who seemed reluctant even to lend a water bucket, so they didn't dare to ask for a pot to boil water. However, their conversation was overheard by Wang Juhua, the wife of Li Zhuji. Wang Juhua didn't look down on them because they were poor. Everyone was struggling at this time. Li Zhuji had a rough day yesterday when he went into the mountains looking for Li Fubin's family. He went along but didn't find anyone and almost got bitten by a snake, and in the rush, he twisted his ankle. Now he was lying in the house groaning, so it was no surprise that Wang Juhua was not happy about lending the bucket to them at this moment. You want to boil water? Come to my house, but you have to bring your own firewood. Wang Juhua called out to the mother and daughter as they walked out, then slammed her door shut. Li Zhuji, sitting on the Kong, saw this and turned to complain to his wife. You borrowed it, so why not give them a friendly face? After saying this, Wang Juhua regretted it, especially when she saw her husband's swollen ankle, which made her even angrier. I lent them the bucket and even offered to let them use the pot to boil water. That's already generous enough. Why should I be nice to them? Li Laosan's family has it tough. They are not favored by their parents and keep having daughters, Li Zhuji sighed. Thinking about this and looking at her precious son sleeping on the bed, Wang Juhua felt a bit of warmth, as she understood this feeling well. Fortunately, after having 3 daughters, she just gave birth to a son this year, which finally made her mother-in-law treat her a little better and stop calling her an old hen that doesn't lay eggs. Although the mother and daughter didn't understand why Wang Juhua felt this way, they were glad she agreed to lend them a big pot to boil water. Mom, should we go to the mountains? If we can find some wild vegetables, we could make a pot of wild vegetable soup for everyone, Sun Fengqin suggested, knowing her daughter wanted to share some well water from their space. However, that water tasted different from the village well water, so just boiling it for drinking would be noticeable. All right, let's go. We don't need to stay here, Wang Juhua replied. What could women do in building houses? They could do small tasks like carrying bricks or moving dirt, and Li Rui was leading a group of children. Li Ruge went over to talk to Li Fubin, and then the mother and daughter set off. They promised Li Fubin they wouldn't go too far and would just wander around nearby, but the wild vegetables and plants in the outer mountains had already been picked clean by the villagers, leaving nothing for them. As they walked further, they grew tired. Li Ruge took out 2 bottles of mineral water filled with space water. This water really helped relieve fatigue, but she wondered if it had other effects. Thinking this, she poured the remaining half bottle onto the ground. She didn't know why she did it, but then she watched as a patch of tender green grass and wild vegetables sprouted where the space water was poured. Seeing the sudden appearance of a small patch of tender green grass and wild vegetables, Both mother and daughter were stunned. "Oh my goodness!" Sun Fengqin exclaimed, noticing her daughter's actions. After a moment of shock, she rushed towards the fresh wild vegetables. "I'll try using river water," she said. She had just used well water, but that well was too small, and she worried it might run out one day. The river, although not very large, was much bigger. The experiment showed that plants watered with river water grew even better than those watered with well water. Ruge kept experimenting in the area, while Sun Fengqin continued to dig. Before long, they had a small mountain of incredibly fresh wild vegetables. No more experiments are needed. She is now sure that the well water and river water in her space both help plants grow and mature. Moreover, river water is even more effective than well water for this purpose. However, well water tastes better, although river water is also good. Just now, Ruge tried a few sips of the river water from her space, and surprisingly, it tasted quite nice. "Gui, dear. That's enough. There's so much here. How are we going to take it all back?" Sun Fengqin used to enjoy foraging for wild vegetables, but back then, living in a big city meant she had to drive to the suburbs to find them. This time, she really indulged herself, even forgetting to stop and forgetting that her daughter had a space to store things, so they didn't need to carry everything by hand. There were all kinds of wild vegetables, shepherd's purse, wild garlic, and others she couldn't name. It was like a wild vegetable feast. As Sun Fengqin dug until her hands were tired, she looked up at the mountain of wild vegetables and was startled, quickly calling for a stop. "Mom, I think I understand. There must be many wild vegetable seeds underground, and since it hasn't rained this year, they didn't sprout. Now that I've watered them with river water, look how eager they are to grow, almost pushing each other out." Sun Fengqin said, "Dear, if we find ginseng seeds, can you make them sprout into a bunch of ginseng?" The thought of that scene was so spectacular that she could almost taste it. "Sure, Mom. Do you hear that noise? People who practice martial arts have better hearing than others." At this moment, Ruge heard something, and if her mom wasn't daydreaming, she would have heard it too. After being reminded, Sun Fengqin perked up her ears and suddenly stood up. "Dear, I feel like there are many animal footsteps coming this way, right? I also think those sounds are strange. It seems like there are crashing noises too." However, she couldn't tell if the sounds were from animals or people. Since her mom said they were animals, it was probably true. Without thinking too much, Ruge waved her hand, and all the wild vegetables her mom had dug up, as well as those still in the ground, were stored in her space. Sun Fengqin. "If I had known my daughter could do this, I wouldn't have had to bend over and tire my back." So, the female lead cannot be compared to the supporting female character. No, she isn't even a supporting character. She is just the female lead who crossed over, with the supporting role being an extra. Well, Mr. Lee from their family is also an extra. Both of them are living off their daughter's success. If small animals are coming, it must be the wild vegetables or the water from the space that attracted them. However, it's uncertain. With all that noise, there might be large beasts nearby. No matter how skilled her mother is, even a good tiger can't handle a pack of wolves. At this moment, Ruge forgot that if there were wolves or tigers, those small animals would have already disappeared without a trace. "Mom, let's run quickly. We need to get out of this area, and as far away as possible. Then I'll enter the space, and you can climb a tree." Ruge wanted to bring her mother into the space, but she worried that it might not allow outsiders or that it could harm her mother's health. "Okay, I understand. Don't worry, as long as you're safe, I can handle this little problem." As the sounds grew closer, the mother and daughter didn't dare to run too far. They quickly found a large tree, and Sun Fengqin climbed to the top. Seeing her mother was safe, Ruge swiftly entered the space. She had just learned from her mother that she could come and go freely from this space. While in the space, she could not only hear the sounds outside but also see the scenery, even farther than she could from outside. So, at this moment, one was high up in a tree and the other, because of the space, could see a large group of animals approaching. What's going on? Could these animals really have been attracted by the water from her space? When they saw dozens of wild rabbits, wild chickens, and several wild goats, both mother and daughter were a bit shocked. As soon as these animals arrived, they rushed to the spot where they had just sprinkled water, anxiously searching around. Some animals even started eating the dirt eagerly. These animals were all herbivores, including the deer. Ruge was now quite sure that these animals were drawn to the water from the space. Suddenly, Ruge had an idea. Since these herbivores were coming for her, could she gather them into the space? No. She needed to save the water in her space for drinking. If she brought these animals in, they would waste it all. Thinking this way, Ruge gave up on her plan. Besides, with so many animals gathering, her small space definitely couldn't hold that many little creatures. However, bringing back a few wild chickens, rabbits, and goats to sell at home should be possible, right? With this idea in mind, Ruge quickly took the wild vegetables and mushrooms she had collected earlier. Why are there so many mushrooms? She had only noticed the wild vegetables before and didn't realize she had gathered so many mushrooms with a wave of her hand. Now she wouldn't have to worry about not having food for the next few days. A stew of wild chicken and mushrooms was her favorite. Concerned that the animals she brought in might damage her vegetables, Ruge quickly piled the wild vegetables and mushrooms by the well, then swiftly used branches to mark off an area around it. These branches were gathered by Sun Fengqin from the trees. Seeing that there were no fierce beasts around, Sun Fengqin was no longer worried. When her daughter mentioned needing branches, she quickly snapped off a bunch. While the mother and daughter were busy setting up the fence, the number of little animals nearby had more than doubled. The mother and daughter were amazed to find that as soon as the little animals arrived, they eagerly started eating the soil. This year was dry, and the river was nearly dried up. Animals also needed water, and they couldn't dig deep wells like humans. Now, that patch of land, even if it was just watered with regular water, was still wet enough to attract those little animals. Ruge understood immediately with just one glance and quickly continued with her work. Fortunately, when they decided to go into the mountains to dig for wild vegetables, she had secretly moved the folding shovel from her car into her space, and now it was useful. Soon, Ruge had set up a fence around the well. However, this fence could only keep out rabbits or gentle goats. It definitely wouldn't stop deer or reckless fawns. Ruge suppressed her impulse to gather all the animals into her space and quietly approached the perimeter of the little animals eating the soil. She secretly collected 10 rabbits, a dozen wild chickens, 2 goats, and 2 fawns that had bumped into her. Wild chickens could fly, and she had initially worried that the fence wouldn't keep them in, so she didn't plan to bring them in. But now, with so many small animals like wild chickens and rabbits outside, she might have miscalculated. By the time she realized, her space had not only gained over a dozen wild chickens, but also 2 fawns she hadn't intended to collect. Sun Fengqin noticed her daughter was silent and anxiously asked, "What's wrong? Are those guys confused after going in?" "It seems like it. They're all lying down quietly now." In fact, Ruge was also a bit dazed. She wasn't sure if they would stay calm or suddenly get scared. "Dear, we've been out for a while. Your father must be worried." Knowing the animals were calm, Sun Fengqin felt relieved and urged, "All right, let's gather these first." As long as her space water didn't run out, they wouldn't have to worry about food in the future. The mother and daughter returned quickly. From a distance, they saw Li Fubin waiting at the foot of the mountain, and Sun Fengqin hurried over. Ruge couldn't run as fast as her mother, so by the time she reached her father, he had already learned most of what was happening from her mother. Li Fubin gave his daughter a thumbs up, saying, "Daughter, I'm counting on you to help us live a good life in the future." "Of course. At least we won't run out of meat anymore," Ruge replied, already making plans. "Dad, should we go somewhere to trade for some grain? We can cook a meal for the people who helped us build our house." "Sounds good. Let's have your mother stay home while we go to the commune. You can take a silly deer and say it got injured by running into something and you caught it." The commune had a food collection station where villagers from nearby villages would bring eggs to exchange for money or daily necessities like oil and matches. Of course, there were always hunters around the big green mountain. Although the country promoted agriculture, even the best hunters had to come down and farm. However, many experienced hunters still managed to bring down some game from time to time. There was a rule that as long as hunters didn't delay work and earned as much as others, they could keep the game they caught without selling it privately. With the vast resources of the Big Green Mountain, which stretched for over 100 kilometers, and the rich supply of wild game, no leader would foolishly ban personal hunting in the mountains. However, even though there were plenty of animals, it took real skill to venture in safely. Over the years, many people had gotten lost or failed to return after hunting in the mountains. If it weren't for being pushed to the edge, who would want to take that risk? The Leaf Fubin family is a good example. If you rush into the mountains without caution, you're not going hunting, you're just putting yourself in danger. The villagers living near Dakingshan have a deep respect for the mountain. Usually, when women go out to gather wild vegetables or mushrooms, nothing happens to them. Everyone knows that the harvest has been poor for several years, with either droughts or floods. Farmers depend on the weather for their crops, and during disaster years, both farmers and officials are left in shock. If it weren't for Dakingshan supporting everyone these past few years, many would have starved. But it's uncertain when these disaster years will end. This year looks like another drought year, so the authorities are likely to relax policies for hunters going into the mountains. However, personal buying and selling are still not allowed, but bringing items to collection stations is legal. Yet, after several years of natural disasters, the plants and animals in the mountains have been greatly affected. This year, it's already May, and there hasn't been a single rain. Do animals not need water? Without moisture, plants dry up quickly and can catch fire easily. So, no matter how relaxed the policies are, it's still hard for hunters to find prey, especially now that everyone is hungry, as hunting requires a lot of energy. The animals in the mountains are very cautious. Not only have their numbers decreased, but even the fastest reproducing wild rabbits are hard to catch. So when a family of 3 returned with a silly roe deer and a barrel of fresh wild vegetables, they amazed the 10 or so people helping to build a house. Everyone gathered around, asking questions, and when they learned that the silly deer had trapped itself and the mother and daughter had found it easily, everyone was even more astonished. Why didn't they have such luck? As for the wild vegetables, the mother and daughter said they found a deep depression where various wild vegetables were growing. Since they didn't have a basket, they could only bring back 1 barrel, but there was much more, and they planned to take everyone back to dig more tomorrow. Li Ruge and Sun Fengqin were confident in saying this, because they had already thought it through. The area had a large pit created by animals, which they could use. They just needed to change the soil before everyone found the spot, adding rich soil where wild vegetables usually thrive and watering it a bit. They were sure that tomorrow everyone would see a vibrant scene. When everyone heard that Li Fubin's family did not plan to monopolize the area and wanted to take everyone along, they became excited about the green wild vegetables. To be honest, everyone was willing to come help before, bringing their own tools and materials, simply out of respect for the village chief. Given how quietly Fubin and his wife usually are, no one would come just for them. Everyone understood this. Even the young girl Li Rui knew her parents did not have that much influence. Li Fubin's family's attitude pleased Su Xuanli. They were not being greedy and thought of everyone when they found food, and they did not hide it. Because of this, his decision today was definitely right. Su Xuanli, holding his long-time pipe, took a puff and nodded, saying, "The 3rd family is lucky. It's been a long time since anyone caught such a silly deer. How did they stumble upon it? And these wild vegetables, I feel like I've never seen such green ones in my life. My brother's family must have good fortune after surviving tough times," said a young man of the same generation as Li Fubin. The group, who had just been tired from work, looked at the heavy deer as if it were a delicious dish. Hearing the village chief and Li Erwa say this, they all cheered, saying that Li Fubin's family would surely have a better life after leaving the Li family courtyard. Li Fubin knew everyone hadn't eaten meat in a long time and must be craving it. He was a meat lover himself. Going 3 days without meat made him crave it badly. But today, they really couldn't eat the deer, or where would they get food? They couldn't just take what was in the car without a plan. Thanks to the village chief and everyone's good wishes, but we definitely won't hog this meat today. However, we can't just eat it like this. When Li Fubin said they wouldn't keep the meat to themselves, everyone opened their mouths, but then fell silent at his next words. What did he mean by can't just eat it like this? Did he want them to pay? They had no money, and even if they did, they couldn't buy meat. They needed to save for when they ran out of food. While everyone was busy discussing, Li Fubin said again, I have a plan. Later, Ruge and I will take this silly deer to the collection station. I think we can trade it for quite a bit of grain. How about we share it with everyone? It had been a long time since anyone had tasted meat, but compared to getting some grain, a bite of meat didn't mean much. It's better to share some grain to take home than to have just a bite of meat. However, this silly deer was caught by Li Fubin's family, and there was no rule stating that whoever caught the prey had to share it with everyone. So, everyone had the thought of wanting to share the grain, but no one dared to say it out loud, and they all looked at Su Xunli. Su Xunli understood everyone's thoughts, and so did Li Fubin. Su Xunli looked around, tapped the ash from his pipe, and said slowly, the third family just got their share and left with nothing. If we can really get some grain in return, that would be good. We shouldn't share it. The third couple just said they would take everyone to gather wild vegetables tomorrow, which is already quite generous, right? Thinking about meat and grain, everyone had forgotten about the wild vegetables. Now that the village head mentioned it, they felt a bit embarrassed and lowered their heads. Yes, the village head is right. We won't share. This silly deer belongs to your family, so why should we share? Li Erwa added. Li Erwa usually didn't have much to do with them, but he was a decent person. At least his values were quite right. Why should we? Because everyone is hungry and still helping our family work. For that reason, I, Li Fubin, won't let everyone work for nothing. Since a few people still needed to go to the collection station, Li Fubin didn't say much more. He left that statement and set off with Sun Fengqin, carrying the silly deer. Of course, Li Ruge went along too. Originally, he thought just the two of them would be fine, but later Su Xunli suggested that the whole family should go, as it would be safer for them to look out for each other. Since he was there to keep an eye on things, if anything was missing, he would handle it. In recent years, they had been breaking superstitions and no one was allowed to talk about gods or spirits. However, Su Xunli secretly thought that this family was driven to desperation by the Li family, and even heaven couldn't overlook it. Otherwise, how could such good fortune happen to Sun Fengqin and her daughter? Oh, that's a lot of meat. He is tempted, and the thought of stir-fried deer meat with dried chili peppers, followed by a sip of liquor, is simply mouth-watering. Not to mention the group of people here drooling, but over there, a family of 3 has already carried such a big deer to a secluded spot and quickly stored the heavy deer in Li Ruge's space. The small animals stored in the space are still lying still, as if their legs are too weak to move, except for their eyes that can blink. If she had known this would happen, she would have collected all the animals. However, her space doesn't seem very big, and she worries about whether it can hold so many animals. She doesn't want them to be crowded and end up in the river, which would be a problem. She isn't worried about the animals drowning. She is more concerned about them polluting her river water. So, it's better not to take that risk. In the future, if something like this happens again, she will only collect this many at a time and not be too greedy. Li Family Village is 10 miles away from the commune, and the mountain roads are quite difficult to navigate. If they hadn't gone to a secluded area, they could have not only stored the deer in the father and daughter's space, but also taken the car for a spin. So, what's the use of having the car come along? It can't carry much, and there aren't any smooth roads for it to drive on. After walking for over an hour, the family finally reached Qingshan Commune. As they approached, they took out not only the deer, but also 2 wild rabbits and 2 wild chickens. The wild chickens and rabbits were in 2 baskets borrowed from others. With these 2 large baskets for cover, if they find a good buyer, she can take out a few more wild rabbits and chickens. As for the deer, just this one will do for now. She doesn't want to take out the 2 wild goats yet, as goat meat is quite popular. If she gets a chance to go to town, she might be able to trade for more things. Among the daughters-in-law, Even though old lady Li looks down on Confrontation, she trusts her when it comes to trading eggs for goods. Old lady Li believes that the third daughter-in-law wouldn't dare to fool her, so most of the time, it's Confrontation who goes to the commune to trade eggs for things. So, Confrontation knows this road better than Li Fubin, and she has plenty of experience in trading. Li Ruge thought that the commune, which managed over a dozen villages, would be large. Following her parents, she looked around this place she had never been allowed to visit before, which her cousins admired, and felt quite speechless. It was just one street. She could see from one end to the other. It didn't seem much bigger than their village. It might be a bit larger, though, because while there was only one main street, there were several smaller streets behind it. In the middle of the main street, there were a few shops, including a small restaurant with 2 signs, a supply store with a row of flat-roofed buildings, and a tiny barber shop. Next to the supply store was the collection station, which also had a few flat-roofed buildings and seemed to have a backyard. Li Ruge was carrying a basket on her back. Originally, she planned to take out a few wild chickens or rabbits if she met someone wealthy, using the basket as cover. She had practiced several times on the way here and was now quite skilled at retrieving items from her space. Li Ruge's intentions were good, but the reality was that they had walked halfway down the street and had not encountered a single person at the collection station. She had thought that the famine would mainly affect the countryside, but it seemed the commune was the same. Everyone was staying indoors unless necessary. Most of the people living here are farmers, and there are no factories. There are just a few small shops, the grain depot, the township government, the power station, and the police station. Together, there aren't many people, Li Fubin sighed, recalling these details from his memories. Seeing this scene, the family had little hope left. Nothing was more important than food. Meat could be eaten if available, but food was essential. Without it, people could truly starve. Dad, do you think we came here for nothing today? Li Ruge asked, feeling a bit discouraged. Whether it was for nothing or not, we're here now. Let's go inside and take a look, Li Fubin replied as he started to walk in, but was stopped by Confrontation. Old Li, I remember this grocery collection station is part of the supply store. We used to trade eggs for matches and kerosene from there. Shouldn't we check the supply store first? Confrontation thought simply. She felt that the supply store looked larger, with what seemed like over a dozen rooms, and it seemed more reliable than the small 3-room collection station. That won't work. Li Fubin shook his head and quietly reminded, don't you remember? We can't trade freely now. Everything has to follow the rules. All right, let's follow the rules and see what happens. A few people pushed open the wooden door and carefully walked in, suddenly feeling a bright light in front of them. What caught their attention was not something valuable, but a few people. Oh wow, they finally saw some people, and they looked well-fed, playing cards. The card players seemed surprised to see visitors. Hearing the noise, they quickly tossed their cards into a pile and hurriedly put the cards away. Seeing that the newcomers were a group of ragged farmers, 2 young men grumbled about how good their cards had been, then acted as if they didn't notice the newcomers and took out the cards again, seemingly wanting to continue their game. Comrades, we are here to trade, Li Fubin said, trying to be friendly as he approached with a smile. Trade what? What can you farmers offer now? Aren't you supposed to keep your eggs to meet your quota? You can't bring them to the collection station for trade. Didn't your village leader tell you? A young man with a cigarette tucked behind his ear replied, still fiddling with the cards, somewhat kindly. The group hardly paid attention to the family, nor did they notice the silly deer that Confrontation had been dragging along. No wonder there was no one outside. It seemed the collection station had new rules, and eggs were no longer allowed for trade. Does this mean life in the city is getting tough too? I hope the supplies from the city haven't stopped. It seemed everyone in the group was thinking the same thing, exchanging glances and realizing the situation. We're not bringing eggs, it's
meat.
Li Fubin, who had seen a lot, was not easily intimidated by these country bumpkins. He deliberately stretched out his words and successfully saw that the card players had finished their game and tossed their cards aside, which made him feel a bit more at ease. I used to handle millions in business without a second thought, and now I have to watch these kids' expressions. Li Fubin felt quite pleased with himself, almost shaking with excitement. Although the collection station didn't have glass counters like the supply and marketing cooperatives, it did have a row of wooden counters separating buyers and sellers. A few people hurriedly stood up, feeling that even the wooden door a few feet away was too far. They eagerly jumped out from behind the half-height counter. At that moment, Li Fubin had already stepped aside, revealing the silly roe deer that Sun Fengqin had placed on the ground, pointing it out to the others. "Look, a silly roe deer. Can we take it?" "Of course, we can," replied the young man with a cigarette. After answering Li Fubin, he asked, "Which village are you from? Did you hunt this deer yourselves?" Before coming here, Su Xuanli had suggested writing a letter of introduction for their family. Otherwise, they might face some trouble today. The family had never seen much of the world, so even with their new memories, they still felt quite clueless. At the very least, they should have thought to bring a letter of introduction when going out. If they had just brought a few eggs, being from Qingshan Commune, they could have simply mentioned it without needing any introduction. But this was a deer weighing dozens of pounds. In this time of scarcity, where meat was limited, they didn't realize how serious this situation was. Compared to her parents, Ruge understood even less about this era, so she chose to hide behind them. Because she was small, no one paid attention to her, giving her the chance to observe the others. When the few people jumped out from behind the counter and saw the silly roe deer, the greed in their eyes did not escape Li Ruge's notice. She realized that her family owed Su Xuanli a big favor today. Worried that these people might cause trouble over the deer, Li Ruge intentionally tugged at Li Fubin and loudly reminded him, "Dad, these people won't take our meat, will they? We are counting on this deer to trade for food to survive." Author's note: I'm new here and not sure if there are readers. I don't know much, so please give me a 5-star review. Everyone's attention was now on the silly roe deer on the ground. After hearing Li Ruge's words, the young man with the cigarette straightened up, feeling a bit guilty. He wanted to retort to Li Ruge, but seeing that she was just a thin girl of about 10, it was clear she had never had enough to eat, which made him feel even guiltier. When someone feels guilty, their confidence in speaking tends to waver. "You little girl, we are a government unit. How could we take your family's meat? Do you have an introduction letter?" "Yes, we do. We are from Lijiazwang. Here, this is the introduction letter personally issued by our village chief." Li Fubin quickly took out the introduction letter from his pocket, almost dropping it, and handed it over. The young man with a cigarette tucked behind his ear, who seemed to be the leader, took the letter, glanced at it, and then looked up with a noticeably more eager expression in his eyes. "We will accept the roe deer, but right now we have plenty of matches, salt, and lamp oil. What do you want to trade for?" Although they also needed matches, salt, and lamp oil, they couldn't trade the heavy roe deer for just those items. Especially lamp oil, which every household uses less of. Grain, several people said almost in unison. Although the man hadn't mentioned grain, that was what they were lacking. Wait, they also needed a large pot. Li Ruge quickly added, and a big iron pot. "We need to trade for a big iron pot too." "A big iron pot? You want to trade for a big iron pot?" The people at the collection station laughed, as if they had heard a ridiculous joke. One older man said, "Little girl, if you want to trade this silly roe deer for some grain, we can think of something. But for the big iron pot, even if you offered the whole roe deer, we wouldn't have a place to get you one." Li Fubin then remembered that the recent steel production campaign had just ended, and families had turned in their iron items, including large pots, less than 2 years ago. It was impossible for a rural supply and marketing cooperative to have such sought-after goods. Li Fubin glanced at his daughter, and Li Ruge also realized this. She pursed her lips, put on a sad expression, and turned her head away. The child dreams of having a pot. "Well, if there isn't one, that's fine. How much grain can you give us?" Li Fubin directly asked the young man with the cigarette tucked behind his ear, who he noticed was the leader. If they took the roe deer to the city and found the right place, they could trade for more than just a pot. They might even get several dozen pounds of grain. The young man with the cigarette, named Lu Cheng, had just become the person in charge since the director of the food collection station had been reassigned. Lu Cheng also noticed that although this family looked poor and seemed inexperienced, they were not easy to fool. Lu Cheng exchanged glances with a few colleagues, then turned to Li Fubin and said, "We need to weigh this silly roe deer to see how heavy it is." "Okay." Li Fubin nodded in agreement. Worried that the others might play tricks, Sun Fengqin and Li Ruge followed everyone to the weighing area. Both mother and daughter carried baskets on their backs, which contained live wild rabbits and chickens. These little animals had just been taken out of the space and seemed a bit dazed. The collection station had a large scale that anyone could stand on. The group tossed the still-living roe deer onto the scale and carefully weighed it, happily announcing, "Not bad, 47 pounds. This roe deer is quite plump." Thinking about his wife who was about to give birth, Lu Cheng smiled widely. He had been worried about not having enough meat for her, and now this roe deer had come at just the right time. 47 pounds, and after removing the skin, let's say you get 40 pounds. At this point, Lu Cheng didn't want to discuss it further with the others. He needed the meat, and he was the one providing most of the grain. 1 pound for 1 pound. I can give you 20 pounds of cornmeal, 10 pounds of sorghum, and 10 pounds of corn. How does that sound? It's all pure grain. This was meat. Although they hadn't discussed it beforehand, everyone had an idea of what to expect. Working in this area, they certainly didn't lack for food. Each family could contribute a little grain to exchange for the roe deer, and then all the meat would belong to them. However, they hadn't expected Lu Cheng to offer a one-to-one exchange. With the current grain shortage in the countryside, they had initially planned to offer 20 or 30 pounds. But since Lu Cheng had already said it, they had no choice but to accept. Despite their puzzled expressions, the family of three understood that if someone else were in charge, they might not even get 40 pounds of grain. At that moment, Li Ruge set her basket down and said, "We also want exchange for some matches, salt, lamp oil, and 2 cooking pots. Do you think this is enough?" Now, every household used clay pots for cooking, and in Li family village, only Su Xunli's family and Grandpa Li Maoxuan had large iron pots, which they had bought later. Li Ruge remembered that Li Laoshir's family, due to their large number of people, needed to use 3 or 4 clay pots just to cook. Compared to other families, which usually have 1 or 2 clay pots, Li Laoshir's family has 4, making them the second wealthiest in Li family village. The wealthiest family must have a large iron pot or a metal kettle, and Li Maoxuan's family has both, so they are definitely the richest. When a few people saw the little girl carrying a basket with 2 plump wild chickens, they quickly realized and rushed to check Sun Fengqin's basket. "What else do you have? Show us and we'll see what we can trade. You won't be disappointed." The items the girl wanted to trade were available at the supply station, and everyone was much more eager now, almost wanting to help Sun Fengqin take down the heavy basket. In Sun Fengqin's basket, there were 2 fat wild rabbits. While others might not know, the mother and daughter did. These wild chickens and rabbits were not usually this plump. They guessed it was because they had eaten something special. Both of them thought about the animals they had let go and felt a little sad. There are many hunters in the mountains, and even if the prey is hard to catch, hunters often bring a few wild rabbits or chickens to trade. But compared to those skinny ones, where did this family find such fat animals? Their expressions toward the family changed. These people often eat wild game and know that if it's too lean, it can taste fishy. But these wild rabbits and chickens were so plump that they must be delicious. Everyone seemed to smell the aroma and were salivating. In the end, the family successfully traded for 40 pounds of real grain, and the last 10 pounds of corn was exchanged for sorghum rice. The 2 wild rabbits and chickens were traded for 2 large clay pots, a pound of salt, 2 pounds of lamp oil, 2 packs of matches, a pound of soy sauce, and a pound of vinegar. The most important item was the broken jar Lu Cheng gave them for storing soy sauce. Since no one had spare jars for soy sauce or vinegar, and glass bottles were all recyclable, no family had unused glass bottles. Lu Cheng ran home and found a patched-up broken jar for them. Li Fubin used to be a collector who loved antiques, and influenced by him, Li Ruge also became knowledgeable about ancient items. The father and daughter looked at the old jar and immediately recognized it as a valuable antique. Unfortunately, to keep using it, someone had carelessly drilled several holes in it. This item seemed to be at least 1,000 years old, and if they took it home and cleaned it up, it would still have great collectible value. Of course, they couldn't use a 1,000-year-old jar for soy sauce, but they gladly accepted it and promised Lu Cheng that they would bring him some game whenever they hunted again. Lu Cheng mentioned he would go back to get the jar, but he also wanted to take the family to see his home. It turned out they lived just a few minutes' walk from the supply and marketing cooperative in an alley behind it. Lu Cheng's family seemed to live well, with 3 solid brick rooms. Even though the family hadn't entered the house, it was clear that they were relatively well off in Qingshan Township. Ruge noticed that Lu Cheng's wife was pregnant, which made her understand why Lu Cheng was so eager. It was just to pick up a jar, but he insisted that the whole family come along, likely to make sure they recognized his home for future gifts. She chuckled to herself, thinking that even if they could gather more, they wouldn't be able to eat that much. However, Lu Cheng seemed bold, and perhaps he had other connections. It would be wise to observe him for a while. Whether they could make use of this opportunity depended on his courage and intentions. While the father and daughter were planning this, Lu Cheng was also carefully watching them. As an employee of the purchasing station, he couldn't say everything openly. Although Li Fubin appeared shabby and spoke little, he felt there was something unusual about him. To catch so much game, he couldn't be an ordinary person. Lu Cheng couldn't figure out what made Li Fubin special. He had seen his introduction letter, which identified him as a farmer, so he must have been extraordinary in hunting. In these times, meat was scarce everywhere, and if he could befriend a hunter, it would be a great advantage in the future. If Li Fubin knew Lu Cheng was thinking this way, he would surely laugh and praise him for his insight. Both sides had reached an unspoken understanding, but even though the antique jar was polished bright by Lu Laotai, they certainly couldn't use it for soy sauce. Unable to speak the truth, Ruge said she wanted to use the jar for storing salt, as salt wouldn't leak. The child spoke frankly, expressing dislike for the old jar their family provided, which made Lu Cheng feel a bit embarrassed. In reality, the jar was well patched and wouldn't leak when holding soy sauce. But what if it leaked someday? It wasn't easy for the villagers to get 2 pounds of soy sauce either. Lu Cheng felt a bit troubled. These days, no one had much, and after discussing for a long time with his mother, she finally agreed to part with such a worn-out jar. Lu Cheng seemed like a decent person, and since the family of 3 had no other options at the moment, this was still a way forward. Li Ruge pulled Li Fubin aside and whispered with her father. Then, using the basket as cover, she took out 10 eggs and 2 bundles of noodles. "Brother Lu, our family just split from the main household, and my grandparents didn't give us anything. These eggs and noodles were given to us by my dad's friend out of pity. Could we trade these for 2 enamel basins?" Li Ruge thought the jar was fragile and unattractive. In this era, glass bottles were valuable and not given away for free. Their family supply of fine grains was limited, and at this time, fine grains were hard to come by. Even though the grain store advertised a price of 2 yuan 80 per pound, if you went to collect with a grain ticket, they would surely tell you that this month's supply hadn't arrived yet. So they couldn't just use their fine grains freely. They needed to save them for critical moments, as those grains might prove very useful. Although Li Ruge hadn't lived through this life and the original owner hadn't left her any useful information, her cleverness led her to this idea, and she wouldn't miss the opportunity. When Lu Cheng saw what Li Ruge had brought out, his eyes widened. He thought to himself that this family was not ordinary. "Wait a moment, I'll call my mother," he said. In this household, Lu Laotai was in charge. After hearing her son, she came out to see the 10 large eggs and the 2 bundles of fine noodles, and she immediately smiled and welcomed them inside. Just moments ago, they hadn't even had the right to enter and had been standing in the yard. "For these 10 eggs, I'll give you 5 cents each, so that's 50 cents. As for the noodles..." Lu Laotai thought for a moment, seeming to hesitate before continuing. "Let's say 1 yuan per pound. I'll give you 2 yuan for them. How does that sound?" The price of 5 cents per egg was quite generous. Sun Fengqi knew this well, as she sometimes sold eggs to the collection station for only 4 cents each. She had never sold this type of noodles before, so she wasn't sure if 2 yuan was a lot or a little. When no one spoke up, Lu Cheng thought they were unhappy with the amount and quickly added, "For this kind of fine noodles with a ticket, it costs about 0.58 yuan per pound. My mother is offering you 1 yuan per pound, which is quite generous." It seemed that Lu Cheng was right. Li Fubin remembered that during this time, food prices were usually around 1 or 2 dimes per pound, and fine grains might be a bit more expensive, around 2 to 4 dimes. The original person had never been to the city or dealt with food sales, so Li Fubin, who knew even less, was at a loss. However, he had some understanding of history from the past few years. Lu Cheng mentioned the ticket prices, which depended on the supply from the grain store. It seemed that the grain stores were struggling to supply even coarse grains, let alone fine grains. Otherwise, someone as shrewd as Lu Cheng wouldn't pay such a high price for their 2 bundles of noodles. At that moment, Li Fubin's mind was racing, recalling many things. For instance, in just a few years, the city would face population pressure, leading from persuasion to strict enforcement, and young people would be sent to the countryside. Then there would be a long 10-year struggle. So even if this year was the last year of famine, the coming years wouldn't be easy. With such a severe food shortage, someone like Lu Cheng, working in the town, only earned about 20 yuan a month, making it hard to bring back fine grains. Especially these fine noodles, which were different from what they used to eat. They were nutritious for new mothers and would help with milk production. Old Lady Li suggested 2 yuan, which was indeed a fair amount. Li Fubin also realized this and nodded to his daughter. He regretted not bringing back a few more pounds of noodles. 2 yuan and 50 cents didn't seem enough to buy even 2 basins. Plus, it seemed that basins now required an industrial ticket. Those tickets were only issued to city workers, and their family had no way to obtain one. Li Ruge didn't understand the details, but she knew about this because the original owner had always dreamed of having an industrial ticket to save a few dimes to buy a porcelain basin for the family. They had been using a broken jar to wash their faces, and during the division of the family, even that jar, which couldn't hold half a ladle of water, was not allowed to be taken by Old Lady Li. Sigh, their family truly lacked everything now. Remembering this, Li Ruge looked at Lu Cheng and said, "It's not about the money. Our family just wants to exchange for 2 enamel basins. Could you give us a few more industrial tickets instead?" "A few more industrial tickets?" This girl really dares to ask. Lu Cheng smiled wryly and replied, "We also need industrial tickets. How about this? I'll take your family to the supply and marketing cooperative to see if there are any discounted items." "Okay. Discounted items are good. They don't require tickets and are cheaper." The family agreed in unison, leaving behind the noodles and eggs, taking the $2.50 given by Grandma Lu, and followed Lu Cheng to the cooperative. Everyone has a few relatives, especially in the countryside, so discounted items at the cooperative rarely make it to the market because they are usually taken by the insiders. Lu Cheng seemed quite well connected. When they arrived at the cooperative, he spoke with the director, and then led a few people to the storage room. With only $2.50, they had to make the most of it. In reality, their family had bundles of cash in the car, but unfortunately, those were all new bills. If they tried to spend them now, people would think they were counterfeit. The storage room was messy, but Li Ruge quickly spotted a large wash basin. When she asked, it turned out to be $2.50, but since a big piece of paint was chipped off the rim, they offered it to them at half price. Enamel basins can leak easily when the paint chips, but fortunately, the damage was on the rim and didn't affect its use. Then the family chose a smaller basin, which also had some paint chipped off the rim. After the discount, it cost exactly 75 cents. They spent $2, leaving 50 cents, and bought a large covered enamel jar. This large enamel jar only had a broken lid, which didn't affect its use at all, and it was just right for holding their 2 pounds of soy sauce. As for the 1 pound of vinegar, Lu Cheng ended up covering 3 cents, and the cooperative sold them a 1 pound glass bottle. The family returned home with a good haul. On the way, they surely stored these items in their space, and only took them out when they got home. They had been away for over 3 hours, yet the progress on the house had not slowed down at all. When they returned, the straw had been completely laid on the roof, and more than 10 people were currently carrying dirt to the top. When everyone learned that they had exchanged a silly deer for 20 pounds of grain, along with jars and basins, plus soy sauce, vinegar, salt, lamp oil, and matches, they were certainly very envious. 40 pounds of grain was said to be 20 pounds. This was a plan agreed upon by a few people on the road. Otherwise, it would seem suspicious to everyone if a foolish deer was traded for 40 pounds of grain and so many other items. Sun Fengqin quickly took out 5 pounds of cornmeal, which was also clearly discussed beforehand among a few people. Then they added a bucket of wild vegetables. While Li Rui was busy tending the fire, Li Ruge secretly took out half a bucket of wild vegetables. With over a dozen adults and many children, since they promised to make a hearty meal for everyone, the wild vegetable porridge couldn't be too thin. They had 2 clay pots at home, and Su Shunli asked Li Rui to lead her little friends to fetch 2 more from their house. Plus, there was one from a neighbor, so they had 5 pots cooking at the same time. Soon, the delicious aroma filled the air. When cooking with clay pots, it's important to keep stirring with a spoon to prevent burning. Li Rui was in charge of the fire, while the task of stirring the porridge fell to Sun Fengqin and Li Ruge. With memories from their past life, this task was almost always done by the 2 of them. So, despite thinking they wouldn't be able to do it, they handled the wooden spoons well. Before long, everyone had a bowl of thick porridge ready. The cornmeal was yellow, and the wild vegetables were green. Just looking at the colors made everyone's mouths water. Sun Fengqin added some soy sauce and salt to the porridge, and importantly, Li Ruge added a bit of water from their special space. You can imagine how good this wild vegetable porridge tasted. Even Li Fubin, after trying a bite, thought it could compete at a national banquet. After working all day on empty stomachs, everyone was sweating before, but now they were eating heartily, feeling satisfied with their hard work. The bowls and chopsticks were borrowed by Li Rui and her friends from various homes. Su Shunli, holding her own bowl, initially hesitated, feeling it was wrong to eat this meal from Li Fubin's family. The 3rd family had left with nothing, and it was hard to get some grain back, yet they were all sharing 5 or 6 pounds for this meal. They had already calculated how many bowls each pot would yield, and no one could take less than Su Shunli. When Su Shunli received a full bowl of wild vegetable porridge from Li Ruge, the aroma was irresistible, and after one bite, she couldn't help but keep eating. Hey, Lao-san, your wife's cooking skills are truly exceptional, unlike any ordinary woman's. After eating enough, Su Shunli gave a thumbs up to Li Fubin, praising his wife's cooking. Li Fubin chuckled, knowing exactly why the wild vegetable porridge tasted so good. His wife was indeed a good cook, but it also depended on the ingredients. As the saying goes, a clever wife can't make a meal without rice. Without the water from his daughter's space, the dish wouldn't have tasted so delicious. Li Fubin stayed quiet, but someone else spoke up. Uncle Village Head is right. I remember when we ate at the big cafeteria 2 years ago, among all the women, Sansaw's cooking was the best. Li Erwa's comment reminded everyone, yes. The wild vegetable dumplings made by Sansaw were so fragrant. It was just wild vegetable dumplings, but Sun Fengqin felt a bit proud from the compliments. Well, next time I'll gather some wild vegetables and make more for everyone. Haha, Sansaw, you're dreaming. Let's not even talk about finding wild vegetables. Do you have a big pot at home? Oh, that's true. To steam the wild vegetable dumplings, we need a big pot. If you really can find wild vegetables, everyone can bring a handful of cornmeal and let Sansaw steam them at my house. Su Shunli, usually serious, joined in the fun today, laughing and saying, exactly. The village head has a big pot, so let's sign up.
Who's in?
Raise your hand. Li Erwa was good at organizing, and under his encouragement, those who were eager quickly signed up, as if the wild vegetables were already waiting for them to pick. The 3 of them watched the scene, unable to help but smile and laugh along with everyone. People today find happiness in simple things. Just being full, or even having one good meal, brings smiles to their faces. Cooking is also a talent. Sun Fengqin, though only 42 years old, like all women of her time, started learning to cook when she was barely taller than the stove. However, even after decades of cooking, some people make delicious meals while others do not. Sun Fengqin knew that without the water from her daughter's face, no matter how skilled she was, today's meal wouldn't have tasted so good. But who doesn't love compliments? Feeling happy, Sun Fengqin decided to make mushroom soup for everyone. Upon learning that the mushrooms were also dug up from that place, though there were only a few, and they had all been made into soup, everyone's opinion of Li Fubin's family improved even more. Each person received a large bowl of thick vegetable porridge and then half a bowl of mushroom and shepherd's purse soup. Since there weren't many mushrooms, Li Ruge picked out 2 more handfuls of shepherd's purse, tore them up, and added them in. This not only enhanced the flavor but also added some green, making it look more appealing. It had been a long time since everyone had eaten so well, and they felt that the hard work of the day was worth it. The tiring search for people the day before also seemed worthwhile. Although Su Xunli had initially insisted that they didn't need to provide a meal for everyone, he was naturally pleased that Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin went ahead and did it. These people were all called by him, and this meal brought him respect as the village head. Thinking about how this family had promised to take everyone to gather wild vegetables and mushrooms the next day, no one wanted to leave after finishing their meal. Next, everyone helped tidy up the area and put up a fence, working until sunset before heading home. When a few people arrived in the morning, the place was still uneven, with piles of stones and dirt everywhere. Now, it finally looked like a home, even though it was just one room without doors or windows, which made the family very happy. Especially Li Rui, the little girl, whose eyes were red with excitement. Their family finally had their own house and a big yard. However, the newly built earthen bed couldn't be slept on yet. It needed to dry for a few days first. That night, the family spread some dry grass on the floor and laid out 2 old quilts to make do for the night. Worried that everyone would come early the next day and they wouldn't have breakfast, Sun Fengqin got up around 3 o'clock to cook a pot of sorghum rice and made a vegetable soup in another pot. Cooking rice in a clay pot is tricky, but Sun Fengqin was pleasantly surprised to find she had some experience with it. To her delight, the rice didn't burn on the bottom and smelled quite good. By 4 o'clock, everyone was up, called by Sun Fengqin. Little Rui had gotten used to waking up early. She usually got up on her own to help her mother without being called. Today, however, she seemed to be sleeping very soundly. The little girl quickly got up, looking shy, which made Sun Fengqin's heart ache. My little girl is so diligent. Look at your second sister, still half asleep. Hurry up, get up, wash up, and eat. Have you forgotten what we promised everyone today? It's not that they forgot, but getting up at just past 4 is tough. Not only can Li Ruge hardly stand it, but even Li Fubin looks uncomfortable. By the time the father and daughter got up, the hardworking Li Rui had already prepared water for them to wash their faces. In the past, to save water, the whole family used one basin to wash their faces. Now, it's fine not to brush teeth in public, but Li Ruge absolutely refuses to wash her face with the dirty water her father used. While she hesitates, Li Rui doesn't mind. After watching her father finish, she goes over and washes her own little face. After washing, the little girl gazes longingly at their new wash basin, mumbling, "What a beautiful big basin. It's nicer than the one Grandma and Grandpa use." Li Ruge hears her and smiles, asking, "Do you really like our wash basin, Rui?" "Yes, yes." The little girl nods eagerly. "Ours is pretty, much nicer than Grandma and Grandpa's, and even better than the one used at Big Cousin's wedding." When they lived in the old house, they washed their faces with a large basin, and actually Li Fugue and Li Fuyo's families weren't much better off. They used wooden basins. However, Grandpa Li and Grandma Li had a very nice wash basin, which seemed to be made of copper. When the eldest grandson got married, Grandpa Li somehow got an industrial ticket, even though it seemed they weren't needed back then. Anyway, during the wedding of the eldest grandson, Li Liangzhu, they bought a large enamel basin to use as a wash basin. Because of this enamel basin, Li Liangzhu's wife, Huang Quick, often showed off, and later, she had arguments with her sisters-in-law over it. Eventually, Song Ho-hot found an excuse to take the enamel basin to her room. Thinking about the old Lee family courtyard and its troubles, Lee Ruge felt indifferent. But seeing little Rui frown, possibly recalling some unpleasant memories about the Lee family courtyard, Lee Ruge quickly changed the subject. "Rui, it seems like dinner is ready at your mother's side." "Oh, then I'll go help her serve the food," Lee Rui said, turning and running off. Hee. The little girl had been staring at the basin, wondering how she would fetch water to wash her face. Last night, they had borrowed a bucket from the neighbors and brought back another bucket of water, filling both basins and jars. So right now, what they really need is a water tank. This way, she can make sure to add some space water to the tank every day. This water is definitely different from the water outside. In the past 2 days, she has been washing her hands and face with space water and can clearly feel the difference. Look, her hands have become much whiter. But as for her face, well, it seems their home is still missing a mirror. "Dad, we need to find a way to go into town," Lee Ruge said, patting herself and lowering her voice. "I guess there must be a shortage of wild vegetables and game in the city right now. That's for sure. There is a lack of supplies everywhere." Knowing that his daughter was referring to the wild vegetables and game in her space, Lee Fubin was about to speak when he saw his younger daughter running over and quickly signaled to his second daughter. "Dad, second sister, what are you two talking about? Mom is calling you for dinner." When Lee Rui came over and saw that Dad and second sister had stopped talking, she suddenly felt like they were intentionally excluding her. The little girl was sensitive, and even if Lee Fubin didn't have the original owner's memories, he could sense it. This was all due to the original couple. It seemed they had never given this child any parental love since she was born. Lee Ruge also noticed that Lee Rui was overthinking and quickly got up to pull her little sister into the house, saying as they walked, "I was asking Dad how he got those wooden bowls out. At that time, Aunt and second aunt were watching us closely, and I thought we didn't even take those bowls with us." The wooden bowls used by the family were all carved out by Lee Fubin himself. For people living in the mountains, there are many things that they can make themselves, and they rarely spend money to buy them. Especially for Lee Fubin and Sun Fengqin, even though they never wasted a day of work, when it came time to divide the profits at the end of the year, they received nothing. So the bowls and basins used by their family were all made by themselves, and after using them, they would take them back to their own room. However, that washing basin was taken by Song Ho-hot, and Lee Fubin secretly stuffed a few wooden bowls into his luggage when no one was looking. Now that Lee Rui realized what Dad and second sister were talking about, she immediately smiled and said it was her distraction that allowed Dad to get them. Poor child. At that time, Lee Fubin didn't actually want to take those bowls, but he couldn't resist the way his little daughter cared about them. Sigh, in his lifetime, even if he couldn't let his daughters live a wealthy life, he couldn't let them go without food or clothing. "Come here, my eldest daughter. Sit with me." Lee Fubin raised his hand to call his little daughter over and gave her some mushrooms from his bowl. "These are nutritious. You should eat more so you can grow taller." After saying this, he seemed to remember his daughter and quickly looked at Lee Ruge, giving her a secret wink. Lee Ruge thought to herself, "I'm already 18 years old, well past the age of competing for attention with younger siblings. Mom and Dad, feel free to spoil the little one. I'm perfectly fine." Since his daughter was strong-minded, Sun Fengqin didn't worry too much and called a few people to hurry up for dinner. People in the countryside usually wake up with the sun. As soon as it got light, almost everyone was up. Just as the family picked up their bowls, some others arrived with tools for digging vegetables, carrying baskets on their backs. They had already eaten breakfast at home, but it was just thin porridge. Meanwhile, Lee Fubin's family was having rice and even some soup. A pot of rice was barely enough for a few people. Today they were going into the mountains, and who knew when they would come back? If they didn't eat something filling, they might not get another chance to snack later. Everyone pretended not to notice the drooling onlookers, quickly dipping their bowls into the vegetable soup and eating hurriedly. Although the family now had a house and a yard, it didn't even have windows or doors to keep out much. Thinking of the people from the Lee family courtyard, Li Ruge finished her meal and hurried inside to store her valuables in her space. She had confirmed that once animals were stored in the space, they were completely still. Only their eyes could move. Now she didn't have to worry about them ruining anything. This space was a great storage area, safer than a safe. The food and items they had brought back yesterday would surely have reached the Li family courtyard by now. Knowing the nature of Grandma Li and Song Ho Hot, they would definitely come to cause trouble today. If they found the house empty, it would give them the perfect opportunity. Li Ruge stored everything in her space, but made sure her dad secured the straw curtain before leaving. By this time, everyone had arrived, including Su Xuanli, who brought the straw curtain from his home to block the door for Li Fubin's family. Although the Li family village had been peaceful for the past few years without any thefts, the Fubin family had just brought back food and 2 enamel basins, which could attract unwanted attention. Su Xuanli was worried about leaving Li Rui at home. Children are naturally playful, and if she wasn't watched closely, she might get stolen away. What really concerned Su Xuanli were the people from the Li family courtyard. Li Laosher had been decent over the years and cared about his reputation. However, there was that old lady Zhou Damei and his eldest daughter-in-law, who had a history of trouble. A few years ago, when some neighbors lost chickens, everyone initially thought it was a weasel. Later, someone caught a whiff of something delicious coming from the Li family courtyard, set a trap, and surprisingly caught Zhou Damei and Song Ho Hot. Although Li Laosher was furious and punished the 2 women, insisting he had no idea about the theft and thought the chickens were his own, not many believed him. Especially the neighbors, who said Li Laosher wasn't as good as he seemed. His nice demeanor was just an act. Su Xuanli had previously doubted this, but seeing Li Laosher's attitude toward Li Fubin's family made him realize that Li Laosher could be tough. People who had once lived at the top of the food chain wouldn't expect someone from a poor family to steal from them. Li Fubin didn't think much of it, but he listened to his daughter and used the grass mats Su Xuanli brought to seal the door. Li Fubin had a simple thought. He wasn't worried about thieves, but their family had a southern Kong, a heated bed, and it wasn't completely dry yet. If a mischievous child jumped in through the window, the Kong wouldn't hold up under their jumping. So, he borrowed a few more grass mats and, with everyone's help, sealed the windows as well. The people going into the mountains today were those who helped his family yesterday, along with some relatives from the 10 or so nearby families. Technically, the wild vegetable patch was discovered by Li Fubin's family, and they hadn't invited others, so it wasn't right for anyone else to bring more people. Everyone understood this. The more people invited, the less each family would get. However, with such a good opportunity, no one wanted to leave their family behind, and most families had only a few close relatives. As everyone thought this way, it turned into one inviting another, and by the time they set off, there were about 40 to 50 people. Su Xuanli only brought his 2 sons. Seeing so many people and glancing at Li Fubin's family, he noticed everyone seemed happy, which made him feel even more positive about them. In this day and age, finding something edible without keeping it a secret is a kindness that not everyone can show. Su Xuanli looked at this family and nodded, thinking it was time to see them in a new light. Everyone was starting to think the same way, gaining a new understanding of Li Fubin. They realized that his previous meekness was due to being suppressed under Li Laosher's watchful eye. Even Sun Fengqin had changed, and their second daughter was different from before. No matter how much they tried to act humble and maintain their old selves, there were still noticeable differences that everyone began to accept gradually. Fortunately, people imagined these changes were due to their departure from the Li family compound. Now that the doors and windows were finally sealed, Li Ruge told Li Rui that she had hidden everything well, so the young girl didn't need to worry too much. Among the family of 4, only Li Rui felt they had some savings. After hearing her sister's words and seeing the doors and windows securely closed, she felt relieved. However, she didn't dare wander far. Instead, she took a small stool and sat at the front door, determined to keep an eye on their new home. Meanwhile, a family of 3 followed dozens of villagers up the back mountain. Some villagers noticed, but when they saw the village chief among them, they thought Su Xuanli was leading everyone on some task. Being the first to stand out is not something they wanted to do when they had no strength to protect themselves. Yet, faced with these caring villagers, they didn't want to help but pretended not to see anything. Today, all three carried a large basket, which the villagers had willingly lent them. The big basket brought by Li Erwa looked new, as if it had never been used. When it was given, they said it was a gift and didn't need to be returned. Su Shunli also gave them a sack, saying it didn't need to be returned either. At a time when people were on the brink of starvation, it was remarkable that they still had the heart to help others. The good spirit of Li Jia village was undoubtedly due to the efforts of village chief Su Shunli and Li Maoxuan, who always helped others without looking down on them just because their own lives were better. Last night, the people who helped build their house left. Li Maoxuan's eldest daughter quietly came over, saying her father sent her to bring them half a bag of grain, about 7 or 8 pounds. Don't underestimate that 7 or 8 pounds of grain. Recently, it was heard that a family in the village exchanged 5 pounds of cornmeal for a bride. Li Ruge was unsure if anyone would come to steal from the old house today. What if they did? She couldn't just let them come for free. So, she kept the half bag of grain that Li Guizhi brought at home because she noticed that the grain bag from Li Maoxuan's family was different from the usual burlap bags. Since they had a son in the army, it made sense, and only Li Maoxuan's family in Lijiazwang had such bags. When Li Guizhi came last night, she hurriedly dropped off the bag and left without saying if they needed it back. They would have to return it anyway, and if that distinctive bag could be useful, she would definitely fill it up with things to return later. Oh, and she also kept the 4 wooden bowls that their family often used. She didn't want to eat from wooden bowls, and when she went to the city to exchange for porcelain bowls, those wooden bowls could serve as bait. Now Li Ruge had set her trap and was waiting for the old house to take the bait. Of course, she hoped she was just being overly cautious. Since the place with wild vegetables was discovered by Sun Fengqin and Li Ruge, Su Shunli had them walk at the front. Originally, Li Ruge and Sun Fengqin planned to take everyone to the spot where they found wild vegetables after watering yesterday. But then they thought that the soil there might have been eaten away by animals, possibly creating big holes. If those animals had eaten all the seeds hidden underground, then no matter how much water she poured, it would be useless. They might end up attracting wild animals again if the wild vegetables didn't grow. Li Ruge was worried about a repeat of yesterday's events, but there were dozens of people with them. If those reckless little animals dared to come, their harvest today would be more than just wild vegetables. So they had to find another spot, but still headed in that direction because the mother and daughter had discovered many low-lying areas there yesterday. However, those low areas would surely have a lot of weeds. Even if there wasn't fresh green grass now, it looked quite messy. As Li Ruge walked, she spotted a low area where the weeds were thick, so she secretly sprinkled some water there. Although the distance between everyone is not far, this little time is enough. As they walk, cheers erupt, and the noise is so loud that the 3 of them don't have to worry about animals coming nearby. Animals are afraid of people, especially the smaller ones. If they hear dozens of people, they will probably run away as fast as they can. Unfortunately, Li Fubin feels a bit sorry about this. He wishes that, like yesterday, they could attract many small animals, so everyone would have meat to eat. If they don't want to eat it all, they could trade it for grain in the city. He has already planned to visit the county town in a few days to see if he can bring back more grain for the villagers. There really are wild vegetables. The villagers keep cheering, "Oh my, they are so green." It looks like these wild vegetables just sprouted. While the villagers cheer, they quickly gather wild vegetables, mushrooms, and even small grasses. Later, they find there are too many wild grasses. They could use them to feed livestock, but with so many wild vegetables around, who would eat grass? Although the grass is surprisingly sweet, they decide to leave it for now since they can't gather enough wild vegetables. Before coming, they secretly agreed that Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin would provide cover while Li Ruge would water the plants. But now, with dozens of people focused on the green wild vegetables, no one is paying attention to what the 3 of them are doing. A boy named Shizhu is about to run out of food at home. His mother said she would make him some porridge in the morning, but He thought he could last 2 days without eating after having a big meal at Li Fubin's house yesterday, so he didn't want to drink the porridge. Now, feeling hungry, he sees the fresh wild vegetables and green grass, and as he digs up the wild vegetables, he starts eating them and thinks they taste amazing today. The grass also tastes different from what they've had before. Children from the mountains have eaten grass, especially during the years they grazed sheep in the production team. They would lie on the grass, pick some, and eat it right off the stem, and it was delicious. Others who share Shirju's thoughts are also eating and digging, and they all feel that today's wild vegetables taste different from what they've eaten before. Could it be that after drinking thin porridge all day, their taste buds have become too bland, making the wild vegetables taste so good? Some people at home have already started eating rough food, and they find today's wild vegetables delicious. Hearing this, those who had breakfast and didn't feel hungry also began to stuff wild vegetables into their mouths. Li Erwa, who can hunt, is doing okay. At least his family can last a few more months without running out of food. Seeing everyone enjoying their meal, he picked up a wild vegetable and put it in his mouth. After chewing a few times, he was surprised. It really is tasty. Uncle Village Chief, do you think this is a gift from heaven since we were about to starve? How else can we explain why these wild vegetables are so good? Li Erwa's words resonated with everyone. Seeing them agreeing, Su Shunli quickly glared and shouted, "Erwa, what are you talking about? There's no such thing as heaven. It's just a coincidence. These big pits have enough water, and that's why Fu Bin's wife and daughter found them." Now, with the strict crackdown on superstitions, mentioning heaven could lead to trouble. Realizing this, a few people quickly changed their tune, saying that Sun Fengqin and Li Ruge are good people who wouldn't hide good fortune for themselves. A few lucky ones even caught 2 snakes and excitedly shouted that they would share some meat with their families. While they talked about sharing meat, Li Fubin was thinking about how to make the most of these wild vegetables. The wild vegetables grown with his daughter's special water were indeed delicious, tender, and plentiful. Looking at the bags everyone brought, which were almost full, Li Fubin quickly signaled to his daughter that they should stop here. Otherwise, they wouldn't finish digging today, and any leftover wild vegetables would likely be taken by the small animals hiding nearby, waiting for them to leave. Li Ruge didn't expect that just 300 or 400 square meters of deep pits would fill everyone's bags and baskets. It must have been during the windy autumn when wild vegetable seeds blew into the pits, and with her plant growth enhancer, they all sprouted eagerly. Li Ruge named her special water plant growth enhancer. This wasn't just any enhancer. It worked incredibly fast. She had secretly peeked at the apple and watermelon seeds she planted yesterday, and it startled her to see how much they had grown. The watermelon seedlings were already thriving, and at this rate, they would bear fruit in just a few days. The few apple trees are quite impressive. They are taller than her and have a really high survival rate. She remembers only planting 6 seeds, and now there are 6 little apple trees. Next time she goes back, she plans to find time to plant some corn. Yesterday, Li Guizhi brought some grains, including a few pounds of corn, which is just right for her to use as seeds. When everyone finished digging, the 3 of them filled 3 baskets and a sack. Then, when no one was watching, Li Ruge quickly stored everything in her space, which is now piled up like a small mountain. The wild vegetables were packed in a sack, while the mushrooms, which are delicate, were placed in a basket. Before coming here, those who didn't work at Li Fubin's house yesterday didn't believe this was real. Seeing them carry sacks, some found it amusing, but now, looking at the sack of wild vegetables on the ground and the mushrooms in the basket, everyone was laughing joyfully. And what time is it? In the past, when they went into the mountains to gather wild vegetables, even when it wasn't dry, they never encountered such good fortune. They thought it would take a whole day, but surprisingly, they returned fully loaded in just a morning. On the way back, Su Shunli discussed with everyone about telling the villagers so that everyone could go into the mountains tomorrow to look for more deep pits like these. The whole village going into the mountains? Even if everyone in the country went, without his daughter, there wouldn't be any wild vegetables to gather. But if his daughter had to run to the mountains every day, it would tire her out. Thinking this way, Li Fubin quickly spoke up. Village head, I don't think that's a good idea. If everyone in the village knows, it might spread, and then people from other villages will come here to dig for wild vegetables. Would you allow that? Hearing Li Fubin, everyone agreed, of course not. But what if they insist? After all, the big green mountain doesn't belong to anyone. If they say anyone can come as long as they don't mind the distance, our village will become very busy. That is a possibility, Su Shunli said, resting a bag of wild vegetables. It was a good time for everyone to discuss this properly. Other villages might also come to learn from us and search for wild vegetables. Who knows, they might have deep pits too. But what if they don't? Li Fubin looked at Su Shunli. I'm worried that if they see our place as a treasure, they might take it from us. That thought was quite frightening. If the higher-ups found out there were wild vegetables in their mountains, and everyone had eaten them today, they wouldn't be ordinary wild vegetables. Su Shunli took down the large pipe from his waist, pulled out a small pouch of tobacco from his pocket, filled the pipe, lit it, and after taking a puff, seemed to make up his mind and said, Today, if you all don't want to go hungry or face serious trouble, no one is allowed to tell anyone about this. Just pretend it never happened, and make sure your families keep quiet too. Su Shunli felt a bit anxious and glanced at Li Fubin, thinking how grateful he was for Li Laosan's reminder. When he attended the meeting in the village, he heard that this year many areas were suffering from drought, and there were more places in need than just Qingshan Township. Despite the tough conditions, they could still find tender wild vegetables on the mountains near Li Family Village. Su Shunli had tasted the wild vegetables today and found them surprisingly delicious. Seeing the village chief so serious, everyone felt a bit scared and quickly agreed not to mention finding the wild vegetables. Noticing this, Li Fubin expressed his thoughts. I went to the collection station yesterday and found no one there. I heard the city is also running low on vegetables. Of course. This is the time when the old winter vegetables are gone, and the summer ones haven't grown yet. If we have no vegetables, they won't have any either. Last year, there was a lot of rain, and those who worked in the city or came here to pick mushrooms. City folks can't handle this hard work. They just come to show face. They mostly trade with local families. My family's food for the summer was all traded for mushrooms with city people. Talking about this got everyone excited. They recalled that although there was a lot of rain last year, leading to crop failures, they managed to gather mushrooms and wild vegetables, so they didn't face the same hunger as this year. Noticing that Li Fubin seemed to have more to say, Su Shunli waved his pipe, signaling the others to quiet down, and then turned to ask Fubin, Do you have a good idea? Since Li Fubin started living independently just 2 days ago, everyone noticed he had changed. Su Shunli attributed the changes in Li Fubin's family to their newfound independence. Without the pressure from the old couple, this family could finally take charge, as if they had been given a new lease on life. If Li Ruge knew that village chief Su thought this way, he would surely give him a dozen praises. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Li Fubin looked at the bags of wild vegetables everyone was carrying. Although they were bringing home these vegetables in large bags, they were not really a proper meal. Not to mention the nutritional value, they were not filling enough to eat regularly. So, a few people in the mountains secretly discussed using these wild vegetables to trade for grain in the city. When Li Fubin shared his idea, Su Shunli was silent for a long time, and everyone else was too afraid to speak, even holding their breath. They were surprised that Li Fubin was so bold to say such a thing, not fearing being reported. But if they could really trade these wild vegetables for grain, who wouldn't want that? No matter how good wild vegetables tasted, they were still just wild vegetables, and they couldn't compare to grain. Youngsters like Shi Zhu and Li Erwa were especially excited, their eyes shining with eagerness, wishing they could head to the city with the wild vegetables right away. Just as everyone was anxiously looking at Su Shunli, thinking the village chief would surely refuse, he said, All right, since this idea is yours, Fubin, you can give it a try. But let me be clear, if anything goes wrong while you are trading for grain, I, Su Shunli, will be the mastermind, and none of you will escape responsibility. Su Shunli pointed around with his big pipe, scaring everyone into quickly promising that they wouldn't tell anyone about today's plan. Since that's the case, let's not take all the wild vegetables home today. If someone's wife or child can't resist the temptation. Su Shunli scanned the group again. Did anyone need him to spell it out? They all knew what their families were like. Understood, everyone quickly assured him. We'll just take enough for today. The elderly and children at home hadn't seen green leafy vegetables in a long time, and their lips were cracked from the lack of nutrition. These vegetables tasted so good. How could they not bring some home for the elderly and children? But how much should they take? After some discussion among dozens of people, they finally decided that each person would take half a basket of mushrooms and wild vegetables. Everyone had decent-sized baskets, and half a basket was quite a lot, enough to last 3 days. With that settled, they faced a bigger problem. So, where do we put all these wild vegetables? Since they needed to keep this a secret, carrying such a load home openly might attract attention. Su Shunli had already thought this through when everyone was arguing and said, let's leave it at Fu Bin's house. It's quiet there and there aren't any neighbors nearby, so it's safer than at the village office. Village Chief Su was really helpful, and this was exactly what Ruge wanted because she planned to store the wild vegetables in her space to prevent them from wilting and losing value by tomorrow. Once everyone agreed, they shouldered their baskets and carried their bags as they continued down the mountain. They felt a sudden surge of energy, perhaps from the wild vegetables or the hope in their hearts. On the way back, Li Fubin's family was in front, but because Li Ruge and Sun Fengqin needed care, everyone let them walk slowly behind. Li Fubin, who rarely exercised, also needed support. The three of them were not in their usual shape. Normally, they should be strong from years of farm work. However, due to years of not having enough to eat, they were feeling weak. Fortunately, they had an energy drink, which Li Ruge named after the well water she had. In the future, this well water would be saved for drinking, so it needed a nice name, unlike the river, which was simply called plant growth liquid. To accommodate them, everyone walked slowly, and the three of them managed to bring back a full bag of wild vegetables, relying on occasional sips of the energy drink. They also had 3 full baskets, and to avoid being caught, they didn't cheat at all and carried everything back honestly. Li Fubin's house was at the foot of the mountain, and the distance to the village was about the same as to the mountain. When the group arrived at Li Fubin's house, they found the doors and windows that everyone had helped seal in the morning were torn open, and even the fence built the night before had fallen down. Everyone was stunned. Who did this? What happened to Ruge? Did they get robbed? Thinking about the food and supplies Li Fubin's family had brought back from the commune yesterday, everyone looked sympathetically at the 3 of them walking behind. Su Shunli and a few others had already entered the house to check around. It was clear that there was nothing left in the house. Everything was gone. The 3 of them were already prepared for this situation and were not as shocked as others. Li Ruge immediately expressed her thoughts. Village Chief, our home has been robbed. Should we report it to the police at the commune? Yes, it must have been a robbery. This isn't just petty theft. There were probably quite a few people involved, Li Fubin said, trying to mimic the local accent and appearing as much like the original owner as possible, squatting on the ground with his head in his hands, looking distressed. Robbed? In broad daylight? Some people guessed what had happened, while others were confused. This is serious. Robbers have come to our village. This is not a small matter. Village Chief, I'm going to the commune to report it, Li Erwa shouted, not thinking about the Li family's situation. Shizhu also dropped his sack and forgot about his wild vegetables. Wait for me, Erwa. I'll go with you. I'll go too, 2 other young men chimed in. As these spirited young men prepared to run off, eager to help, Su Shunli felt a sense of pride, but still had to call them back. People genuinely believed that robbers had entered their village, and some were worried about their own homes, saying they needed to hurry back to check if they had been robbed. Seeing this scene, Su Shunli immediately thought it might be the work of the group from the Li family. He glanced at Li Fubin, who was squatting on the ground, pulling his hair, and felt that the underestimated Li Laosend must have thought of this too. Everyone come back. There's no need to report to the police. This couldn't have been done by outsiders. Su Shunli called out, and everyone turned back, confused. What do you mean, village chief? If it wasn't outsiders, could it be someone from our own village? Su Shunli didn't rush to answer their questions, but instead looked at Li Erwa and instructed, "Erwa, you and Shizhu, you young ones should hold off on going home for now." He then turned to the others, "Everyone, quickly take the wild vegetables and mushrooms to old Stonecutter's shed at the foot of the mountain. Let them watch over it for now. Once we handle the situation at Fubin's house, you can sneak back to get your vegetables." Su Shunli was truly considerate, thinking of everything to help their family. Everyone listened to the village chief. As soon as Su Shunli finished speaking, people started to take action, even helping to carry away the wild vegetables from Li Fubin's house. It all happened in the blink of an eye. If you hadn't seen it yourself, you wouldn't believe it. One moment, everyone was here chatting, and the next, there wasn't a single extra shadow left, let alone any wild vegetables. Thanks to everyone's quick actions, just as things settled down, Li Tieji's wife, Wang Juhua, ran over. "The village chief is here. Perfect timing. You all should hurry to the east side. Your daughter Rui is about to be beaten by that family." Wang Juhua felt sympathy for Sun Fengqin because she had experienced her own daughter being mistreated by her mother-in-law. Plus, last night, that family had brought over a half jar of wild vegetable porridge when they delivered water and clay pots. That was half a jar, enough to fill several bowls, enough for their family to eat. Li Tieju's foot was still swollen, so he couldn't help with work at Li Fubin's house. He borrowed a water bucket and a clay pot and felt he had gained a lot from it. The couple felt increasingly guilty, so early in the morning, they sent their second daughter over to see if Li Fubin's family needed any help. 10-year-old Li Pundi ended up playing with Li Rui. Around 9 o'clock, Li Fuyo's second daughter, Li Rume, came by and said that Li Daba and the others were catching fish by the river and tricked Li Rui into going with them. If it were someone else, Li Rui might have been cautious, but Li Rume was 3 years older and had never bullied her, so she was one of the few from the Li family who treated them well. Li Pundi naturally followed along. When they reached the river, they saw that Li Daba and the others were indeed catching fish and had caught a few small ones. No matter how clever Li Rui was, she was only 10 years old and didn't realize everything was planned by the Li family, including the small fish that Li Daba had brought. The little girl fished with everyone for a while. Since the river was almost dry and not deep, it wasn't dangerous, but there weren't many fish left. As they fished, Li Rui started to feel something was off. Why were they all unable to catch any fish? Moreover, Li Rume and Li Daba kept whispering to each other. Thinking about her home being unguarded, Li Rui got out of the river and discovered that her grass shoes left by the river were gone. She quickly realized what was happening and ran home. Li Rui ran away, and naturally, Li Pundi followed her back. The two of them met Zhang Xiaoying at the entrance of Li Fubin's house, who hadn't had time to leave yet. Song Ho-Hot was clever. She led her two daughters-in-law around for a while before finding a bag of grain and a few wooden bowls. Seeing there was nothing else to take, the three of them ran off with their items. Zhang Xiaoying, who came later and saw her sister-in-law had found something, was not willing to be outdone. She searched a bit longer, which made her late and led to Li Rui catching her. Zhang Xiaoying would not admit she was there to steal, especially since she hadn't taken anything. Her sister-in-law and the two daughters-in-law had taken what they needed, so it was impossible for her to take the blame. Thinking this way, Zhang Xiaoying didn't hide anything from Song Ho-Hot. When Li Rui caught her asking for items, she said that everything had been taken by her aunt and two cousins. In reality, she hadn't seen what Song Ho-Hot and the others had taken, but she heard that the family of the three younger uncles had brought back a lot of things the day before. Now, there was nothing left in the house. She even searched the rat holes in the ceiling but found no enamel basins or grain. Recalling the bag that Song Ho-Hot was carrying, Zhang Xiaoying confidently said that those items had been taken by Song Ho-Hot. Li Rui couldn't possibly catch an adult, and after Zhang Xiaoying spoke, she ran away while Li Rui chased her with a stick. Li Pundi sensed trouble because Li Rui seemed to be acting wildly, so she hurried home to tell Wang Juhua. Li Fubin and his wife were not home, and neither was Li Ruge. No one knew where the family had gone. Li Taizhu, due to his foot problem, hadn't participated in gathering wild vegetables, So he was unaware that while their family was still asleep, another family had already taken dozens of people into the mountains. Wang Juhua grew increasingly worried, so she quickly handed her few-month-old baby to Li Taizhu, thinking she would go check the situation first. When she arrived, she found Li Rui lying motionless in the courtyard of the Li family, her eyes tightly closed. Li Rui had run over crying, shouting that people from her grandparents' side had come to steal things, attracting a crowd. From what everyone said, it seemed Li Rui had been knocked unconscious by someone from the Li family, and her head was bleeding. No one knew if she was dead. Wang Juhua, being a strong person, was terrified by this news, causing her legs to tremble, and she quickly turned to run back. After hearing Wang Juhua's account, it was clear that the three of them had never expected this to happen. Li Ruge had such worries. Before leaving, she deliberately told the young girl that she had hidden everything well. This girl, why doesn't she trust her second sister? The three of them didn't have time to say anything and ran quickly toward the east. Sun Fengqin even grabbed a thick stick from the fallen fence. Li Ruge felt that today couldn't just be talk, so she copied her mother and picked up a thinner stick. This was serious. Su Shunli stepped forward, reminding Wang Juhua, "Hurry and call Li San. Tell him that Li Laosher's family is out of control." "Okay, I'll go get Li Sanyi right away." Wang Juhua felt she could finally help Li Fubin's family and quickly ran to Li Sanyi's house. At first, Su Shunli thought he was the village head and shouldn't be running around like this, but when he noticed that the three people had disappeared, even Li Fubin, who was last, he didn't dare act important anymore. "Oh, that Rui girl is also pitiful. I hope nothing really happens to her." As he ran, Su Shunli anxiously hoped that Li Rui would be okay. The mother and daughter in front had already entered the Li family courtyard, with Sun Fengqin being the first to rush in. More and more people gathered to watch, surrounding the Li family courtyard. When they saw Sun Fengqin and her daughter arrive, they automatically made way for them. Everyone was seeing a different side of Sun Fengqin for the first time, with her wide-open eyes and fierce expression. Li Laosher's family had pushed people to their limits. Look at how usually honest he is. Now he looks like he could kill. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, Sun Fengqin led the way, with Li Ruge following, both rushing toward Li Rui, who was still lying on the ground. The young girl had blood on her forehead, and there were bruises on her hands, arms, and exposed skin from being hit. This poor child, she needs to be cared for. Li Ruge worried that she might not survive this. Li Ruge checked for Rui's breath and pulse, and when she saw she was still alive, she finally felt relieved. She wondered if the energy-replenishing liquid in her space could help save someone. No matter, while leaning down to speak to Li Rui, Li Ruge used her body to hide her actions and secretly dripped a few drops of water into the girl's mouth. Unknowingly, after Li Ruge gave Li Rui some water, the little girl's eyelids actually moved a few times, as if she wanted to open her eyes but lacked the strength. Seeing that her daughter was okay, the still furious Sun Fengqin patted Li Ruge and instructed, "Take care of your sister. Don't worry about anything else." Li Ruge understood her mother's fierce nature. In the past, she might have given a few more warnings not to reveal too much to avoid suspicion. At this moment, she even had thoughts of violence and didn't care about being discreet anymore. In fact, Li Fubin had been following closely behind the mother and daughter. He realized that Sun Fengqin would not let this family off easily today, so he intentionally lagged a few steps behind. All the doors and windows in the Li family courtyard were tightly shut. There were dozens of people in Li Laosher's family, yet not a single one came out. Even Li Laodai thought that even if Li Rui were really beaten to death, it wouldn't be a big deal. A worthless girl, if she dies, so be it. Look at how scared you all are. What's there to fear from that useless family? She was the one who ordered the beating, and she had called for it to be done harshly. So what? Was she the girl's real grandmother? As a grandmother, what law had been broken by beating a worthless girl to death? In this day and age, many families with daughters would secretly suffocate them or abandon them in the mountains to feed wolves. Their family was lucky to have raised that worthless girl to 10 years old. They were quite merciful. If that girl hadn't dared to confront her today, it was her own fate. She had no one to blame. As the people in the room listened to Li Laotai's words, they felt a bit reassured until they heard a loud on the door. Then came the sound of windows breaking, accompanied by Sun Fengqin's angry shouts. "You all listen to me. If anything happens to my daughter today, I will make your whole family pay for it." Hearing Sun Fengqin's voice, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Was it really the usually timid Sun Fengqin who had just threatened them?
How could that be?
Even if she had a few more guts, she wouldn't dare say such things. They must have misheard. It had to be. But before they could comfort themselves, another loud echoed, and now the people inside the house were starting to feel uneasy. Sun Fengqin began smashing the door of the room where Li Fugue and Song Hohot lived, and each was incredibly destructive. Listening to the cracking sound of the window frames, everyone realized the house was about to be demolished. It turned out to be just a woman outside, and one who is usually easy to bully.
Is she
crazy? Li Fugue asked, his voice trembling. His wife, Song Hohot, looked outside in fear. Is that really Sun Fengqin? Where did she get all that strength? Hearing the noise, they guessed their windows wouldn't last much longer. Forget about that for now. Let's hurry out and stop her. Come on, you coward. She's just a woman. What are you afraid of? When Old Li said this, everyone remembered that the crazy person outside was Sun Fengqin, someone they considered weak. You're going to regret this, you old hag, who can't have a son. Today, I'll make sure to have the third one divorce you. Old Li's wife quickly put on her shoes and ran outside, shouting as she went. No one in the family was afraid of Sun Fengqin. They'd just been worried about Li Rui causing trouble. However, the sounds of smashing made everyone's hearts race, feeling like they might jump out of their chests. Li Fubin had already entered the yard, and when he saw the scene, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. His wife's fighting spirit had clearly increased several levels. It seemed the windows and doors of the East Room were only good for burning now. Seeing his daughter signaling him, he knew Rui was okay, but thinking about how much the family had suffered over the years, Li Fubin felt that just breaking the windows wasn't enough. But with so many onlookers, he decided to keep things in check. Thinking this, Li Fubin quickly went over to hug his wife, loudly advising, "Fengqin, what are you doing? Our daughter is lying there, not knowing if she's alive or dead. You should hurry and take her to the clinic. What's the point of breaking things?" Yes, what was the point of smashing windows? They could just set the house on fire and rebuild. Sun Fengqin looked at the family rushing out. A slight smile appeared on her lips that only Li Fubin could understand. Yes, Old Li, you're right. We need to take our daughter to the hospital. And it should be to the city. The clinic in Qingshan Commune was useless, had no medicine, and the doctors were inexperienced. It would cost a lot of money. As Li Fubin hesitated to enter the yard, Su Xuanli had already arrived. Then village chief Su saw the scene. Li Laosher's family, with over 10 people, some holding sticks, some holding rolling pins, and some with tree branches. What was that thing in Li Laotai's hand? When Su Xuanli finally saw clearly, he broke out in a cold sweat. Wang Dimiai, who usually acted spoiled and unreasonable, was now fighting with her own family, even pulling out a kitchen knife.
Stop it.
What are you all doing? Su Xuanli shouted loudly, fearing that if he didn't act quickly, things would get out of control. At first, this family thought Li Rui had been killed, and they were already feeling guilty. Then, when Sun Fengqin startled them, they were all in a daze and didn't notice the village chief had arrived. Seeing Su Xuanli's angry face, and then looking at the weapons in their hands, they wondered if it was too late to say they hadn't done anything. Some people who really hadn't done anything quickly dropped their axes and retreated in fear. Li Laotai was still furious, and no matter what the village chief said, she wouldn't let him interfere with her disciplining her bad daughter-in-law. Village chief, you came at the right time. Look at what Fubin's wife has done to my home. Oh my goodness, how can we live like this? Is there no place to seek justice? Li Laotai said, waving the kitchen knife, which made Su Xuanli nervous. Ping'an, go take that kitchen knife from your grandma. Su Xuanli, feeling a headache coming on, quickly called Li Ping'an over to grab the knife. Li Ping'an was the eldest son of Li Fuyo's family and the only son of the second branch. If it weren't for him and his wife holding back, Li Rui might have really lost her life today. Because of this, Li Laotai had already scolded them for half a day, and Wang Weining had been pinched several times by her mother-in-law, Zhang Xiuying. Her mother-in-law called her foolish, said she was slow, and that she couldn't even keep up with the hot food, telling her to learn from her two sisters-in-law how to be a good daughter-in-law. Huang Chui was lazy. Ever since she gave birth to the family's first grandson, she had started avoiding work just like her mother-in-law. When her mother-in-law told her to learn from her two sisters-in-law, did she also want to be like Huang Chui, doing no work, always gathering where there were people and gossiping about others? Wang Weining was indeed a bit slow and hadn't received an education, so she just followed orders without thinking. Hearing the village chief ask her husband to grab a kitchen knife, she was close to Grandma Li and thought she wouldn't bother her husband. She went over, grabbed Grandma Li's arm, and with a little force, the knife was in her hands. When the knife was taken, Grandma Li turned around and almost fainted from anger. How could she have let her son marry such a foolish woman? This must be her punishment, right? It turned out that the matchmaker had come to propose for Li Erxi. Wangjiadian is not far from Lijiazwang, just 2 miles away, and everyone knows what each family's children are like. Knowing that Wang Weining was foolish and unattractive, Grandma Li didn't think much of her. Later, when she heard the matchmaker say that the Wang family would provide 2 boxes and a dressing table as a dowry, she thought about the carpenters in that family and decided to accept the dowry, marrying Wang Weining to Li Ping'an. Now, those 2 boxes are still in Grandma Li's house, and Zhang Xiuying has tried to get them back several times without success. At first, Zhang Xiuying had no idea about this. Otherwise, knowing her nature, even if Grandma Li agreed to the marriage, she would never want a daughter-in-law that Song Ho Hot didn't want. After the marriage, when a grandson was born, Song Ho Hot once argued with Zhang Xiuying and used this matter to provoke her. That's when Zhang Xiuying learned that her daughter-in-law was considered unwanted by her uncle's family. She only had 1 son, and her mother-in-law had tricked them like this. It was after learning this that Zhang Xiuying and Li Fuyo began to think about separating their family. The more they thought about it, the more they felt they couldn't keep mixing with the eldest family. Their parents were so biased that if they didn't separate, they would get nothing, and their daughter-in-law would have to take what the eldest family didn't want. If it weren't for the fact that Li Fubin's family left with nothing, Li Fuyo and Zhang Xiuying would have already brought up the idea of separation. Zhang Xiuying hadn't given up hope, but she planned to wait until the end of the year when the production team distributed grain. She would take their share separately. By then, even if the 2 old folks disagreed, they would have to agree. She was determined to split the family. Not to mention that Li Fuyo's family had already distanced themselves from the old house. Grandma Li, seeing the knife was taken, sat down on the ground, slapped her thighs, and began to cry out, "Oh, my poor life. My own son shot a deer and didn't even think to bring some meat to his parents. Don't you know that your mother loves meat? Who doesn't love eating meat?" What Mrs. Li said made the crowd laugh. But this old lady would do anything for meat. Everyone remembered how, a few years ago, their neighbors' chickens were stolen. Mrs. Li didn't care what others thought. She was too caught up in her own performance to hear their laughter. No matter what, as a mother, she believed that as long as Li Fubin acknowledged her as his mother, he should treat her well. "You, the 3rd son, are ungrateful. I heard about this from others. Tell me, which family has such an ungrateful son? Wouldn't parents be angry? And you, Sun Fengqin, Mrs. Li scolded, not noticing that her eldest son's window was completely gone. "You're like a hen that doesn't lay eggs. You haven't given our family a grandson yet, and you still dare to act tough. Where do you get the nerve?" Mrs. Li was scolding, but she wasn't like the ordinary old ladies in the village who just yelled. She knew how to get to the point, and her words quickly resonated with the other onlookers. In this day and age, being unfilial was a serious mistake. Everyone still followed the old ways, believing that parents and children should stay together. Li Fubin's decision to separate from his family was wrong, How could he forget the rules so soon after leaving? If there was meat to eat, why didn't he bring some to the elders? No wonder Mr. and Mrs. Lee were so upset. One of the proudest things for the couple was that their sons were obedient, but now they had one who wasn't, and they were determined to confront Lee Fubin's family. Lee Ruge, who was closer to the crowd, sensed the situation was getting out of hand and quickly explained, "Our families separated yesterday and didn't even have a grain of food. The village chief can confirm this. That silly deer ran into us." Holding Lee Ruge wiped her tears and explained what happened yesterday. Some people quickly whispered among themselves,
No wonder.
"I was wondering how this family could catch a deer. Turns out it was a gift from heaven." Sure, keep your voice down. We know about this, but don't let it spread. I know, I wouldn't dare say anything outside. But saying it this way, we can't blame the Fubin family for this. Indeed, I've lived for half my life and have never heard of a family dividing their belongings like this. They didn't even give a single grain of rice. Isn't that clearly going to starve this family? As everyone grew more agitated, they noticed Grandpa Lee, leaning on a cane, walk in. Upon entering, Grandpa Lee first checked on the still unconscious Lee Ruge and asked Lee Ruge, "How is Ruge doing?" Lee Ruge wiped her tears and sobbed, "When we arrived, my grandparents were all in the house, and Ruge was lying here alone. My mother thought my sister was already, probably out of anger. She smashed the windows and doors of my aunt's room." Without Lee Ruge saying anything, Grandpa Lee noticed that the windows of Lee Lauda's room were all gone. Hearing it was Sun Fengqin who did it, he thought a bit more highly of her. All right, smashing is fine. Compared to a life, what are a few broken windows? Grandpa Lee said this for the old man Lee to hear, who always hid behind his wife when trouble arose, thinking himself a good person while letting her take the blame for bad things. It seemed like he needed to re-evaluate Lee Laosher. Receiving Grandpa Lee's glance, Lee Laosher realized that if he didn't speak up today, he might not get away with it. So he stood up and scolded the elderly lady sitting on the ground. "Enough. I'm not dead yet, so why are you crying like this?" He then looked at Lee Fubin and Sun Fengqin, and today this couple gave him a new perspective. How should he put it? It was as if he saw another person through Lee Fubin, someone he least wanted to see in his life, and someone he feared the most.
Impossible.
Even if he was a dragon, after being suppressed for over 40 years, he had long turned into a worm. Grandpa Lee's gloomy eyes moved over Lee Fubin, and seeing him keep his head down and silent, he nodded in satisfaction. That's right, this useless person should be like this. No matter how they bullied him, he just kept his head down and didn't dare to speak. Lee Fubin naturally knew that Grandpa Lee was observing him. He wasn't the same foolish person he used to be. How could he not understand what the old man was plotting? He chuckled. After all, the original person had called Grandpa Lee father for decades. If this family could settle down, he might let the past go. But judging by the current situation, this family might not let them off easily. They would just have to wait and see. Lee Fubin exchanged a glance with his wife, and Sun Fengqin began to wail loudly, her cries completely overshadowing the elderly ladies. "Village chief, third grandpa," Sun Fengqin said loudly, wiping her nose and tears, "my child Ruge was hurt by Song Ho-Hot and is still unconscious. We need to take her to the city hospital. Shouldn't Song Ho-Hot pay for this?" As soon as Song Ho-Hot heard she had to pay, she refused. When Lee Ruge was hurt, the old lady also struck her, and the final was dealt by her mother-in-law with a rolling pin. This woman, no matter how clever she seemed, was still an uneducated country person. Sun Fengqin took advantage of her fear of having to pay and being blamed, so she named her, and then Song Ho-Hot started to make accusations. First, she claimed that Zhang Xiaoying hit Lee Ruge, but was quickly countered. Then she said it was Wang Weiniang. Unexpectedly, usually dull Wang Weiniang suddenly swore that she never touched Lee Ruge, and if she did, she would face dire consequences. Pingin's wife, if it's not you, then it's not you. There are so many witnesses here. Swearing doesn't matter now, Su Shunli warned. This was foolish. If anyone else dared to swear like that, they would have been taken to the commune for education. Su Xunli didn't plan to pursue Wang Weining further, thinking she believed no one would trust her words. I don't care what matters or not. My aunt is wronged, and that's not acceptable. If not, let her swear and see if she dares.
Of course, she wouldn't dare.
Even though the authorities discouraged belief in superstitions like swearing, fortune-telling, or spiritual rituals, the common people still feared such oaths, especially strong ones. In her panic, Song Ho-Hot revealed everything about Old Lady Li. She didn't spare her two daughters-in-law either, saying they were the ones who hurt her, but the fatal was dealt by Old Lady Li with a rolling pin. Huang Tsueping, who often felt resentful towards her mother-in-law, was furious when her mother-in-law pushed all the blame onto her, saying, I did hit her, but you encouraged it. You also suggested we go to third uncle's house to steal grain. Yes, Liang Zhu's wife is right. It was all Song Ho-Hot's idea. Old Lady Li pointed at her eldest daughter-in-law. You lazy woman. You did something wrong and now want to blame it on me? No way. Grandma, please don't be angry. My mother-in-law is just confused and talking nonsense. This was said by Li Erxi's wife, Zhang Yan, who is not an ordinary woman. Seeing that this matter couldn't be settled easily today, she quickly chose a side and went to Li Laotai's place. I don't care who did it. My Ruge is still unconscious. Village chief, third grandpa, you must stand up for my family. Sun Fengqin was still worried about her daughter. These women were arguing endlessly, and her daughter was still unconscious. She wanted to take the girl to the hospital quickly, but they had no money. Sigh. The 2 bundles of cash in their car couldn't be spent at this moment. Li Ruge was also anxious and quickly handed Li Rui to her father, rushing over to help. Yes, third grandpa, village chief, you all heard it. They admitted it themselves. Our food and belongings were taken by them, and Rui was knocked out by them too. Li Sangji didn't know what Li Fubin's family had exchanged for yesterday, but he was aware. Su Xunli glanced at Li Laoshe and then at Li Fugue before turning to Li Maoxuan and said, Third grandpa, yesterday Fubin's family left with nothing. They didn't take a single grain. We both witnessed this, or I wouldn't have given them this introduction letter. In the mountains, while there were no strict rules about confiscating prey, smaller animals like rabbits or wild chickens could be kept by the family that caught them. However, larger animals like deer or wild boars were usually shared. Su Xunli felt it was necessary to explain this to third grandpa and let everyone know what was happening. No one had strong opinions about this matter, but even if Li Fubin's family turned in half of that deer, they wouldn't get even a little meat. In fact, they might not get any at all. Families usually took their catches to trade for money or grain, and only a few would bring them to the village. Those that were seen would have to bring some meat to the village, which would then be sold by the village leaders or exchanged for seeds and fertilizer. Otherwise, with such little meat, it would be a problem for everyone, and it was better if no one ate it to avoid fights. However, when it came to meals at the communal dining hall, if someone brought in prey, everyone could at least enjoy some meat soup. Thinking back to those days was truly beautiful. Every household didn't need to cook, and at mealtime, they would just go to the dining hall for their meals. Unfortunately, such good days only lasted a little over 6 months before they ended due to food shortages. Everyone really hasn't had meat in a long time. Even a sip of meat broth would be nice. So when we heard that Li Fubin's family had caught a fat deer and traded it for many goods, it stirred up feelings. If people weren't feeling uneasy and jealous, they wouldn't have come to the Li family's courtyard to discuss it with Grandma Li and her daughter-in-law, Song Ho-Hot. However, after listening to Su Xunli's explanation, everyone felt that Li Fubin's family was also unfortunate. They finally managed to trade for some food, only to have it taken away by the greedy people from the Li family courtyard. Not only did they steal the goods, but they also beat up the child. Old man Li was so angry that his beard almost stood on end. Leaning on his cane, he struck the ground and said angrily, I have witnessed many family divisions, but I have never seen a family like yours, Li Laoshe. It's just that Fubin's family is lucky and hasn't met their end yet. They managed to trade for some food, and you all took it away. What is this? Are you trying to drive this family to despair? Old Man Li's face turned pale and flushed as he listened to Old Man Li's words. After all these years, he considered himself a person of some standing in the Li village. Of course, he thought this way, always believing that if Old Man Li didn't have a few good sons, he wouldn't have as much respect in the village as he did. Over the years, no one had ever pointed a finger at him. Even when his wife had done some petty theft in the early years, he managed to resolve it well. Unexpectedly, this time he fell into trouble because of this little rascal. Li Laoshe glared fiercely at Li Fubin again, then turned to Old Man Li with a smile. You're right, third uncle. I didn't manage my family well. I share the blame in this matter. He then turned to Grandma Li and angrily shouted, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and return the things taken from the eldest daughter-in-law back from the third family. Once the items were in Grandma Li's hands, getting her to give them back was more painful than cutting her flesh. Moreover, it was food, and Grandma Li was very reluctant. She wanted to bang her thigh in frustration, but when she saw Old Man Li's expression, she quickly closed her mouth and went inside. Seeing Grandma Li come out with half a bag of corn and a few wooden bowls, without saying a word to Li Fubin's family, Su Xuanli spoke up. Yesterday, when Fubin's family returned from trading for food, I was there with Chongqing. I remember there were also 2 enamel basins, 2 clay jars, a pound of salt, 2 packs of matches, and a pound of lamp oil, right? Li Chongqing, who is Li Maoshuan's nephew, stepped forward and said, There is more food than just this, and this bag looks like it belongs to my uncle. There was also a tin of soy sauce and a bottle of vinegar that Su Xuanli didn't mention, probably because he didn't see them. He indeed didn't see them, because as soon as Li Ruge left the supply and marketing cooperative yesterday, he poured the 2 pounds of soy sauce into a mineral water bottle and tossed the tin in as well. Li Maoshuan recognized his own canvas bag, so after Su Xuanli and Li Chongqing finished talking, he shouted, That's right, this bag of food was borrowed by Guizhi for the Fubin family. Li Laoshe, you really are something. Your family is just like thieves, taking advantage of others. Along with Li Sanyi's shout, there was the sound of his cane hitting the ground. Startled, Li Laoshe realized he couldn't ignore this matter and hurried to check on Li Laotai and Song Hohat. These items were all taken back by the eldest daughter-in-law with her 2 daughters-in-law and were given to the old lady. He had actually noticed them when they returned. It turned out they had all been deceived by the eldest daughter-in-law. At that moment, Li Laotai also realized what was happening. No wonder Song Hohat said the third family had nothing when she returned. All this food had been hidden away. You old woman, where did you hide all the good stuff? Hurry up and bring it out. Li Laotai thought it through. Stealing wouldn't work, so she insisted. When the items were laid out, she didn't believe the third family wouldn't give her half as a sign of respect. Things like the tin basin, jars, and even salt were what she needed right now. Under Li Laotai's glaring gaze, Song Hohat was confused. There are no tin basins or jars, mother. I gave you everything I brought back. It's just this. Li Ruge felt it was enough. With so many witnesses present, they wouldn't have to worry about this family denying it when they returned from the city. Third grandpa, my sister can't wait any longer. In fact, Xiao Rui had already woken up, but Li Ruge had not let her open her eyes. The little girl was pretending to be very tired. Sun Fengqin was very anxious. Although Ruge said Rui was fine, she couldn't shake off her worries. Receiving her daughter's hint, Sun Fengqin quickly stood up. Village chief, third grandpa, my Rui is still faint. We must take her to the hospital. As for those items, let them pay us some money so we can take the child for treatment. Everything is in the daughter's space. Even if we force them to take things out now, they won't be exactly the same. The mother and daughter don't want the used bowls and jars from the Li family, and they want to take back what belongs to them from Grandma Li, but that will take time. The 2 of them pretended to be accommodating and said they were in a hurry to take the child to the city for treatment, which quickly gained Su Xuanli's approval. All right, then you'll have to pay, Su Xuanli said, not even looking at the upset Grandma Li but turning to Uncle Li. Uncle Li, what do you say about this? What could he say? There were witnesses from Li Fubin's family, and his eldest daughter-in-law was unreliable. Uncle Lee couldn't confirm whether she had taken those things or not. Deep down, Uncle Lee already believed that his eldest daughter-in-law had taken them. She was always looking to take advantage, never passing up a good item, and she was focused on her own family, willing to do anything for them. She intended to hide the items and send them to her family, hoping to embarrass them and have Lee Maochuan scold him. The more Uncle Lee thought about it, the angrier he became, and his gaze towards Song Ho-hot was filled with fury. Eldest daughter-in-law, you broke it, and you also took the items. If you don't pay, do you expect me and your mother to pay?
Not me, Dad.
I was just listening to my mother. As soon as Song Ho-hot heard her father-in-law say that, she became anxious and lost control. But before she could finish her sentence, Uncle Lee interrupted her. Be quiet. At a time like this, you still want to blame your mother-in-law. After scolding his daughter-in-law, he turned to his eldest son. Fuguwei, you useless one. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and ask your wife for money to pay for your niece's treatment. For years, they had bullied the third family. His father had always called the third son useless, so why was he being scolded today? And why should they have to pay for that troublemaker's treatment? Even though he had been thinking about Li Rui, believing she was pretty and would make a good match for their eldest son in the future, Li Fuguwei, feeling dazed from the scolding, was unwilling but didn't dare to go against his father's wishes. He quickly turned to ask Song Ho-hot for money. With Sun Fengqin blocking the way, Song Ho-hot hadn't faced such humiliation in years. She thought it would be better to be done with it than to pay for Li Rui's treatment. Song Ho-hot wasn't sure if she was really fainting or just pretending. Anyway, as soon as Li Fuguwei asked for money, she fell back and actually fainted. The timing of this fainting is just right. What if my grandma faints too? What will happen to my Rui? When Li Ruge said this, Li Laotai, who originally wanted to pretend to faint, was so angry that she didn't know whether to faint or not. She just stared at Li Ruge, looking like she wanted to eat her alive. Uncle Li, if we don't take Rui to the hospital soon, it could lead to a serious problem and our village won't be able to handle it, Su Xuanli warned Li Laoshi. If the village can't handle it, it needs to be reported to the commune or the county. At that point, Su Xuanli wasn't just trying to scare Li Laoshi. Li Rui was still unconscious, and it had already been a while. If something happened, the village wouldn't cover for this family. Li Laoshi seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation. He turned around and slapped Li Laotai, shouting, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get the money." It didn't matter if the slap hurt or not. She was over 70 years old and surrounded by so many daughters-in-law and granddaughters. Having not been hit in years, Li Laotai was stunned. She wanted to argue, but when she saw Li Laoshi's expression, she felt a chill and remembered that her husband was tough. She quickly trembled and didn't dare to say a word, turning to go inside to get the money. Before long, Li Laotai came out with a handful of small change, angrily calling for Sun Fengqin, "This is all the money we have. We can't give any more." Li Ruge quickly took the money, counted it, and thought to herself, $2.83. Village chief, this money isn't enough for Rui's treatment, right? Not to mention they still needed to compensate for their belongings. At such a critical moment, Su Xuanli was also anxious. Including the things from the third family, you need to take out another $10, and this matter will be settled today. Otherwise, I'll report it to the commune. The village can't handle this. Li Laoshi clearly feared this statement the most. He shot a glare, and Li Laotai quickly turned around and went back inside, bringing out a few $1 and $5 bills, totaling $10. Li Ruge understood the current prices. $12.83 was not a small amount. Li Laotai usually wouldn't even spare a single egg for them, so taking out over $10 must have been hard for her. While their family was struggling, the 4 members of Li Ruge's family were quite pleased. A family took the money, held their child, and left. What happened after they left is no longer their concern. In Li Family Village, there are 4 production teams, and each team has cows and horses. However, during this time, people can't even find grass to eat, let alone the animals. So, unless absolutely necessary, Su Xunli and the team leaders are reluctant to use the few starving animals. Today, there was no choice. The 50-mile journey to the county would take them until dark if they walked. Moreover, Li Fubin's trip to the city was not just for Rui's medical treatment. Before leaving, Li Fubin secretly told Su Xunli to arrange for someone to take care of the wild vegetables. Once he found a buyer, he would return to collect them. Originally, Su Xunli planned to send 2 people with Li Fubin to the city. After all, there were many wild vegetables, and this venture carried risks. It wouldn't be fair to let Li Fubin bear all the risks alone. However, plans changed quickly. With the commotion at the Li family courtyard, Li Fubin's family had a better excuse to go to the city for their child's injury, making it inappropriate for outsiders to accompany them. Li Laosher's family belonged to the same team as Li Fubin's, so Su Xunli assigned Zhao Dazhuang, the cart owner from Team 4, to go on this trip. Only those who went into the mountains to gather wild vegetables knew what was really happening. Since Zhao Dazhuang also went into the mountains today, he had a share of the good fortune, making his trip to the city more reliable. The 50-mile road to the county includes 5 miles of dirt road, while the rest is gravel. If it rained, the dirt road would turn to mud, making it impassable. However, this year has seen little rain, and the road was well packed, making it easy to travel. With a good road, the big horse would have to endure less strain. Before leaving, Li Ruge secretly took a basket filled with wild vegetables and mushrooms. Since they were going to the city to trade, she needed to bring samples. Su Xunli thought that was her intention and didn't think much of it. Once they left the village and reached a secluded area, Li Ruge asked Zhao Dazhuang to stop the cart. "Uncle Zhao, please stop for a moment.
I want to feed this horse something."
Cart owners cherish their animals, and Zhao Dazhuang was no exception. However, given the circumstances, with everyone struggling to find food, who would feed a hungry horse when there was little to eat for themselves? Li Fubin's second daughter is still young and doesn't understand how to live yet. Don't think that wild vegetables are not good. Today's wild vegetables are just as good as grains. Moreover, these wild vegetables were hard to gather, and there isn't much left in that area. Who knows if there will be any tomorrow? Zhao Dazhuang watched anxiously, initially wanting to stop them, but then he noticed that Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin said nothing, and they were feeding their own wild vegetables, so he decided not to interfere. Seeing how much the big yellow horse enjoyed the food and comparing it to his old companion, who was so thin his bones were almost showing, Zhao Dazhuang suddenly felt a bit emotional. How long had it been since his old friend had such good food? For the past few months, he had only been feeding the horse dry grass, and without fresh grass, it was no wonder the big yellow horse had become so thin. Soon, the half basket of wild vegetables was gone, and Zhao Dazhuang was still watching. Li Ruge didn't dare to feed more. "Wait," she said softly to the big yellow horse, which seemed reluctant to leave her. "Once I find some tasty grass, I'll make sure to give you plenty. It will be better than wild vegetables. For cows, horses, and sheep, fresh green grass is certainly tastier than wild vegetables." It was as if the big yellow horse understood her words. It suddenly turned its head, bared its teeth at her, and stomped its front hoof. Li Ruge was amazed by the horse's intelligence. Did it really understand her? Seeing how thin the horse was and knowing it had to pull their family, she felt it was only right to feed it something. To her surprise, the horse was quite polite. As they continued on the road, knowing the big yellow horse was reliable, Li Ruge decided to sit in front, pushing her father to the back. Li Rui had already opened her eyes when they left the village and started telling her parents about what happened today, which was mostly similar to what she learned from Wang Juhua's second daughter. Originally, Li Ruge wanted to use the water from her space to clean Li Rui's wounds, but Sun Fengqin stopped her. She was worried that if the water really had healing properties, by the time they reached the hospital, Rui's injuries might be healed, which would be quite alarming. After all, Zhao Dazhuang was still in the cart, and he had seen how Rui was before. Although this gravel road cannot compare to the asphalt roads of the future, overall, it is still quite easy to travel on. Zhao Dazhuang had previously brought villagers to the county hospital, so with him leading the way, The family felt more at ease and headed straight to the hospital in the city. Having heard about it from her parents, Ruge was somewhat prepared, but she was still shocked by the county town of this era. The gray walls, gray buildings, and the people dressed in dull, colorless clothing. Was this really the city that Li Ruxia and Li Rufang had always dreamed of? Li Ruge even began to wonder if there was something wrong with her eyes. Why did everything look so gray? It felt like the faces of the people on the street were all dull and colorless. Undoubtedly, this was a colorless era. In such times, the difference between living in the city and the countryside seemed to be just a matter of a few dozen yuan in wages. Yes, there was some difference in housing too. At least in the county town, although the buildings were not skyscrapers, there were a few small buildings visible as they walked further in, and most of the houses were made of bricks and tiles. The area they first entered was likely the county's slum, on the outskirts of the city. Most of the houses there were mud brick homes, low and small, with only a few made of brick. Such technical terms were certainly from her father. Otherwise, how would Li Ruge know that a house with 3 mud walls and 1 red brick wall was called a brick-faced house? The family walked along, filled with curiosity, their eyes wide open, almost like country bumpkins visiting the city for the first time. At that moment, Zhao Dezhuang felt a sense of achievement because he was the one in their village, aside from the village chief and Grandpa Li, who had been to the city the most. People who worked in the countryside did tend to visit the city more often and had seen more than the average villager. Under Zhao Dezhuang's guidance, the family entered the county hospital and left the driver behind. When it came to registering, finding a doctor, and getting medicine, even if they were unfamiliar with this era, they were certainly more knowledgeable than Zhao Dezhuang. Moreover, Zhao Dezhuang had to take care of the horse and drive the cart to the storage place. Finally, it was just the 4 of them. They took Li Rui directly to the internal medicine department and insisted on having the doctor thoroughly examine the child, despite the doctor's eye-rolling. At that time, the hospital did not have the advanced equipment of later years. The examination relied on the doctor's experience, and he said that aside from the visible injuries, Li Rui was also malnourished, but there was nothing else wrong. Thanks to the rural women fighting, with just a few pulls of hair and some pinching, the visible injuries looked serious, but fortunately, there were no internal injuries and no broken ribs were likely. Li Fubin saw that the doctor's skills were limited, so he had him prescribe some medicine for external injuries and bandage her up. Then, while waiting for a few family members to bring clean medicine and gauze, they found a quiet place to sit down and checked the remaining money, which made them all wince. At that time, money was hard to earn. A worker's monthly salary was only about 20-some yuan, and the doctor's salary was probably around 30-some yuan. It was indeed a significant expense, including the registration fee and the cost of the medicine, although it wasn't anything special. A bottle of antiseptic, a pack of some unknown anti-inflammatory medicine, and a pack of gauze, it still added up. They spent a total of 3 yuan and 84 cents. No wonder they received 12 yuan and 83 cents. The family at Li's courtyard looked like they were ready to eat someone. "Father, I'm hungry. With the remaining money, can we find a place to eat something good?" Since it was rare to come to the city, and there was a state-run restaurant, Li Ruge excitedly looked at her father and made a great suggestion. It was already late, and the whole family must be hungry, but while Li Ruge dared to say it, Li Rui did not. However, seeing the eager sparkle in the little girl's eyes, it was clear she was craving something. "Old girl, what do you want to eat?" "Today, we will eat whatever you choose." To make up for the previous neglect towards the child, Sun Fengqin took the opportunity to show her maternal love to Li Rui. But she also didn't think about what the child usually ate or what delicious food she could mention. Under the family's watchful eyes, after a while, Li Rui timidly said, "Mother, I want to eat big steamed buns." She added shyly, big white steamed buns.
Li Ruge?
Poor child, could it be that she has never eaten a white steamed bun before? At that moment, the couple also remembered that in their family, not only had Rui never eaten a white steamed bun, but neither had the 3 of them. The Li family courtyard didn't have white steamed buns or fine rice very often. In fact, in the first few years, Life in the Li family courtyard was still decent. At least during the New Year, they could enjoy a few meals of white steamed buns and rice. Such precious food could never reach just a few people. Even on New Year's Day, Grandma Li would have Sun Fengqin prepare 2 dishes. In the Li family courtyard, the rules were that only the men could eat fine grains, and those who had sons could eat too. Daughters and granddaughters who could marry into the city and bring honor to the Li family could also eat. So, when it came down to it, only Li Fubin's family was qualified to eat the second dish of coarse grain buns. However, every New Year, they would still receive 1 bun each, and if there were good dishes, they would be given half a bowl of soup. For decades, Li Fubin's family had lived in the Li family courtyard, feeling worse than servants, doing the hardest work while struggling to get by. Thinking of this made both Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin feel uneasy, wishing they could quickly make up for what they owed their daughters. At that moment, Li Ruge also remembered the difficult years of the original owner. Especially when those kids ate white buns and came to show off in front of them, it felt worse than not having any at all. Those memories were too heavy, and they all looked up at each other and shared a bitter smile. "All right, let's eat white buns and braised pork today," Sun Fengqin said, forgetting they only had money and no tickets. Li Fubin thought of this too, but didn't say anything. Instead, he quietly signaled to Li Ruge, and the father and daughter fell a few steps behind, whispering to each other. "There are no city buses now. I don't know about big cities, but this small county doesn't have any." The 3 of them really admired people today. Those with good conditions could ride bicycles, while others had to rely on their own 2 legs. No wonder people are so thin nowadays. Not eating well is one reason, but mainly it's because they exercise so much. Look at those carrying things. They seem to have just come from the grain store, with heavy cloth bags on their backs, moving as if they were flying. "Dad, do you think there's a place selling grain over there?" "Those people seem to be carrying grain," Li Ruge asked, watching the people with cloth bags. Li Fubin had noticed it too. He nodded and replied, "There should be a grain store in that alley they turned into, but places like that won't sell grain to us. Only town residents have the right to get grain from the store." This reflects the gap between urban and rural areas. Who would have thought that decades later, there would still be a distinction between city folks and country folks? If you have money and can buy a house in the city, you might live even more comfortably than city dwellers. In a few decades, who will even care about the difference between city and country people? Many city dwellers are already moving to the countryside. A group of people inquired around and quickly found a restaurant nearby, which had a sign that read State-Run Restaurant No. 4. Since it said State-Run Restaurant Number 4, there must be restaurants number 1, 2, and 3 as well. Indeed, big cities are different. Just think about their little restaurant in Qingshan Village, which is the only one around, with just 2 signs and 1 window. Now look at this place. It has 4 signs and a row of large glass windows. Everyone was curious about this era, especially the young girl, Li Rui, who looked amazed by everything she saw. Since leaving the hospital, her eyes seemed a bit overwhelmed. If it weren't for Sun Fengqin pulling her along, she might have bumped into people along the way. The group confidently walked into the restaurant. Seeing that there weren't many diners inside, they were about to find a place to sit when a waitress in a white top and black pants, around 30 years old, hurried over. "What do you want?" "This isn't a place for you to rest. If you want to take a break, see that?" The waitress pointed casually outside. "Turn right and walk a few hundred meters. There's a big inn over there, you know?" Rural folks usually take the village cart to the city, and resting places are indeed those big inns where both the cart and horses can fit. There's even a large room prepared for people with a big Kong inside. If someone stays overnight, they can pay a few cents for a place to sleep. Li Fubin remembered such places from his previous visits, especially the strong smell of horse manure. Rural people only go to the city during the New Year or for family celebrations. They tend to travel in groups. Whenever there's a cart heading to the city, it's sure to be filled with chatter and people. Of course, what Li Fubin recalled was from a few years ago. Now, who even goes to the city anymore or celebrates the New Year or weddings? Even a few years back, people couldn't afford to eat at restaurants, so they would buy a big steamed bun made from 2 parts flour, which was relatively cheap and very popular. Of course, there were some who could afford it. Rarely going to the city, they would buy a big snack, and then everyone would return to the big shop, enjoying the delicious smell and eating happily. Li Fubin had only been to the county town once before to help the village carry things. They needed a few strong people, and he was chosen. He remembered that many people came then. Others were happily eating the food they bought or brought from home, while he sat alone by the cart, smelling the delicious food through the unpleasant odor and swallowing his saliva. A reminder from the waitress suddenly brought back many memories for Li Fubin, and his mood for eating meat dropped. While Li Fubin was lost in thought, Li Ruge had already started talking to the waitress. This situation couldn't involve Sun Fengqin. With her fiery temper, she would have been ready to fight at the waitress's attitude. "Excuse me, we came here to eat, not just to rest." Li Ruge thought that although the waitress had a long face and spoke rudely to them, it wasn't entirely her fault. Just look at their family's clothing. It was a miracle they weren't thrown out for looking like beggars. After saying this, Li Ruge pulled out $3 to show the waitress, indicating that they had money. In reality, the remaining $8.99 were all with Li Ruge. When they entered, she had noticed the prices on the board. Steamed buns were 8 cents each, rice was 15 cents a bowl, braised pork was $1.50 a plate, and stir-fried dried tofu was 30 cents a plate. She thought that $3 would be enough for their family of 4 to enjoy a good meal. Then she saw the waitress pause for a moment, then sneer and ask, "Where are your food coupons? You can't eat just with money." Well, they definitely didn't have food coupons, but they had fresh wild vegetables that others couldn't buy with coupons. But could a waitress really make that decision? Should she go ask the chef in the back kitchen? Maybe they wouldn't even have to pay for their meal. Seeing that Li Ruge was silent and kept looking toward the kitchen, the waitress raised her voice even more. "I'm telling you, country folks, how much can you earn in a year? Probably just $10 or $20, right? This few dollars might cover your family's expenses for a whole year, and you still want to eat in a restaurant? What? After this meal, you won't have any money left to live on?" Although the waiter's words were harsh, they were quite true. In the countryside, there aren't many places to spend money. Besides essential items like salt and matches, people try to save as much as they can. They often watch their neighbors to see who is starting a fire, so they can quickly borrow some. $3 is indeed enough for a family's salt and matches for a year. The waiter wasn't wrong. They really felt embarrassed to get angry. Li Ruge bent down and took a handful of wild vegetables from the basket on the ground. She confidently asked, "Can I use this to exchange for food tickets?" "That won't work. These wild vegetables." The waiter started to say that wild vegetables aren't worth much since they grow everywhere in the mountains. But then, thinking about the current situation, her tone softened a bit. Still, she insisted, "No, you can't use vegetables to exchange for food tickets. To thank everyone for their 5-star reviews, starting today, there will be 4 updates every day." At that moment, a young man sitting in the corner, who had been eating noodles, suddenly looked up. When he saw the pile of green wild vegetables, his eyes widened. Having just finished his noodles and not even bothering to drink the soup, he quickly stood up and walked over, saying, "How many of those wild vegetables do you have? I'll take them all. By the way, you want food tickets, right? I happen to have the tickets you need." "Hey, what are you doing?" The waiter was about to get upset at someone trying to steal her business, but when she turned to see who was speaking, she immediately lost her confidence. Just earlier, she and Hong Xia had been discussing how good-looking this young man was, although his expression was quite cold, making him seem unapproachable. Now, seeing this handsome young man interested in the wild vegetables and pulling out several pounds of food tickets, which were valid nationwide, the waitress's eyes lit up even more. Her niece was already 20 and still hadn't found a suitable partner. This young man could pull out so many food tickets and was wearing military pants, even though he only had a white shirt on top. With her years of experience as a waitress, Lu Dalin had a good eye for people and was sure that even if he wasn't a soldier, someone in his family must hold a position in the military. So she quickly changed her tone and said, "Well, young lady, you should give all these wild vegetables to this young man." Li Ruge was also staring at the young man with bright eyes, But it wasn't because he was handsome. She was focused on the military water bottle he was carrying. This large bottle could hold at least 3 or 4 pounds of water, and it was made of iron, so it must be very sturdy. As for the young man's looks, he was indeed quite good-looking, comparable to the big stars of later years. However, she didn't have a fascination with celebrities and never thought that men had to be good-looking. To her, a man should first and foremost have the essence of a man. That's what makes him attractive. Still, she could take advantage of the moment while the waitress was distracted to benefit her family. "So, do you want these wild vegetables?" "Yes, I'll take as many as you have," the young man replied while glancing at the bamboo basket on the ground. At that moment, Li Fubin also approached and gave a positive comment about the young man's appearance. Of course, he wasn't the type to judge someone just based on looks. He felt that the young man's face seemed to say, "I am a good person," radiating a sense of righteousness that made people feel at ease. "Young man, you've given us so many food coupons," Li Fubin said, glancing at the coupons that seemed to weigh about 10 pounds. "We can't take advantage of you. This basket of wild vegetables is already a bit much for you." Li Ruge, worried that her father might ruin her plan, quickly interrupted. Yes, actually, there's also half a basket of mushrooms. So, they're all yours. But could you trade us your water bottle?" As soon as Li Ruge mentioned the half basket of mushrooms, before Zhou Chaoyang could respond, Wang Dalin exclaimed, "Oh my, there are mushrooms?" In previous years, they would have already had mushrooms by this time, and being near Dakingshan, mushrooms were not a rare find. However, this year was different. There hadn't been a single drop of rain, and mushrooms wouldn't grow without moisture. Recently, not only had customers been asking for wild chicken stew with mushrooms, but their chef had also been talking about it every day. But when Wang Dalin heard Li Ruge wanted to use mushrooms to trade for the young man's water bottle, her enthusiasm quickly faded. She couldn't help but click her tongue and looked at Zhou Chaoyang, reminding him, "There are plenty of mushrooms in the mountains, but that water bottle isn't cheap. How many can you offer?" Li Ruge asked bluntly. "We don't have any right now, but that doesn't mean you can trade for someone else's military canteen." "Young lady, you're taking advantage of the situation, you know? Aunt, you can't just accuse me like that. How am I robbing anyone? Whether we trade or not is up to this gentleman. I didn't even try to take it." While the two were arguing, Zhou Chaoyang had already taken the canteen down and placed it on the table. "We have patients who really need these mushrooms and wild vegetables. I only have a few grain tickets left, and I thought it wasn't enough. Since this young lady likes the canteen, I'll trade it to you." The two were like a perfect match, one willing to give and the other willing to take. The canteen wasn't even hers, so why should she care? Wang Dalin let out a heavy snort, but then thought about what would happen if the chef and the director found out she was the one who let the basket of mushrooms and vegetables go. Wang Dalin quickly asked Li Ruge to put all the wild vegetables back in the basket and, with a stern face, asked, "What does your family want to eat? Hurry up." Seeing that her father was already chatting with the young man and even asking for his name, Li Ruge held back a laugh and turned to the waitress, saying, "For bowls of rice, and let's have 10 steamed buns, a plate of braised pork, and a stir-fried tofu." Ordering so much? Wang Dalin glanced at the couple and thought, how is this young lady in charge? But they had money and tickets, and today they just happened to have everything. 4 bowls of rice cost 60 cents, 8 grain tickets. 10 steamed buns cost 80 cents, 1 grain ticket. A plate of braised pork is $1.50, half a meat ticket. At this point, Wang Dalin looked at the few tickets on the table and smiled slyly. "It seems you don't have any meat tickets, do you?" Zhou Chaoyang, who was being pulled into conversation by Li Fubin, had been paying attention to what was happening over here. He was also curious why this family let a young girl be in charge. When the waitress mentioned the meat ticket, the young girl frowned. Zhou Chaoyang quickly rummaged through his pocket and actually found a meat ticket, just enough for half a pound. Isn't this a bit foolish? Trading several pounds of grain tickets for a basket of wild vegetables and mushrooms is already quite a lot, and he was also giving them a military canteen. He pulled out the half-pound meat ticket. Wang Dalin realized that in these times, relying on looks was useless, and being naive was a big mistake. Otherwise, no family could afford to waste like this. Add a plate of stir-fried tofu for 30 cents, totaling $3.20, 1 pound and 8 ounces of grain tickets, and half a meat ticket. This small amount of money, Li Ruge could calculate without thinking, so as soon as Wang Dalin finished speaking, she had the cash ready for her. Spending this much on a meal, are they planning to live like this? Wang Dalin said, worried about the family as she turned to leave with the menu. These country folks, do they think they can survive after this meal? Of course. She said the last part very quietly, and a few people did not hear her. Although a few people did not hear her, Zhou Chaoyang heard it clearly and frowned. He had been stationed here for over 2 years and knew very well what life was like in the countryside. Looking at the family's patched clothes and the pale, thin faces of both the children and adults, it was clear they were not a family that could afford a meal costing over $3. The youngest girl had a bandage on her forehead, suggesting that the family had just come from the hospital. Zhou Chaoyang's gaze shifted back to Li Ruge, and he was puzzled by the fact that this family of 4 was being led by this little girl. He knew this because all the money came from her, and whatever they ordered was decided by her, while her parents said nothing. Young man, I saw you just had a bowl of noodles. At your age, you should be able to eat more. Sit down and have some food with us, Li Fubin warmly invited. No, uncle, I need to get back, but could you give me your address? I need to borrow your backpack, and we'll return it when I have time. No need, you already gave us so many food tickets and even a meat ticket, and now a water bottle. This military water bottle was a great item. With it, they could drink the water from their daughter's space without sneaking around anymore. Li Fubin, Sun Fengqin, and little Rui all felt they had taken advantage of Zhou Chaoyang. Only Li Ruge thought differently. She noticed the man was wearing military green pants. In these times, who else could wear such colors? Only soldiers. For a soldier, getting a military water bottle was not difficult. Moreover, were the wild vegetables and mushrooms they had ordinary? Zhou Chaoyang was not just going to return the basket. He was very curious about this family. Including Li Fubin, he looks like an ordinary farmer, but when he speaks, he doesn't seem like one. For example, when he invited me to sit down and eat more, I could tell he was sincere. A generous person must have some confidence behind that generosity. However, looking at his family's clothing and expressions, I honestly can't figure out where their confidence comes from. When I came here, I just wanted to trade for wild vegetables, but now I'm very curious about this family, including that aunt. I feel she is different from typical rural women. I can't quite say how, but I really want to know where this family lives. Uncle, I don't really need your basket, but could you please give me your address? Do you have more of these wild vegetables? Yes. Before Li Fubin could respond, Li Ruge quickly replied, if you need a lot, we can deliver it to your home. Cough, cough, cough. At this time, personal business transactions were not allowed, and the daughter seemed to have forgotten what era they lived in. Just a moment ago, I was thinking I couldn't see how Sun Fengqin was different from ordinary rural women. Hearing her hint to her daughter, I finally understood how this aunt was different from those rural women. She seems to be a clever person who hides her abilities. No, her mother is too cautious. Just look at this person. He looks like a positive young man. If their family wants to live well in this era or help more people, they definitely need friends with connections. Li Ruge also believes that having more friends opens up more opportunities, but her mother is right to be concerned. They can trade some things, but when it comes to business, that won't work. They have plenty of wild vegetables and mushrooms, and they are worried about not having a market for them. Li Fubin and his daughter think that Zhou Chaoyang might be worth getting to know. He could be a valuable friend for their family. Well, Li Fubin decided not to mention the basket again and said, our family is from Lijiazwang in Qingshan Commune. My name is Li Fubin. When you go, you don't need to ask around. We are the only family on the west side of the village. He had been to Qingshan Commune once, but had never been to Lijiazwang. Okay, Uncle Li, I'll take this basket of vegetables now and bring you a basket next time. All right, we're not in a hurry to use it. Just let us know when you're free, or you can drop it off when it's convenient. They spoke loudly on purpose, not worried about being overheard. Meanwhile, the conversation between Li Ruge and Zhou Chaoyang was kept quiet, And with so many people eating, the noise from the two female waitstaff drowned them out, so no one heard what they said. At that moment, their food was ready. Hearing Wang Dalin call for them to come and get the dishes, Ruge pouted and stuck out her tongue. After thinking it over, she decided it was better to do it than to argue, so she stood up to get the food. Zhou Chaoyang, who was already at the door, suddenly turned back and caught Ruge making a funny face at Wang Dalin. He didn't know why he turned around, but seeing her playful expression made him smile. The girl looked to be only about 10 years old, yet she managed the family's finances. Despite her cleverness, she was still just a child, a very cute one at that. If Ruge knew that Zhou Chaoyang saw her this way, she would definitely want to talk to him about it. After all, she was older and didn't think she was that cute. Meanwhile, the others at the table had already started eating, each with a large bowl of rice. Just one bowl weighed at least 4 ounces, yet it cost 2 ounces of grain tickets. Ruge couldn't understand why 4 ounces of rice required 2 ounces of tickets. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought one bowl was only 2 ounces and worried it wouldn't be enough, which led her to buy 10 big steamed buns. When the buns arrived, everyone was pleased. They were huge and only 8 cents each, which was quite a bargain. Coming from a time when $10 was just pocket change, they were still getting used to how little money could buy. Wasn't this supposed to be a year of famine? Wasn't food supposed to be scarce? How could these big buns be only 8 cents each? Well, it seemed that in their area, a laborer's annual work points could only buy $10 or $20 worth of food. Some with lower points didn't even get a penny back and even owed the production team. Everyone at the table realized that even though the buns were only 8 cents, they still required 1 ounce of grain tickets, which were also hard to come by in the city. The rice may not look as good as in the future, nor does it have the long grain fragrance, probably because it's cooked in a large pot, but it tastes really delicious. With just a few people who often go hungry for bowls of rice, a plate of braised pork, and a plate of stir-fried tofu are enough to fill them up. After eating well, Li Fubin remembered Zhao Dazhuang, who was still waiting for them at the big cart shop. Let's save 2 steamed buns for Uncle Zhao. He came all this way with us. Even though he earns work points, we can't let him go back hungry. Boss Li was generous and had developed this habit, casually suggesting 2 buns, which surprised the young girl Li Rui. Then her second sister's words almost made the girl drop her jaw.
Sure, I was just thinking about that.
I saw some mustard greens stir-fried with meat, so I bought a plate. I'll save some for Uncle Zhao, and the rest we can have with our buns for dinner. Second sister. Li Rui couldn't help but call out. What is it, Rui? Ruge looked over and noticed the girl's greasy mouth, which made her feel much better inside. This child was so pitiful. If they had lost everything at home, it would have made her feel guilty for a lifetime. Rui wanted to say, how can you bear to give away such delicious buns and even buy meat and vegetables for others? But seeing her sister's calm expression, she thought that this was just her second sister's nature. Her second sister had always been generous, right? Of course, when they had nothing before, she hadn't noticed her sister's generosity. I just wanted to say, second sister, the meat you bought is really tasty. It's my first time eating such delicious meat. Ruge could tell that Li Rui wasn't being completely honest. The way she called out seemed like she wanted to stop her from doing something. Guessing the girl's thoughts, Ruge gently pinched Li Rui's cheek and said with concern, if it's good, I'll buy it for you again next time. Li Rui didn't dare to take her sister's words too seriously. Their family was too poor. How could they possibly eat meat often? However, Sun Fengqin believed in her daughter and seriously reminded her, our family doesn't have much fat in our bellies. Meat is tasty, but we can't eat too much. After this, let's wait a few days before having more. Okay, I understand. I'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative later to see if they have any milk powder or similar items to buy for our family. I heard there's a place in town that sells malt extract. They say it's more nutritious than milk powder. Let's go check it out together later. Why is Mom being so generous? And malt extract? In the surprise of the young girl, Li Rui, the family finally finished their meal. They stared at the 10 big steamed buns and a plate of pickled vegetables with meat, feeling a bit lost. At that moment, There were no takeout bags. How were they supposed to take this home? Li Fubin glanced at the mother and daughter and said, Ruge, go with your dad to see if there are any baskets or bowls for sale. Li Ruge understood what her father meant. She quickly grabbed 2 buns, sweetly borrowed a big bowl from Wang Dalin, and also borrowed a pair of chopsticks. Wang Dalin was hoping they would bring her some wild vegetables or mushrooms, so she happily agreed. After all, with 2 people still here, just 1 bowl and 1 pair of chopsticks, she wasn't worried they would run off. The father and daughter walked towards the big cart shop, discussing what items they could use to carry things. In Li Ruge's space, there were 2 bowls from home, one of which was used for washing her face. However, with little Rui around, they couldn't take those bowls out. Li Fubin had pots and pans, and even a nice storage box with stacks of white towels, but those items couldn't be taken out either. Dad, look over there. That person has so many baskets. Are they for sale? Why don't we buy a basket first and then find a bowl, or we could just wrap the buns in the towels and put them in the basket. Li Fubin followed his daughter's finger and saw someone indeed carrying a load of baskets, probably around 10. He nodded, all right, let's go take a look. By this time, they had already reached the area near the big cart shop, which is why they could see someone selling baskets. However, they couldn't say selling at this moment. The person was actually delivering baskets to the production team. Of course, no one would come empty-handed. They would definitely take a few back home, and if they happen to meet someone needing a basket, they might even make a bit of pocket money. Hey there, how much are your baskets? Li Fubin approached the person with the baskets and asked directly. The seller quickly waved his hands. Not for sale. Not for sale. I'm not selling these. I'm delivering them to the collection station to trade for matches. Matches are what they call Yanghua. With so many bamboo baskets, all beautifully woven, just to trade for a few packs of matches. At that time, people were quite timid, but they had to be careful. Speculation could lead to serious consequences. Li Ruge knew her father had scared the man, so she stepped forward, showing her advantage as a child, and said softly, Uncle, my dad and I don't mean any harm. We just want to buy a few baskets from you. Can you tell us how much each one costs? We'll buy them quietly. The little girl blinked her big eyes, looking quite adorable. The older man believed her words and looked around. Seeing no one nearby, he discreetly held up and said, 20 cents each. How about that? At just 20 cents each, that sounded good. Then let's get 4, please. 2 big ones and 2 smaller ones. The 2 big ones were for her parents, and since she and Rui were still small, carrying a big basket wouldn't be suitable. The 4 smooth-woven large baskets only cost 80 cents, and since the old man didn't have change, they ended up paying just 79 cents for all 4. Money really goes fast these days, Dad. I still have $5 whole left. After we deliver the steamed buns to Uncle Zhao, let's pick up Mom and Rui and go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy something, she said. Daughter, Li Fubin said with a worried look, did you forget we have a task to do in the city? She really had forgotten about that, but it wasn't a contradiction, right? Dad, where do you plan to sell the wild vegetables? Isn't it at the supply and marketing cooperative? We can't go to the cooperative to sell food. We need to go to the residential area. Li Fubin knew better than Li Ruge where it was appropriate to buy and sell things. Linqing County was poor due to its many mountains and little land, and in recent years, it had faced both floods and droughts, with a locust plague just 2 years ago. However, there were still a few big factories in the county, like the sugar factory, textile factory, and cotton spinning factory. These were the kind of places people dreamed of working in. Let's go to the sugar factory's residential area. I'm confident that even our small amount of wild vegetables won't be enough for that neighborhood, Li Fubin said confidently. Since both of her parents were born in the 1960s, even though they were very young and didn't remember much, they must have heard their elders talk about these years. Li Ruge completely trusted her father's suggestion and nodded, saying, Okay, then we'll carry back 2 baskets of wild vegetables and mushrooms and tell Rui they were hidden in the cart. If I don't say this, little Rui will definitely ask where these 2 baskets of wild vegetables came from. Fortunately, she was a bit dazed on the way here and didn't really open her eyes, so it was easier to handle. The father and daughter had discussed this before entering the big carriage shop. From a distance, they could hear Zhao Dazhuang chatting with someone. Li Fubin listened for a while and chuckled. Zhao was talking, but he was careful, only discussing trivial matters. Normally, during the busy farming season, not many people come to the city. However, there were about 4 or 5 carriages parked at the shop, and several carriage owners were gathered, listening to Zhao Dazhuang's chatter. Before entering, Li Ruge had heard her father talk about the smell here, and now she finally understood what a strong odor was. Yet, the others seemed indifferent, and not far from where they sat was a pile of horse manure. Why don't they move away? Can't they smell that? Old farmers are used to the smell of manure. To them, it's a treasure that can increase crop yield. Before the father and daughter got closer, the group noticed the aroma of food and turned their heads in unison. Zhao Dazhuang spotted Li Fubin and his daughter, quickly jumped down from the carriage, and greeted them with a smile. How is Rui? Does she need to stay in the hospital? Since the legal matter with the Li family had been settled and the doctor hadn't asked them to stay, there was no need for hospitalization. The hospital now was nothing like in the future. The environment made Li Ruge feel that even healthy people could get sick there. There's nothing serious. The doctor checked her thoroughly and said she could go home to rest. He also prescribed some medicine that should help her recover. While Li Fubin was answering Zhao Dazhuang, Li Ruge stood beside him holding a large bowl. She noticed that the few people and Zhao Dazhuang were glancing her way. The bowl felt hot in her hands, so she quickly handed it over. Uncle Zhao, these 2 buns are for you, bought by my dad. There's also some pickled vegetables. They should still be warm, so please eat them while they're hot. Bought for me? Zhao Dazhuang's voice trembled.
How can that be?
Did your family eat? We've all eaten. This is just the hospital meal given to Rui. This explanation was a plan agreed upon by the 4 of them. Otherwise, Zhao Dazhuang would find out that they had come to the city for medical treatment and even visited a state-run restaurant. If this news gets back to the village, not to mention what Su Xuanli and the villagers will think, but if the Li family finds out that they are using the money they got from them to eat at a restaurant, there will be trouble. Now that the patient is in the hospital, there is indeed food for patients. However, it usually consists of some soybeans or cornmeal. It's the first time many have heard of giving white steamed buns. But no one thought much of it. Maybe the young girl is seriously ill, and that's why she got such good food. It was said that just the medicine costs several dollars. For an old farmer who works hard all year and can only earn a few dollars, a few bucks is not a small amount. Although these 2 look like beggars, they have good hearts and even brought 2 big buns to Boss Zhao. Why haven't they encountered such good fortune? Not to mention buns, even a single corn cake would be nice. Amid the envy of a few people, Zhao Dazhuang numbly accepted the big bowl. He wanted to politely refuse, saying he didn't need to eat, but those white buns looked too delicious. Well, I guess I'll eat one.
Uncle Zhao, you should eat. These are all for you.
My dad says you eat more than he does, so you need to eat more. Li Ruge's words almost made Zhao Dazhuang cry. He does have a big appetite and has always dreamed of having a big meal of white buns. He thought it would be worth it even if he died after. He never expected that this dream would be fulfilled by the Li family. When he saw the pickled vegetables with meat under the buns, Zhao Dazhuang's eyes truly turned red. The girl's words touched him so much that this man in his 30s had tears in his eyes. Li Fubin pretended not to see anything and squatted down to chat with a few others. After eating 2 big buns and some meat stir-fried pickled vegetables, Zhao Dazhuang felt that life is indeed beautiful. Good days aren't just in stories. Those buns were large, and with Zhao Dazhuang's appetite, he was about 7 or 8 parts full after eating them. In the end, he used a small piece of bun to clean his bowl thoroughly. Li Ruge then took the water bottle she had just exchanged and poured him some warm water. This water was not mixed with space water. It was hot water she got from Wang Dalan. After the long journey, it was just right to drink. Other car owners in the village had also brought cars for village work and personal use, but compared to Zhao Dazhuang, they felt their efforts today were quite disappointing. Meanwhile, Zhao Dazhuang finished eating and drinking, wiped his mouth, and was ready to get his car. Li Fubin quickly stopped him and hinted, "We have some things to do, Dazhuang. You'll need to wait for us for a while. Sure, no problem. Take your time, Zhao Dazhuang cheerfully replied, but then suddenly remembered that Li Fubin might be looking for a place to sell wild vegetables, which made him a bit worried for their family. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Dazhuang stood up and chased after them, saying, "Third brother, wait for me." The father and daughter were puzzled as they saw Zhao Dazhuang catch up. Li Fubin asked, "What's up? Do you need something?" Zhao Dazhuang glanced back and saw that a few people were watching them. He pulled Li Fubin aside and whispered, "Third brother, I know what you're planning. Let me go instead. I'm stronger and can run faster." What a guy. They only gave him 2 buns to eat, and he wants to take the blame for any mistakes. People nowadays are really easy to deal with, the father and daughter thought. After some reflection, Li Fubin explained where they were going. Once he heard they were going to the sugar factory's residential area, Zhao Dazhuang felt relieved, knowing they would be disguised as relatives and wouldn't run into any trouble. No wonder the father and daughter bought 4 bamboo baskets with lids. They were for everyone. As he watched them walk away, Zhao Dazhuang made a silent promise that he would be the first to help Li Fubin's family whenever they needed anything. When the father and daughter returned to the state-run restaurant, it was already past mealtime, and the place was empty except for Sun Fengqin and her daughter. Before they left, Li Ruge had checked the time, noting that their trip took 53 minutes. No wonder her mother looked relieved when they arrived back. With all the diners gone, only the 2 of them sat there, and the head chef had come out to check on them a couple of times, glancing in their direction. Feeling guilty, Sun Fengqin went to help Wang Dalin clean the place, and by now, she had swept almost the entire restaurant. Li Fubin stayed outside with the 4 bamboo baskets and didn't go in. Li Ruge called her mother and thanked Wang Dalin, and the 3 of them hurriedly left. After the family of 4 gathered, Sun Fengqin saw the 4 bamboo baskets filled with wild vegetables and mushrooms and quickly guessed what was happening. Originally, the 2 men planned to fill 2 baskets, but after discussing it, they realized they needed to buy too many things and were short on money, so they decided to fill all 4 baskets. Fortunately, wild vegetables and mushrooms are light, especially mushrooms, which can't be packed too tightly. So, even though the baskets looked full, they didn't weigh much. The father and daughter each carried 1 basket, and Li Rui wanted to carry 1 too, but the family wouldn't agree. Li Fubin initially wanted to carry 1 himself while holding another, but Sun Fengqin pushed him aside, saying, "With your strength, it's better to save it for bargaining later." How could he, someone who usually talks about millions in negotiations, bargain with a group of housewives, many of whom were elderly? Li Fubin thought it would be easier to carry 2 baskets than to outsmart the older women. Seeing her father a bit nervous, Li Ruge smiled and reassured him, "Dad, did you forget about your daughter? Right, my daughter is quite popular with the elderly. Especially when she smiles, her sweet appearance makes her adored by grandparents and relatives alike." Sun Fengqin then remembered her daughter's charm but felt a bit insecure when she saw how her daughter looked now. Once, her daughter was chubby and cute, and everyone would say how lovely she was. Of course, her daughter still looks good now. Just look at those expressive big eyes. If they grow up well, she will definitely be a beauty. Moreover, upon closer inspection, she does resemble girls from the future. As for Li, if he weren't so thin, dark, and poorly dressed, he would look more like the well-dressed Li Fubin from the future. However, they do share some similar features. Sun Fengqin wondered if she looked like the Sun Fengqin from decades ago. If they could sell a few more items, she would definitely buy a small mirror, which she and Li Ruge both thought of. The sugar factory's housing area was a bit out of the way, and the family asked around until they nearly left the city before reaching the area. But being a bit off the beaten path felt safer than being watched. Just as they were coming this way, a few young men on bicycles glanced at them several times, making the family break into a sweat. Later, they might have felt that the clothes the family wore were too shabby, not fitting for someone who could take advantage of opportunities, especially with one of them having a head wrapped in bandages. Another possibility is that those few people had urgent matters to attend to and didn't have time to pay attention to this family. In any case, this family had just narrowly escaped a disaster. In fact, Li Ruge was already prepared to get rid of the wild vegetables and mushrooms in the basket at any moment. After all, Rui was their own child, and if necessary, they would rather tell her the truth than let outsiders have any leverage over them. Fortunately, for this family, being able to survive was indeed a of luck. This showed that they had the protection of a higher power. How could they easily face trouble? Mom, look. The houses here have glass windows. They are so bright. Li Rui's exclamation brought everyone's attention back to her. Seeing the sparkle in the little girl's eyes gave them motivation. Just now, they were also admiring this relatively large housing area compared to what they were used to. Indeed, the houses and walls here were made of red bricks. A house that could afford to have red brick walls would definitely have glass windows, indicating it was a wealthy neighborhood. Don't worry, my dear daughter. One day, I will make sure you live in a big house with glass windows, Li Fubin promised, patting his chest confidently. Really, Dad? The little girl's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at her father. Of course it's true, Li Fubin replied firmly. It was just a house with glass windows. Although the wealth gap in this era shouldn't be too large and not everyone could get rich quickly, he could still manage to buy a few pieces of glass. Li Fubin's words made both mother and daughter think of their own house, which didn't even have windows or doors and truly needed a few pieces of glass. The family confidently walked into the sugar factory's housing area, looking around for opportunities. At this time, those who worked were still at their jobs, leaving behind only some elderly people and those young wives without work. The sugar factory allowed the children of employees to work temporarily, but they had strict requirements for those young wives who came from the countryside. In simple terms, some leaders looked down on rural people, thinking that if they had less education, their quality must be lacking. At this time, without an urban household registration and no job, life in the city was quite difficult. Yet, many rural girls still dreamed of one day marrying into the city and living a good life with access to better food. Of course, it's easier to find a partner in the city. Who would go to the countryside to look for one? Those who go to the countryside for a wife are usually not very appealing. They can't find a partner in the city, so they have to search in rural areas, and they still want to find the prettiest ones. Women like Li Ruxia and Li Rufin, who are lazy and not very attractive, still hope to marry into the city, but they are likely to be overlooked by everyone. Now that it's hot outside, there are quite a few groups of people chatting and relaxing. Just now, the group saw two young women holding babies, and it was obvious they came from the countryside. You can tell by their expressions and body language. They seem timid and easily intimidated. Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin understand some things about this era, and they both agreed to avoid those two young women from the countryside to prevent being recognized. The houses here are all connected, arranged in rows, with about 10 households in each row. Each household has a small courtyard, and there are paths in the front and back, making everything look very neat. Even in later years, houses with small courtyards are quite popular, especially among middle-aged and older people, and even some young people who want to experience rural life. Before he became wealthy, Li Fubin was a real estate agent, which is why he immediately liked this housing area near the sugar factory. It wasn't just Li Fubin who was impressed. A family of 4 who had just moved out of a livestock barn would envy anyone who saw such houses. Dad, I just hope we can have a house like this someday, said Li Ruge, knowing they could never afford a mansion like they had in the future. In this time, even if they had money, who would dare to build such a big villa? At this moment, Li Fubin was also daydreaming. Comparing lives can be tough. Back in Lijiazwang, everyone lived similarly, whether well or poorly, all in mud houses, eating simple meals, and drinking porridge. The windows were covered with thick paper. Even the family of Old Man Li, who was considered well off in Qingshan Commune, was not much better off than their poor family. But once they arrived in the county, seeing the housing for sugar factory employees, it felt like the top level of living today. However, to own such a house, you first need to work at the sugar factory to have a chance to get one. Li Fubin stared at his 2 daughters for a while, then suddenly asked Ruge, Rui, do you both want to go to school? Cough, cough. She had just finished her college entrance exam. What did Li Fubin mean? Did he want her to go back to elementary school and start over? Besides, in a few years, schools would stop classes, and even if she could still enter school now, it would be too late to apply for college. Dad, how old am I now? Seeing Li Rui's excited expression, Li Ruge quickly pushed her younger sister forward. Why don't you send Rui to school instead? She's only 10, so starting from first grade wouldn't be too late. Yeah, it's not too late for both of you. This isn't urgent. We can discuss it more when we get home. At that moment, Li Fubin had spotted his target, an old man sitting at the entrance with a chessboard set up, apparently waiting for someone to play. The old man had slicked back hair, and although he was completely gray, he was well-groomed. To be honest, with his experience, Li Fubin could tell this man must have been an official before retirement. The few elderly women and the 2 young wives from the countryside earlier didn't seem reliable at all. Having locked in his target, Li Fubin turned to his wife and daughters, giving them a signal and quietly instructed, Fengqin, you and the girls wait here. Ruge, and I will go check it out first. Okay, I can see Rui is tired too. Sun Fengqin sat Li Rui down on a stone at the alley entrance, but her eyes were fixed on the father-daughter pair walking into the alley. The father and daughter, one carrying wild vegetables and the other mushrooms, headed toward the old man sitting there smoking. The old man had already noticed them. After all, their clothing was quite unusual in this neighborhood, making it hard not to pay attention. Are you visiting relatives? Whose house are you looking for? Can't find them? Before they could speak, the old man started the conversation. Li Fubin noticed the old man was smoking a cigarette. In these times, not many could afford cigarettes, even the cheap ones. Yes, we came to the city to take our daughter to the doctor and thought we could bring some wild vegetables and mushrooms to our relatives, but we've been searching for a while and can't find where they live. Upon hearing about the wild vegetables and mushrooms, the old man's eyes kept glancing at the baskets on their backs, and he became more enthusiastic. What are your relatives' names? In the sugar factory's residential area, there isn't anyone I don't know. Oh, thank you so much. My wife's cousin is named Sun Dafeng, and she is about 45 or 46 this year, Li Fubin said very seriously. Sun Dafeng? The old man frowned and thought carefully, then shook his head. Are you sure your cousin lives in the sugar factory's residential area? He was indeed sure. If she didn't live there, he wouldn't have dared to mention Sun Dafeng's name. In fact, Sun Fengqin really did have a cousin living in the county town, and they used to have a good relationship when they were younger. But later, one married and moved to the city, while the other married into Li Jiazhuang. As time passed, their connection faded. Plus, they hadn't been in touch for many years, so they only knew that a cousin lived in the county town, but they didn't know exactly where. However, they heard that Sun Fengqin's cousin married a man who was disabled and worked at a printing factory for people with disabilities. Thinking about someone who works in a printing factory, it seemed unlikely they could live in the sugar factory's residential area, especially since the person was disabled and wouldn't have the chance to work at the sugar factory. Seeing the old man's furrowed brow, Li Fubin knew he had made the right bet. Linqing County wasn't big, but it was impossible for everyone in the county to know each other. We haven't been in touch for many years either. My wife isn't sure about this matter. We just want to look for her, since we brought things all this way. Yes, you brought things from so far. You can't just take them back. After saying this, the old man seemed to feel he had been too blunt and awkwardly smiled, quickly adding, What I mean is, if you can't find your relatives, why not sell the things to me?
Sell to you?
Li Fubin exchanged glances with Li Ruge, and the father and daughter deliberately placed the bamboo basket right in front of the old man. That could work, but isn't selling things illegal? Seeing Li Fubin's honest and simple demeanor, Shen Wanlin had no doubt that this rural man was not trying to trick him. As for Li Fubin's sharp eyes, the old man's name was Shen Wanlin, and before retiring, he had been the factory manager at the sugar factory for nearly 10 years. At that time, shortly after the liberation, when the sugar factory was established in Linqing County, Shen Wanlin was its first manager. However, back then, aside from slightly higher wages and a bit more meat ration each month, the treatment for cadres and workers wasn't much different. At that time, the leaders didn't have cars to ride in or nice houses to live in. Otherwise, they wouldn't have met Shen Wanlin. The old man had just retired and was feeling quite angry. He wanted to eat some bitter wild vegetables to cool down, and someone brought them right to him. Breaking the law? Aren't you my relatives? You're just visiting my home and taking some wild vegetables and mushrooms. What law are we breaking? As Shen Wanlin spoke, he stood up and pointed to the mother and daughter sitting at the alley's entrance. Go, call them over. Let them come in for some water. Okay, I'll go get them, said the old man, quickly thinking on his feet. In the blink of an eye, they became relatives. After Ruge finished speaking, she turned and hurried to the alley to call them. Fubin didn't need the old man to help. He carried a large bamboo basket and followed the old man into the yard. To wait for the women, the main gate was left wide open. By the time they arrived, Shen Wanlin had already gone inside and called his wife out, pouring each person a bowl of sweetened water. As the factory manager of a sugar factory, even though he was retired, they certainly had plenty of sugar at home. Seeing how thin the guests were, Mrs. Shen added extra sugar to the water. The guests were indeed a bit thirsty. Since the military water bottle hadn't been washed properly, they didn't mind that it was a little dirty, but the other three didn't want to drink from someone else's used bottle. If Zhou Chaozhong knew he was being disliked, he would rush over to reclaim his water bottle. As the guests sipped the sweet water, whether they liked it or not, they pretended they had never had sweetened water before and finished their bowls completely. Seeing this, Shen Wanlin asked his wife to pour more, but Fubin quickly stopped her. No need, ma'am. We're not thirsty anymore. By the way, you should take a look at how many of these wild vegetables we can keep. Mrs. Shen had already opened all 4 baskets. This year was dry, and she wondered where this family found such fresh wild vegetables and beautiful mushrooms. Oh my, asking how many they can take? Of course, they can take all of it. Worried that the old man might have different thoughts, Mrs. Shen quickly said, Old man, the first family, the second family, the third family, and Xiaoling and Xiuling's families. I'm afraid this won't be enough to share. You old lady, if you eat something good, you think it won't be enough, Shen Wanlin said, but his expression showed he wasn't unwilling at all. The family here already has an idea of what's going on. It seems they won't need to sell these 4 baskets of wild vegetables and mushrooms to others. The elderly couple discussed it and then turned to Fubin, saying, We have many children, so we'll keep these baskets of vegetables. How much do you think they are worth? Or, do you want something instead? Compared to other families with just 1 or 2 rooms, the Shen family has 4 main rooms, which is quite different. Additionally, their house has no neighbors on the west side, and although there are neighbors on the east, they are blocked by 2 side rooms. The family sat under the fruit trees, resting while sizing up the house. This family's economic situation and location are very suitable for them to gather. However, relying solely on their family, even with many children eating wild vegetables and mushrooms daily, they wouldn't consume much. With this in mind, since they didn't plan to make a one-time deal, Fubin's response was more cautious. It's like this, we just separated from our family, and we lack many things. How about this, sir and madam? If you have anything you don't need, we can take it, and you can keep these baskets of wild vegetables and mushrooms. The elderly couple listened to Fubin and, seeing how the family was dressed, first thought of finding a few old clothes for their children. Of course, they couldn't just give a few old clothes in exchange for so many wild vegetables and mushrooms, so they also took out a pound each of white sugar and brown sugar. Thinking that food might be scarce in the countryside this year, Shen Wanlin whispered to his wife and then brought them 5 pounds of corn husks, 2 pounds of millet, and 3 pounds of sorghum. This was to make up a total of 10 pounds of food for their family, and each item was weighed precisely with a scale. This was already quite generous, especially since they were giving food and sugar, which are currently very scarce. Finally, Shen Wanlin took out a stack of large white paper and handed it to Ruge, saying, Little girl, are you still studying? Here, take this back to use as notebooks for you and your sister. This white paper is a valuable item. Ruge quickly accepted it, bending down to thank the elderly couple. Thank you, Grandpa Shen. Thank you, Grandma Shen. No need to be polite. You're very well-mannered, little girl. Study hard when you get home. If you can finish high school, maybe you and your sister will have a chance to work at the sugar factory. The sugar factory does not hire rural workers unless they have a high enough education level, such as a high school diploma or a vocational degree. Only then do they have a chance to get into a good place like the sugar factory. By the time they graduate from high school, the situation may have changed significantly. A family that understands the direction of history has little expectation for this matter, but they are still grateful to the elderly couple for pointing them toward a bright path. Once everything was packed, Li Fubin mentioned that there are still some wild vegetables and mushrooms in his village, and wondered if the elderly couple could help find buyers. Of course, it would be even better to trade directly for grain. Finding buyers is easy. The sugar factory's cafeteria would definitely need as many as they can get. However, he is already retired and shouldn't be involved with the sugar factory anymore. While Shun Wanlin hesitated, Mrs. Shun urged, "What's the difficulty? You should let the eldest son talk to Director Zhou. This is a good thing and they might be very grateful to you." Well, once a person retires. Shun Wanlin didn't say much more but nodded. "Okay, but you need to wait a bit. How about you come back tomorrow?" "Sure, I'll come back tomorrow to hear the news," Li Fubin replied optimistically. "Tonight, this family will definitely eat those wild vegetables and mushrooms, and they might even send some to Director Zhou." Li Fubin has already decided that tomorrow he can bring all those wild vegetables and mushrooms, ensuring he won't return empty-handed. As they left Shun Wanlin's house, they quickened their pace toward the big vehicle shop. It was almost 3:30, and they could only rely on their legs to get anywhere, meaning they wasted most of the day on the road. Thinking about the more than an hour it would take to get home, it would likely be dark by the time they arrived. Plus, there are so many wild vegetables and mushrooms at home, and the villagers are anxiously waiting for good news. The family hurriedly quickened their steps. Mushrooms are fine. They can be stored without worry, but wild vegetables cannot. They will quickly, and there are so many that Su Shunli needs to send someone to keep an eye on them. With the commotion from the Leaf family, they had no chance to store the wild vegetables in their space, which, regardless of size, has a preservation function. "Dad, I still have some meat here. Should we look for an opportunity to sell a few pieces?" Li Fubin was also thinking about this. Rui had been by his side, but they hadn't found the chance to act. Otherwise, just with Shun's family, they could probably leave with at least 2 pieces. It's already past 3 o'clock. "Fengqin, why don't you take our daughter to the department store? I'll go with Ruge to look for buyers elsewhere." "Yes, Mom. We need to split up. Otherwise, it will take too long," Li Ruge said while giving her mother a hint. Receiving the hint from the father and daughter, Sun Fengqin felt a bit uneasy about them going off alone but agreed. "All right, Ruge, give me some money, and I'll take your sister to the department store to see if we can find anything cheap. We only have $5 left, so be careful with it, Mom," Li Ruge warned as she handed over the money and ration tickets, worried her mother might spend it carelessly like before. "I know, I mainly want to see if I can buy a big iron pot. There's nothing else urgent. You need an industrial ticket to buy a big iron pot. Just having money isn't enough." "I know, that's why I said I would just take a look and buy whatever I can." Li Ruge thought, isn't that still about spending all the money? That $5 is all our savings. The priority now was to make money quickly. "Dad, it's all up to you now. I don't have any money, and we need tickets too, or I won't feel secure." "Don't worry, daughter. When your dad is involved, things will work out." Though Li Fubin felt anxious inside, he couldn't let his daughter see that. As Sun Fengqin took Li Yui away, the father and son looked around. They were quite close to the sugar factory's residential area, so they couldn't sell wild game nearby. Shun Wanlin noticed that their baskets were empty, and being familiar with the area, he realized that everyone in the residential area knew each other. If word got to the old man, or if they were spotted by someone from their own family, Shun would surely suspect them of selling wild game. The father and daughter walked another 500 or 600 meters and came to a fork in the road. After discussing, they decided to turn in. After the turn, they finally saw a large area of single-story houses. Before that, there had been a long stretch of high walls, and they had no idea what was behind them. Although this area of houses wasn't as organized or well-built as the sugar factory's residential area, it had the advantage of being closer to the street, and it seemed that the department store was not far ahead. After discussing, The father and daughter decided to take out 2 wild rabbits and wild chickens as samples and find reliable buyers to sell them whenever they could. When Li Fubin saw the houses here, he realized that the residents likely had various jobs, and this area of bungalows seemed to be the oldest neighborhood in Linqing County. Unlike the housing in the sugar factory's family area, which was more organized because those houses were built less than 10 years ago, this place was different. This was an old district where residents had all sorts of jobs, and since it had only been a few years since liberation, many neighbors had likely changed several times. With their previous experience, the father and daughter walked around twice and almost simultaneously focused on one household. Compared to others, this house was not only large and well-kept, but it also had steps at the entrance and, notably, 2 stone lions flanked the big door. Didn't they say that after liberation things like this were all destroyed? Li Ruge asked her father, puzzled. That's why I think this family is special. Look, they not only live in such a big house, but they also managed to keep it so intact. Do you remember what Li Laosher said about a wealthy family in Linqing County? Do you think this family could be them? Since it was almost certain that Li Laosher was not her father's biological father, Li Ruge no longer referred to him as grandpa. You mean the Feng family?
Li Fubin nodda.
I think it's possible. I heard that the old master of the Feng family donated a lot when fighting the Japanese, and later gave away all his possessions. If it really is the Feng family, then it makes sense they can still live in such a house. But Dad, you think that in a few years? Li Ruge didn't dare to say more clearly, but Li Fubin understood what his daughter meant. In 5 or 6 years, with a Feng family status, relying solely on past donations to keep their family safe might be difficult. Noticing it was getting late, the father and daughter whispered to each other. Li Ruge stepped forward and knocked on the door, softly asking, "Is anyone home?" They could hear voices in the yard, so someone was definitely there. They just didn't know if the person would open the door for them. Soon, they heard footsteps, and as the door creaked open, a woman in her 50s, dressed in patched clothes but still elegant, peeked out and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Ma'am, my father and I came to visit relatives, but couldn't find them. Can we get a glass of water?" Li Ruge was a young girl, and she had a pleasant appearance. Her smile lit up her eyes. Feng Miaolon saw the little girl and immediately let go of her previous caution, stepping aside to let the father and daughter in. "Come in, I'll get you some hot water to drink." No need for hot water, ma'am. Just a bowl of cold water for the 2 of us is fine," Li Ruge quickly said. "We drink well water at home, and the cold water is quite chilly." "I insist on getting you some hot water," the elderly lady replied warmly, already heading inside. The father and daughter entered the yard but did not go further, standing at the entrance. They then saw a young man in his 20s come out with the water instead of the elderly woman. Noticing the resemblance between the young man and the elderly lady, they guessed he must be her son. Feng Yuanen brought over 2 bowls and handed them to the father and daughter, then silently stared at them. The elderly woman followed and complained, "You really should say something. Look, you've scared this girl." Li Ruge was indeed startled by the young man's appearance. She took the water and held it, staring intently at him. It wasn't quite right to say she was scared. Rather, she was surprised by how much he resembled a famous star from her time. Since she was busy studying, she didn't have much time to follow celebrities, but she admired one particular star for his positive energy. How could 2 people look so alike? Could this young man be the reincarnation of that star? It was possible, especially since their names were the same and they shared some similarities in appearance. She wondered what the young man's name was. If their names matched. Li Ruge's heart raced with excitement, and she quickly replied, "No, ma'am, I wasn't scared. I just think this young man looks very familiar." After explaining, she suddenly asked, "Ma'am, what is your family name?" She felt it would be awkward to ask the young man directly, but if their surnames matched, there was a good chance he was indeed the reincarnation of that star. Li Fubin, who was familiar with the star because both his wife and daughter liked him, also recognized the young man's resemblance and started to recall where he had seen that face before. Wow, they look so similar. Could they also be from another time? "Our last name is Feng. This is my eldest son, Feng Yuan. Her eldest son was handsome and had always attracted the attention of girls. Feng Miaolon didn't mind Li Ruge's surprise at all and cheerfully responded to her. Feng Yuanin? With the last name Feng, that can't be it. Li Ruge muttered quietly, but when she noticed her father glaring at her, she nervously picked up her bowl and drank all the water. Since they were there for water, they had to look very thirsty. Otherwise, they would raise suspicion. Moreover, ever since Feng Yuan appeared, Li Fubin was reluctant to sell game at this house. The young man's looks were striking, but he had a somewhat gloomy aura. Also, the way he looked at the two of them was cold, as if he saw them as potential thieves to be wary of. In short, he clearly wasn't someone easy to deal with. In these times, even if people were poor and didn't earn much, if you had meat to sell, you wouldn't have trouble finding buyers. Just as Li Fubin was about to speak, he saw Feng Yuanin suddenly bend down and open the bamboo basket he had placed on the ground. When he saw 2 wild rabbits and 2 wild chickens inside, Feng Yuanin seemed to immediately guess their purpose. He smirked and asked, "You're not just here for water, are you? Selling something is your real goal, right?" Li Fubin didn't respond to this clever guess. He just smiled at him, as if to say whatever he thought was fine. Unlike her son, Feng Miaolon felt at first glance that these two were good people. The father had a kind face, and the daughter had a pleasant appearance. Bad people didn't look like this. Life in the mountains was tough, and ordinary folks had to sneak around to sell game in the city. Feng Miaolon pulled her son aside and quietly warned, "Don't scare them." Then she turned to Li Fubin and asked with a smile, "How much for the wild rabbits and chickens?" "We'll take 2. Seeing the calm demeanor of the elderly lady, Li Fubin guessed that mountain folks had likely sold things to this family before. The Feng family was wealthy, and this was no secret in Lingqing County. Even if rumors said they had given up their wealth, they still lived in a big house, and everyone would surely doubt that they didn't keep something for themselves. In fact, Li Fubin also believed this family must have some money or valuable items like gold or antiques that could hold their value. You just look and give a price. They were all caught in the mountains, so there's not much cost, Li Fubin replied with a silly smile. The old lady didn't seem stingy, and since it was the first time for the two of them to sell these things, they really didn't know the current market for wild rabbits and chickens. Where do you find a seller who lets the buyer set the price? You two are lucky to meet me. Don't worry, I'll give you the highest price. For the rabbits, I'll give you $4 each. As for the wild chickens? Feng Miaolon bent down to look at the 2 chickens lying still in the basket. There's not much meat on these. I'll keep both of them and give you $2 each, so that's $4 total, okay? Even though they had never been to the black market, the grandfather and grandson knew that the price the old woman offered was based on black market rates. When she asked them to set a price, this lady was still able to offer such a high amount, which made Li Ruge have a better impression of Feng Miaolon. "Aunt Feng, I also have a silly roe deer here. Do you want it?" The mother and son had been staring at the large bamboo basket by Li Fubin's feet, completely ignoring the smaller one next to Li Ruge. When the little girl mentioned she had a silly roe deer, the mother and son quickly turned around and lifted the lid to take a look. Seeing the curled-up roe deer, tightly bound with straw rope in the basket, Feng Miaolon exclaimed softly, "Wow, you little girl, carrying something so heavy? It's not mine. My dad has always carried this basket. He just gives it to me when he's worried about meeting bad people," Li Ruge explained reasonably. The mother and son didn't think much of it and began to consider how heavy the roe deer was. "Mom, why don't we keep all this meat and make dried meat?" Feng Yuanin seemed to be hinting to his mother about the usefulness of making dried meat. Feng Miaolon hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. "All right, we'll take these 2 wild rabbits, the wild chickens, and this silly roe deer." It seemed they had indeed found the right person. The father and daughter exchanged happy glances and nodded. "Okay, you can set the price." "Set the price again," thought Feng Miaolon. After a moment, she said, "How about this? I'll give you $30 for all the meat. Is that okay?" Of course, that was fine.
$30.
They had heard that the workers at the sugar factory earned the highest wages in Lingqing County, and they couldn't even make $30 in a month. They had just learned this from the old Shin couple, so it must be true. Ma'am, do you have any industrial tickets? Or fabric or food tickets? Any tickets will do, Li Ruge asked shyly. After glancing at the father and daughter's clothing, Feng Miaolon felt troubled but said, I can give you a few feet of fabric tickets, but to be honest, we also lack industrial and food tickets. With such a family lacking these items, Li Ruge had no hope left from her mother's side. It seemed they could only cook with a clay pot for now. That method couldn't fry or steam food, but it was okay for making soup. They never imagined they would worry so much over a big iron pot one day. The father and daughter accepted the 30 yuan and 5 feet of fabric tickets from Feng Miaolon. Li Ruge thought that since they received the fabric tickets, they could ask for a little less money. However, Aunt Feng insisted on giving them that much. With such a family lacking these items, Li Ruge had no. It was unclear if their family was lucky or if there were just many good people around at this time. The elderly couple from the Shin family and Aunt Feng were all very warm and eager to help, showing no signs of greed. Having sold such a large amount, this was their family's first earnings, and both father and daughter were delighted as they picked up the empty basket to leave. Feng Yuanen stopped his mother from seeing them off and personally walked with them for a bit, then suddenly said, You two are quite skilled to catch so many animals. If you ever catch anything else, feel free to bring it to my house. The father and daughter were surprised. Such good fortune was hard to believe. Surely, their family's good fortune was due to the heavens. Really? Do you want wild vegetables and mushrooms? Although the sugar factory might not need them, this family was so kind, and their wild vegetables and mushrooms were delicious and likely good for health. Li Fubin just wanted to share some with them, whether or not they paid. You have wild vegetables and mushrooms? Feng Yuanen's icy expression finally showed a hint of warmth. In a year like this, it wasn't unusual to catch a few animals. After all, the Dakingshan was vast, and animals had faced disasters before, so their survival rates would be lower, but there had to be some left. However, he could confidently say that this year, he hadn't seen any wild vegetables or mushrooms in the entire Linqing County. This year, there are still some wild vegetables and mushrooms, especially the wild vegetables. Even with the drought, some can still sprout. However, people are short on food, so before the newly sprouted wild vegetables can grow, they are quickly taken by those who need to eat. Now it's May, and it hasn't rained yet. The ground is cracked, and there are hardly any wild vegetables left. Seeing Feng Yuanen's wide eyes, Li Fubin felt a bit regretful and silently blamed himself. He had been warned not to deal with this kid, and now. We have some low-lying areas where moisture is retained, so a few wild vegetables and mushrooms have grown. The villagers didn't want to eat them themselves. They hoped to take them to the city to trade for some food. To be honest, these wild items were gathered by the villagers from their homes. Feeling a surge of survival instinct, Li Fubin wanted to fool someone. Just by looking at his expression, Li Ruge believed what her father said. But did Feng Yuanen believe it? Li Ruge turned to see Feng Yuanen frowning, looking skeptical. She tugged at her father. Dad, let's go. Mom and Rui are still waiting for us at the general store. Wait. Just as the two were about to leave, Feng Yuanen suddenly called out to them, Uncle Li, can I go see your place?
What?
Both of them looked shocked, staring at Feng Yuan. What did you say? You want to see our place? That wouldn't work. It would reveal their hunting activities. Here's the thing, Uncle Li. I need to check out that low area you mentioned. If it's really as you say, then in the future, I can buy any wild vegetables, mushrooms, or game from you. I'll take as much as you have. To show his sincerity, Feng Yuanen pulled out a $10 bill and handed it over. This is a deposit for you. You know that doing business with me will never leave you at a loss. The price I offer will definitely be higher than what you would get by risking a trip to any other place. That was true, and it would save them from making multiple trips to the city. The key point was that they could take him to Su Xuanli, and whether they sold for money or traded for food wouldn't have to go through their family. Otherwise, over time, people might start to suspect that their family was taking too much advantage. Li Fubin thought for a moment, weighed the pros and cons, then nodded and said, I can take you, but I hope you can keep the matter of today's few catches a secret. This is just between a few people, and I hope you understand what I mean. I understand. Even if Li Fubin hadn't reminded him, Feng Yuan would have guessed it. After all, there aren't many people in a village who hunt. If everyone found out, it would cause trouble for them. The young man was a bit cold, but he was sensible. Seeing Feng Yuan respond clearly, the father and daughter exchanged glances and went ahead. Feng Yuan quickly told his mother a few things before hurrying after them. The group arrived at the general store where they were supposed to meet Sun Fengqin. From a distance, they saw her and Xiao Rui sitting on the ground with a large iron pot in front of them. Oh my dad, how did mom buy such a big pot? Indeed, their family not only didn't have industrial coupons, but they also had very little money left. After buying a plate of pickled vegetables and meat, they had only about $5 left. How could they afford such a large pot? Li Ruge had already run over, and when Li Fubin and Feng Yuan reached Sun Fengqin, they heard Xiao Rui's excited voice. Mom is amazing. She pinned those two thieves to the ground, and then that uncle gave her this pot as a thank you. Things probably weren't that simple, but since there were outsiders around, Li Fubin and Li Ruge didn't ask for details. When Sun Fengqin learned that Feng Yuan was there to buy wild vegetables and mushrooms, she wanted to say that those wild vegetables and mushrooms were sold to the sugar factory. But then she remembered that her daughter had plenty in her space and could create more wild vegetables and mushrooms anytime. They could sell their own to the sugar factory. Thinking this way, Sun Fengqin felt that her daughter and husband must be thinking the same, so she wisely kept quiet. The group carried the large pot toward the general store, and along the way, several people asked if they were selling the pot. It was clear that iron pots were in high demand. Then Li Fubin tentatively asked Feng Yuan if they could get a few pots in exchange for wild vegetables and mushrooms. Feng Yuan replied straightforwardly, "Iron is hard to find everywhere. I can't get that, but I can help you get some grain. Getting grain would be great." After saying this, Li Fubin wondered if he should show more surprise. It shouldn't be just a light comment. Busy, he added, "It would be even better if we could get some food. Having something to eat is more important than what we cook it with. It means survival. Haha, that's what matters most." This is the attitude of a farmer who is truly short on food. Li Fubin felt he was getting better at playing this role. If there's nothing to do in the future, maybe he could even become an actor? But that future is still 20 years away. By then, he would be 62. Cough, cough, he should just stick to being a good old farmer. With Feng Yuan, a city person, leading the way, they quickly took a shortcut to the big cart shop. The other carts had already left, leaving only Zhao Dezhuang, who was anxiously waiting at the entrance. Seeing Li Fubin and his family, Zhao Dezhuang quickly stood up, waved, and called out, "Third brother, are we heading back?" "Yes. Hurry up and get the cart ready," Li Fubin replied loudly. "Okay." Zhao Dezhuang responded and ran into the yard. As long as they didn't stay overnight, there was no charge for the cattle and horses at the big cart shop since they didn't eat the feed there. Li Ruge couldn't understand this. Why provide such a large space for free? What's the catch? It's for the horse manure. Just think about how much manure our big yellow horse will leave behind in a day. If that goes into the fields, it could help produce more food.
Li Ruge?
So that's how they calculate it? When she learned that Feng Yuan was the buyer Li Fubin found for everyone, coming to their village to buy wild vegetables, Zhao Dezhuang was happier than the big yellow horse itself. He chatted nonstop along the way. As the saying goes, May is long, October is short, and August is just right. It really was a long day. When they returned to the village, Li Ruge sneakily glanced at the time. It was already 6 o'clock, and the sun was still up. Li Fubin led Feng Yuan off the cart and, instead of going into the village, headed straight to the back mountain where the wild vegetables were hidden. Meanwhile, the women sat in the cart, and as soon as they entered the village, some villagers surrounded them. They didn't even need to speak. Zhao Dezhuang became their spokesperson. "Don't even mention it. Why are we back so late?" "It's because Ruge was hurt too badly. If we had enough money, she would have been hospitalized." "Exactly. I earned 8 work points today. Was it easy? I spent the whole day in the city with their family." "What did you eat?" "You ask what we ate." "Just drank the northwest wind." "Oh, my situation is tough, but it's still better than the situation of the Fu family. It's sad for them. Their little girl is hurt so badly. With Zhao Dazhuang's loud calls, soon the whole village knew that Li Rui was seriously injured. The doctor suggested hospitalization, but their family couldn't afford it. Li Rumei and Li Debao squeezed through the crowd, heard this, and quickly ran back to inform their grandparents. The pot was tightly covered with straw, and the old clothes and food exchanged at Shen Wanlin's house had already been hidden away by Li Ruge. So, all outsiders could see were a few downcast people, with Li Rui's head wrapped in white bandages, looking quite tragic. "Uncle Zhao, you might need to deliver vegetables tonight." Li Ruge admired Zhao Dazhuang now. He was quite talented with his performance skills and ability to tell tall tales. She handed him 2 steamed buns, saying, "Take these home and have Auntie heat them up for you." No, I can't accept food from your family anymore." After finishing the 2 big buns at noon, he felt uneasy about it. Zhao Dazhuang pushed the buns back to Li Ruge, jumped onto the cart, and hurried away. Li Ruge turned around and saw Li Rui staring at her, feeling a bit embarrassed. She guessed that in this child's eyes, her second sister had changed so much that she was almost unrecognizable. "Well, we dug up a lot of wild vegetables in the mountains today. That Feng Yuanen just said we could trade wild vegetables for food. Rui, our family will never run out of food again." Really? No wonder her second sister was being generous. But how can wild vegetables be traded for food? Yeah, maybe there's a shortage of vegetables in the city. "Rui, you go inside with Mom. I'll find our pots and jars." Inside, Song Hohat had already turned the place upside down with her 2 daughters-in-law, and then Zhang Xiuying came in too, so those things couldn't be taken out. Li Ruge signaled her mother, and Sun Fengqin quickly pulled her little girl inside. "Rui, come on, let's go inside and heat the Kong. I think if we heat it more, it will be ready for sleeping by tomorrow." "Mom, it seems like we bought a pot that's too big." The little girl was observant. As soon as she entered and saw the small stove connected to the Kong, she knew the pot was oversized.
It really is.
Sun Fengqin lifted the big pot and gestured, realizing it was a whole size too big. "No worries, if we have time tomorrow, I'll have your dad fix it up." "Mom, do you think Grandma and Aunt won't come to our house to take things anymore?" Their family definitely can't hide the fact that they have a pot. They are fighting over jars and bowls, let alone a big iron pot. The little girl's worries are not without reason, but as a mother, she must set a good example for her child. "They dare," Sun Fengqin said, clenching her fist. "Did you see how I dealt with those 2 thieves today? Your mother is strong now." Thinking of her mother's bravery today, Li Rui felt relieved. Her mother said they had already faced death once as a family, and if they became weak again, they would surely be forced into a corner by their relatives. So her mother said they must never be weak again, but when they can't win, they shouldn't foolishly charge in. They need to be clever. For example, today, she knew she couldn't win against that family, yet she went to provoke them. Wasn't that asking for trouble? But how to be clever? While waiting for people outside the department store, Sun Fengqin broke down today's events and carefully analyzed them with her daughter. Now, Li Rui admired her mother greatly and decided to learn from her, as well as from her older sister, because she felt her sister had also become stronger than before. In the past, her sister would just shout without being able to fight or scold back, just as their mother said, being all talk and no action, which led to her always getting into trouble. The 3 of them cooked soup at home and toasted some buns, but they waited a long time without seeing Li Fubin return. They guessed that Feng Yuanen had his eye on those wild vegetables and wanted to take them directly, so her father was busy with that. "Let's not wait any longer, let's eat." The 3 of them were really hungry. As soon as Sun Fengqin gave the order, they had just finished eating when Li Fubin cheerfully walked in. They took everything. Zhao Dazhuang drove the cart, and Li Erwa and Shizhu went along. They said 5 pounds of wild vegetables for 1 pound of grain. I didn't expect that Feng Yuanen, though young, is quite capable. Li Fubin happily shared this good news as soon as he entered. This morning, with dozens of people, everyone would have at least 50 pounds of mushrooms and wild vegetables. This family could exchange for at least 10 pounds of pure grain, which Li Fubin confirmed Feng Yuan agreed to. Don't underestimate those 10 pounds of grain. People at this time, with empty stomachs, can eat, but how many families can afford to eat their fill? So even if a family has 7 or 8 members, or even more than 10, those 10 pounds of grain could last them half a month without a problem. With a small population, it goes without saying that being able to bring back 10 pounds of food is a big deal. For the Stone family, the mother and daughter can save enough to not feel hungry for a month. You can imagine how happy everyone is now. Sun Fengqin and Li Ruge are thrilled for the villagers. Are there any good accountants among the few people who went? I hope they won't get cheated. Sun Fengqin worried about this. When she saw Feng Yuanan, she was just as surprised by his looks as her daughter was. However, he hadn't said much during the trip, so who knows if he has a good heart just based on his appearance. It's fine. We agreed on 5 pounds for 1 pound, and with Xiao Dazhuang and Li Erwa with them, they won't lose out.
Li Fubin trusts Feng Yuanan.
Even though the young man doesn't talk much, he doesn't waste words. Besides, this isn't just a one-time deal. It seems Feng Yuanan really likes their wild vegetables and mushrooms, and he mentioned that if he needs more in a few days, he would send a message or come himself. Su Xunli suggested that for now, everyone should avoid going into the mountains until they hear from Feng Yuanan, to avoid raising suspicion from villagers in other areas, especially from the nearby Wangjiadian village, where they also gather wild vegetables. Su Xunli warned that if outsiders find out their village not only gathered wild vegetables, but also exchanged them for a lot of food, the consequences could be serious. Some people had planned to head into the mountains early tomorrow since they all knew where the wild vegetable spot was. After hearing Su Xunli's warning, everyone dropped that idea so they wouldn't need to go into the mountains tomorrow. I didn't expect Su Xunli to have some insight. This is the right way to think. Greed can lead to trouble. Yes, but we should start calling Su Xunli team leader instead of village head. I heard that after the commune was established, village heads became team leaders, but some villagers are still getting used to the change. Li Fubin recalled hearing Feng Yuanan refer to Su Xunli this way while selling wild vegetables today. He remembered that 2 years ago, Su Xunli was already the team leader. Their village also has a team secretary, but that person doesn't manage much, so Li Fubin had overlooked this detail. Their family has brought so much good fortune to everyone, even if quietly, and no one will know it was them.
They're happy about that.
Sun Fengqin recalled, tonight, I saw many chimneys with smoke. I guess everyone is having wild vegetable and mushroom porridge. The mother and daughter intentionally went outside to look around. Compared to other nights, there were especially many houses with smoke coming from the chimneys tonight. Their family of 3 had a second chance at life, and with their special abilities, whether it was luck or something else, they knew they couldn't just focus on their own happiness. Li Fubin nodded. The village has a good atmosphere. After all, families like the Li family are still rare. Sun Fengqin pointed to her little daughter, who had fallen asleep, still feeling a bit angry. Rui finished her meal, took her medicine, and went to sleep. If it weren't for the water from Ruge's special space, the little girl's life might have been in danger today. You two might not believe me, but that thing is really amazing, Li Ruge said, then pointed outside. As the 3 of them stepped out, she casually flipped her hand and revealed a large leaf. What is this, daughter? Sun Fengqin asked, leaning in to smell it. It has a nice fragrance. Worried about being overheard, they squatted in a circle on the ground, using a flashlight to look at the large leaf. Finally, it was Li Fubin, the rural boy, who, with his experience, asked in surprise, "Is it a watermelon? Has it grown this big? The apple tree is even taller than me. This watermelon has already bloomed, and I think in a few days we can eat watermelon. Also, the corn I planted this morning is already this tall." Li Ruge gestured to show the height, leaving Li Fubin speechless for a while. What could he say? Since their daughter had such a special space where everything grew so quickly, how could they worry about not having a good life? Oh my goodness, Sun Fengqin, who loved reading novels, had never seen a space as magical as her daughter's. Indeed, her daughter was not ordinary. Who knows what great fortune awaited her in the future? Since the Kong, a type of heated bed, was still damp, the family slept on a pile of grass, without even a proper quilt, but they cuddled together and slept soundly. Though they were poor, people had no great desires. As long as they were full, having a bit of meat was the greatest happiness. So, there was truly no pressure for them now. Thinking back to her life in the future, even with assets worth millions, could she sleep soundly every night? There were times when she couldn't sleep at all. Li Fubin woke up after a good night's sleep and a nice dream, wondering why he felt that life was pretty good at that moment. Of course, life was good. Sun Fengqin, the first one up in the family, was happily laughing at her big iron pot. Look at her skills. She had even built a temporary stove with a few clay bricks to use the pot. Since they had a pot, they needed to eat something delicious. Right, their eldest daughter had grown up without ever having a pancake. Yesterday they had steamed buns, braised pork, and stir-fried dried tofu, and today they were having pancakes again? Little Li Rui felt that her life these days seemed a bit unreal. Was she dreaming? Rui, what are you doing? Why are you pinching yourself? Li Ruge came over with water to clean her sister's wound and saw Li Rui staring at the big oil pancakes their mother was making while pinching herself. Second sister, I want to know if I'm dreaming, the little girl replied honestly. Oh, that poor child. Well, sometimes I also feel that our good life is too unreal. If I had known it would be like this, we should have moved out from the old house sooner, away from our grandparents. When her second sister said this, Li Rui suddenly understood something she had been puzzled about. Their family could enjoy delicious pancakes because they had moved out to live independently. Thinking about how their eldest sister was taken away for a marriage exchange without experiencing a single good day, the little girl's eyes turned red again. Second sister, do you think our eldest sister can eat pancakes? Li Rulan had been exchanged with Jiang Ling, the third daughter-in-law of the Li Fugui family. Li Rulan married Jiang Ling's older brother, while Jiang Ling married Li Jiawang. Now, Jiang Ling's daughter was already 7 or 8 months old, yet their eldest sister had never returned to her family. Li Ruge thought carefully about Jiang Ling and realized that although the original owner left her with few memories of that woman, there were no bad impressions. In fact, she admired Jiang Ling and secretly wanted to get closer to her. However, since marrying into the Li family, Jiang Ling had been like a ghost, rarely leaving the house and not speaking to them when they occasionally met. Marriage exchanges were not uncommon in this era. Many families chose this route because they couldn't afford to marry off their sons. But while others exchanged daughters-in-law for their sons, their family was forced to sacrifice their eldest sister for the Li Fugui family. I heard that the Jiang family lives deep in the mountains, a place much more isolated than here, where people are rarely seen. Jiang Ling's older brother is 10 years older than Li Rulan. It is said that he has trouble finding a wife, not because he is a bad person but because there are simply not many people in their area. On the day Jiang Dahu came to pick someone up, Grandma Li deliberately sent her family away, so none of them, including Li Ruge, Li Fubin, and Sun Fengqin, even saw what he looked like. Afterward, the people in the Li family didn't want to talk about it. Li Ruge wanted to ask but had no one to inquire with. Once, Li Rumei accidentally mentioned that Jiang Dahu looked just like a tiger, with a big beard. However, Jiang Ling looked decent. She might not be extremely beautiful, but she was definitely the best among Li Fugui's other daughters-in-law. Being good-looking was an advantage, and when Jiang Ling first married in, Li Jiawang treated her quite well. Plus, she brought some fine dowry, which made the people in the Li family envious of those nice things. But no matter how good her foundation was, if she acted like a mute and didn't talk to anyone and didn't show respect to the elders with her good things, eventually, no one would care for her. Then Grandma Li used the excuse that Jiang Ling had a daughter to make things difficult for her. At first, Jiang Ling endured it, doing whatever was asked of her. Later, one time when Jiang Ling returned from work and saw her daughter crying on the ground, almost out of breath, while Grandma Li and Song Ho-Hot pretended not to hear, she got very angry and wanted to take her daughter back to the mountains. The people in the Li family, who had worked hard to get a daughter-in-law, naturally wouldn't let her go. So Jiangling started to resist. She wouldn't work, cook, or do laundry. Other than taking care of her child, she wouldn't even wash Li Jiawang's clothes. If she didn't obey, she would get hit. What wife doesn't get beaten? If you behave, you're treated well. This was something Grandma Li often said to teach her sons and grandsons. Naturally, Jiangling got beaten often, until one night when Li Jiawang screamed in pain and ran out with flames on his head. This incident finally brought some understanding. However, this understanding didn't mean that Li Jiawang became well-behaved. Instead, Jiangling became even fiercer. Pouring oil on his head while he slept and setting it on fire became just another thing for her. Because people from the mountains are skilled at hunting and also good at making medicine. Li Ruge remembered that on New Year's Day, the family cooked meat, and after everyone ate, they all looked sick. Some had stomach aches and diarrhea, while others were in serious trouble. Of course, this incident couldn't be blamed on Li Fubin's family, as they didn't even have the right to smell such good food. In the end, the investigation led to Jiangling, who readily admitted it and boldly threatened that if they continued to bully her or if Li Jiawang dared to hit her, she would eventually take revenge on their whole family. That really scared Mr. Li and Mrs. Li, as well as the others in the Li family courtyard. From then on, everyone avoided Jiangling whenever they saw her. No wonder the original person admired Jiangling for being able to keep the troublesome Li family in check. Thinking of this made Li Ruge respect Jiangling even more. I should find a chance to ask Jiangling where her family lives. Mom and Dad said that one day we should visit our big sister. Do you think she will tell you? Li Rui clearly had a bad impression of Jiangling and was a bit worried about her second sister. I want to go with you when you find her. Okay, I'll take you with me when the time comes. While Li Ruge was talking to Li Rui, she had already helped her unwrap the bandage. Looking at the wound that was still open yesterday, it had already healed today, making her unable to help but smile. She had heard her mother talk about how amazing this space was. Now that she had verified it piece by piece, it seemed that Comrade Sun Fengqin's novels were not in vain. The well water in her space really had healing properties. At this moment, she was thankful that there were no mirrors in their home. Li Ruge applied some external medicine from the hospital, which was just iodine, as she didn't dare to use the space water. She quickly wrapped it up again and reminded her sister, "You're young, and your wounds heal quickly, but don't take off the bandage on your head to avoid catching a cold, okay?" "Okay, I understand, second sister. I will be careful." The little girl replied obediently. The little girl was sensible. She had only eaten a few good meals and still remembered her big sister. Li Fubin, hearing the sisters' conversation, felt proud and looked at them with a satisfied expression. "Well, after we finish eating, I'll go to the school to ask if it's possible to transfer so that my little girl can carry a small backpack too." In the Li family courtyard, the boys, especially, once they reached a certain age, didn't need their parents to arrange things. Old Man Li insisted they all go to school. There were only a few girls in the family. The oldest didn't even know which way the school gate opened, and the second girl managed to get a chance to go to school by crying and making a fuss, but she didn't finish the year because Grandma Li found various reasons to crush her hopes of studying. What about the second sister? Li Rui knew best how much the second sister wanted to go to school. Although the little girl wanted to attend, she didn't want to leave her sister behind and take all the benefits for herself. "Your second sister." "I won't go, Dad." Li Ruge interrupted her father before he could finish. "I'm old enough now, and I already attended first grade for a few days. I know quite a few characters." She didn't want to be classmates with a bunch of little kids learning things she had already studied. She felt she could teach them instead. Being a classmate? No thanks. Besides, in a few years, school would stop and educated people wouldn't be in demand. Li Ruge thought going to school now would waste not just her time, but her life. Li Fubin understood his daughter's feelings, but in their current situation, even though she was knowledgeable, she didn't have a primary school diploma. With the open economy still 20 years away, starting a business now was not feasible, so there was no hope for wealth for the next generation. Living in the countryside, if they didn't study, they had to work in the fields. With her hands that found writing tiring, Li Fubin thought it would be better for her to endure a few years in school than to work in the fields. His daughter probably hadn't considered this. Otherwise, if she wanted to find a job, she would need at least a high school diploma. Dear, I'm not forcing you. You can either go to school or work in the fields. Choose one.
Huh.
Sure enough, when Li Fubin said this, Li Ruge was stunned.
What?
She had to work in the fields too? What else could she do? She was 13, which meant she could earn work points in the countryside. This year was tough, and the seedlings hadn't even come up yet. Otherwise, they would have started weeding by now. There were no herbicides at this time. Everything had to be done by hand, pulling the weeds out of the ground with a. Dad, what should I do? I don't want to study, and I don't want to work either. So we need to come up with a plan to get a high school diploma in a few years. Then, with her daughter's intelligence, finding a job in the city shouldn't be too hard. The father and daughter exchanged glances in front of Xiao Rui, understanding each other without saying much. Finally, Li Ruge made up her mind. She preferred going to school over working on the farm. Father, can I directly join the 5th grade? You know, I've always loved learning, and I've already learned most of the elementary stuff on my own. Yes, I know, Li Fubin replied, following his daughter's lead.
You should get ready for that.
I need to ask the principal about transferring. I'm sure you'll have to take a test. Okay, then I'll go borrow a book from Wang Xiaolin later. She's in 5th grade right now. Now, middle school and high school both last 2 years, plus 1 year of elementary school. If she finishes before school closes, she can still get a high school diploma. As for college, Li Ruge calculated that by the time college admissions open again, she would be around 32 or 33. If she wants to apply, she can, but there's no rush. After all, she has nearly 20 years ahead of her, so she doesn't need to think that far ahead right now. The father and daughter plan to go to the city today to hear news from Shen Wanlin. After breakfast, Li Fubin asked Sun Fengqin to stay home and take care of Rui. Since their daughter had been running around all afternoon yesterday, he thought it would be best for Rui to rest before school starts. Compared to the father and son, Sun Fengqin was even more worried about their daughter. Plus, with the current situation at home, leaving her alone could lead to trouble if anyone from the Li family came to cause a scene. Just as the family finished discussing, Su Xuanli and Li Chongqing arrived. One was a team leader and the other was a squad leader. They came early to talk about the wild vegetables exchanged for grain yesterday. Sure enough, Su Xuanli sat down on the edge of the Kong and touched the almost dry earthen bed, nodding. I have a new mat at home. I'll have Dan bring it over later. It should be long enough. They really needed a mat. Otherwise, Li Fubin would have looked around the village to buy one. How much is it? I'll have Fengqin give Dan the money later, Li Fubin replied with a smile. What money? That's not bought with money. My father just likes to keep busy. He weaves baskets and makes mats for everyone to use. You see, no one pays for that. Uncle Su is already in his 70s, so we shouldn't take advantage of his things. How about this? We went to the city yesterday and the hospital gave us some benefits. Instead of sugar tickets, we can buy half a pound of white sugar. I'll take it to Uncle Su later. This was said by Sun Fengqin, who looked at Li Fubin as if she couldn't manage things herself. White sugar is a rare item, and Li Chongqing felt a bit regretful for not mentioning it first, as their family also had a spare new bedding mat. Sure, that white sugar will be perfect for Uncle Su, Li Fubin quickly agreed. Seeing that the couple was serious, Su Xuanli didn't refuse any longer. The deal was settled. Li Fubin's family would provide half a pound of white sugar in exchange for a new bedding mat from Su's family. Then they talked about how much grain those people brought back last night. I saw them stay up all night, and they probably just fell asleep. I didn't rush to call everyone to discuss it. Though he didn't rush to call everyone, Li Fubin was the first to arrive. Li Laosan's status in the village had clearly risen. Li Chongqing noticed that even Su Xuanli and Li Fubin spoke to each other differently than before. Their tone was more like discussing matters, always starting with, "What do you think? How do you see this?" Feeling threatened as the team leader, Li Chongqing suddenly found Li Fubin a bit displeasing. He preferred when Li Fubin was living in the Li family courtyard, where Li Fubin wouldn't even dare to look at them. Li Fubi knew that Su Xunli came to their house early for a reason, so he focused on Su Xunli and didn't notice Li Changqing's expression. He didn't see that Sun Fengqin, who was holding a few old clothes given by Grandma Shen, was planning to mend them for her two daughters. After thinking about Li Changqing, Sun Fengqin understood the situation. This person wasn't very capable, and becoming a team leader was likely due to his connection with Li Maoshuan. Therefore, both village officials and villagers would give him some respect. Was he uncomfortable because he felt Su Xunli was taking their man too seriously? She had seen many people like him in her 2 lifetimes, those who lack ability but don't want capable people to stand out. Meanwhile, Sun Fengqin didn't pay much attention to Li Changqing and continued to sew, quickly finishing mending a red checkered shirt. The few old clothes given by the Shin family were all worn out, but the family wore them anyway. The clothes had holes at the elbows and frayed collars, which didn't seem like a big deal. Especially the red checkered shirt, which was fine everywhere else except for the elbow. Sun Fengqin cut the length and used the fabric she trimmed off to patch the elbow. Since she matched the pattern well and sewed neatly, the shirt now looked almost new. Although the shirt was worn at the hem and heavily at the elbow, Sun Fengqin's repair meant it could last another 2 years. Li Rui, wearing the new shirt, was so excited that she cried. It was the first time in many years she wore something so nice. In the past, their family's clothes were hand-me-downs from the children of Li Fugue, and in the countryside, once they were discarded, they were nearly unwearable. That's why their clothes were covered in patches of various colors, made from several torn pieces of fabric. Despite this, Song Ho Hot went around saying that the clothes of the third family were provided by hired help. After working hard all year, they lived worse than pigs, slept worse than horses, and dressed worse than beggars. It was hard to understand why the couple continued to live. Fortunately, when it came to the incident of their second daughter being sold, the couple stood firm, though they ultimately met a tragic end in the mountains. However, from Sun Fengqin's perspective, the couple had only done one thing right in their lives. The shirt was truly beautiful. Li Rui carefully tugged at her shirt and looked up at her mother, asking Mom, "Is this shirt really for me? I don't have to give it to my sister first?" Their clothes were usually passed down from the eldest sister to the second sister, and then to her. "No need," Sun Fengqin said, gently touching her daughter's face and wiping her tears. "Your sister has one too. I'll adjust that blue shirt for her, and this one is for you." "But that one isn't as nice as this one," the little girl asked anxiously. "Will my sister be upset?" If it were the old Li Ruge, she would definitely be upset. But now, Sun Fengqin was confident that her daughter wouldn't wear such a red checkered shirt. If only conditions allowed, her daughter would never wear someone else's discarded clothes. She was quite particular about cleanliness. A mother and daughter sat in the room, mending clothes. Li Ruge didn't enter the room. She just wanted to listen to Su Xunli and Li Changqing's intentions. Sure enough, Su Xunli did not disappoint her. He really planned to take some of the exchanged grain and share it with families that had run out of food. Li Fubin had no objections to this. For their family, having just come from a prosperous time, they certainly wanted to help those who were starving. They couldn't just watch people starve in front of them. But what was that expression on Li Changqing's face? After the two left, Li Fubin recalled the way Li Changqing had looked at him, seeming quite upset. Whatever, the two of them still needed to go into the city today to see how many wild vegetables and mushrooms the sugar factory needed. If the demand was high, they would let the village handle the business. Today, they didn't have a special car to take them. The father and daughter each carried a large bamboo basket and walked 5 miles on a dirt road before reaching the highway. Since they were close to the Qingshan commune, a station was set up here, so the large buses running this route would stop. They heard there were at least 3 buses a day, and for 20 cents a ticket, they could reach Linqing County in no time, which was much more comfortable than riding in a big cart. Both father and daughter had watches, and with a thought, they could tell the time. It was still not yet 8 o'clock. They wondered if the first bus had already left. The buses at this time are unpredictable. They might break down anywhere. "Otherwise, we would definitely catch the first bus," Li Fubin said. Just then, He spotted a large bus coming from a distance, looking like a giant approaching. It was Li Ruge's first time seeing a bus from this era, and it looked just like the one in her elementary school textbook. No wonder children in later generations said the drawings didn't look right. They were based on the buses of this time. She had prepared 40 cents in advance. As soon as they got on the bus, a ticket seller called out for them to buy tickets, and the look in his eyes clearly said, "Can you even afford a ticket?" Li Ruge confidently handed over the money and asked for 2 tickets, intending to keep one as a souvenir before heading to find a seat. According to past years, this was the busy farming season, and even during downtime, farmers usually took the village carts into the city. Very few would spend money on a bus ticket. Moreover, this year, even if they had free time, who had the extra money to take a bus into the city? Without the support of the old farmer, there were only a few people on the bus, and they all looked like city folks based on their clothing. The father and daughter found a seat at the back, and just as they sat down, they heard a man and a woman in front of them. The woman was pinching her nose and said, "What is that smell? Why are there so many different people on this bus? If we had known, we wouldn't have taken this ride." At first, Li Ruge didn't realize she was talking about them. But when she noticed the woman frequently turning around and glaring at them, she understood that they were the ones being referred to. How could she smell? She had taken a nice bath in her own space last night and even made enough water for her parents to enjoy a good wash too. This woman clearly looked down on others. Seeing the father and daughter in their worn clothes, she probably thought they were beggars. Li Ruge was angry and wanted to retort, but Li Fubin stopped her, saying, "Daughter, it's better to avoid trouble. There's no point in arguing with people like this." Indeed, the two of them had never lived a good life, staying in luxury homes, driving fancy cars, or enjoying fine dining. With people like this, they could never expect to live that kind of life. She couldn't even imagine such a good life. Tang Xiaohong, sitting in front, wasn't really a city person either, but she was lucky because her brother was a soldier who had achieved great things, and the organization gave their family a job opportunity. So, Tang Xiaohong, being the youngest daughter, secured that job and successfully became a textile worker at the Lingqing County Textile Factory. From then on, she transformed from a country girl to someone who looked down on rural people even more than real city folks, thinking she was superior to everyone else. Li Ruge could tell from the woman's outfit that she must have come from the countryside too. Girls from rural areas rarely see colors other than black, gray, or blue, so when they have the chance, they prefer bright clothes, especially those with flashy colors that rural girls love. Tang Xiaohong's outfit today was quite gaudy, with duck green pants. If she had paired it with a white shirt, it would have looked nice, but she chose a red one with little floral patterns instead. "Dad, don't you think this outfit looks familiar? Haven't we seen it in some skit?" Now that she mentioned it, Li Fubin realized, isn't it from the family planning gorillas? However, this girl is not as good-looking as Teacher Song. No wonder she is so annoying. It's not unfair to say that ugly people often cause trouble, and she fits that description perfectly. Seeing that the father and daughter were ignoring her and didn't show any envy like others in the village, Tang Xiaohong was really getting angry. She just wanted to show off a little in front of these two country folks for some personal satisfaction, but now that they were whispering to each other and not paying attention to her, she couldn't stand it. "Hey, you two beggars, can you sit further back? You're making me sick," she shouted. Seeing the woman being so arrogant and openly pointing at them, Li Ruge decided to stand up to her. "Excuse me, miss, do you have a problem with your nose? Or is your own smell so strong that you think it's coming from us? And who do you think you are? We all paid for our tickets, so why should we sit where you tell us to? You. Tang Xiaohong wanted to call them beggars, but when she heard Li Ruge mention the tickets, she was at a loss for words. After all, they had paid for their tickets, so they couldn't be beggars. The man sitting next to Tang Xiaohong initially didn't pay much attention to the situation. To be honest, he didn't smell anything unpleasant. But now that his girlfriend was arguing, he felt he had to support her. Chun Baozhen patted Tang Xiaohong reassuringly, turned around, and said in a condescending tone, "What's wrong with you two? If my girlfriend says you smell, just sit further away, and it will be over." Li Ruge hadn't seen what the man looked like until now. He had a middle-part hairstyle and used hair gel, and without even looking at his features, she imagined many traitorous figures that looked just like him. At that moment, the other passengers, who had been dozing off, suddenly perked up upon hearing the argument. A man spoke up and Li Fubin chimed in, causing everyone on the bus to laugh. Li Fubin said, "Hey, young man, before you talk about others, why don't you check what you smell like yourself? I won't say anything about this girl, but is that really hair gel on your head? Because I smell something like pig lard." Who would use pig lard as hair gel? But there are indeed some who use soybean oil. Chun Baojen was definitely not using soybean oil. He probably just applied too much hair oil, and the quality might not have been great. So when Li Fubin said that, the people sitting nearby actually believed he was using lard. Seeing that they not only didn't embarrass the father and daughter, but also made fun of them, Tang Xiaohong and Qin Baojen felt a bit ashamed. Tang Xiaohong, being her mother's late child, had always been spoiled and used to being bossy at home. At work, because she was tough, few dared to provoke her. After experiencing such a loss for the first time, Tang Xiaohong couldn't let it go. She quickly rushed over, ready to scratch Li Ruge. "You beggar, I'm going to tear your mouth apart today." Everyone, including Qin Baojen, was shocked by the sudden change from their usually gentle partner to a fierce tiger. Li Ruge happened to be sitting outside, and by the time Li Fubin reacted, Tang Xiaohong had already reached his daughter. He instinctively tried to block her with his arm, but before he could, Li Ruge pushed his arm back. "Hey, I'm the favorite child of heaven. You're not someone like you can bully." Li Ruge calmly took out a snake from her space. Yes, a snake, which she accidentally brought in while collecting wild vegetables yesterday. The little snake was small, and she was considering whether to release it. Before releasing it, she thought it might help her in a fight. She waved the little snake in front of Tang Xiaohong, who had just been reaching out to scratch her. Tang Xiaohong let out a sharp scream and then fell backward with a thud. "Look at that little courage. How dare you cause trouble?" Since Tang Xiaohong was facing away from everyone, no one noticed what Li Ruge had done. Even Qin Baojen only saw the girl raise her arm to block and then Tang Xiaohong fainted. Could it be they encountered a master? At that time, there were no martial arts dramas to watch. Otherwise, Qin Baojen would have thought Li Ruge was from a beggar gang and possibly their leader. When the ticket seller saw someone fainting, realizing the situation was serious, he came over and glared at the father and daughter, asking, "What are you doing? How did you make her faint?" Li Ruge looked at everyone with a pitiful expression, her eyes red, pleading for their support. "Dear uncles and aunts, can you tell me what we did? We were just sitting here without moving at all.